my camera's broken again. It's all, everything here broken. Ow, ow, ow. Good morning. Morning. Hold on, I'm fixing the thing. I'm fixing it. It's me. Fix it, Fred. I did it. I'm a genius. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you guys had a good middle of the week weekend. I have been insanely busy. I have been doing stuff every day. Today I was awake at 7 a.m. again. That was nuts. That was crazy. Fuzzy Animator, thank you for the 19-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. I was up at 7 a.m. but I managed to get back to sleep and get enough sleep for the day. Oh, my ear's itchy though. Oh, ow, ow, fuck. You know, you just have that gusto to scratch your ear and your nails are long and you accidentally just fucking stab your ear canal because you're retarded. That's me. That's what I do. Money. Go to the Fox. Thank you. Got a new job connecting pieces of sheet metal. It's been riveting. Nice pun, father. Where is my cheeseburger? I'm glad you're enjoying your new job, though. Thank you. Vansar, thank you for the 18 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Speaking of pruning all over the place, holy shit. Motherfucking, Sathale, thank you for those 25 gift blankets on Kick, my guy. Thank you for the gift blankets, thank you. My voice sounds better than last stream. Hopefully, yeah. I've still been coughing, but it's been better. Ushion Lover, thank you for that 42 months of tier 3, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Wesserl, thank you for the 9-month resub, my guy. Please enjoy Cookie Placenta, per your request. Thank you. A Digital Ham Warrior, thank you for the 19 months, dude. Maddie P90, thank you for the 13. Penguin Main, thank you for the 14 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Chubby Bunny, thank you for the 5-month member on the YouTube. Thank you. Shout out to Nyanis and Gundo Poke Dollars. Thank you for the Poke Dollars. Shunkatsu, thank you. Thank you, my guy. Warm Body representing. Thank you, Warm Bodies. Kick is not live. Kick should be live. It says I'm live on Kick.
Kirsche, my brother-in-law called me today to ask me if I knew the guy working on his company's helicopter.
Oh?
I did indeed know the mechanic, and told my brother-in-law to never get in that bird.
Oh no. Did they hire some like janky-ass mechanic? What's going on here? I don't have enough background. Also, my phone volume is on. Hold on. I had my phone volume on because I had to get up at 7 a.m. You know, just in case I don't get up. I needed extra protection. Come on, you. Steve Manard, thank you for the 3-month member. My voice sounds just as hot and silly as always, just a little rougher. Like the best kind of lovemaking. Well, hopefully it won't be rough for long. My lips have been so fucking dry recently. I did try a different brand of lip stuffies because my favorite lip stuffy was also Sheena's favorite lip stuffy. It's called Bite. It doesn't exist anymore. So Bite Cosmetics made really good lip masks with lanolin in them. Lanolin being, I think it's specifically sheep fat. And it makes it like really creamy and it soaks into your lips and it doesn't feel oily or anything. And it's great. I love it. Thumbs up. But for some reason, Bite decided, we know that we got popular because of like our lanolin lip masks, but we're gonna go vegan and we're not gonna have any animal product anymore. And they went bankrupt within a year. So that was funny. Hold on a second, please. Ein Moment, please. I gotta be watching out for like a technician thing, and I saw a car I didn't recognize. I don't know if they're showing up today or tomorrow, but I'm gonna be the one needing to look out for them. Has the new to you antique clock been himboed home? Not yet. Not yet. I do have to ask. I forgot what I was asked that I was answering that I have to ask about. Completely forgot. I have no idea what we were talking about. Lanolin is gained just from washing the sheared wool. No sheep harm at all. That's also very interesting to know. New gamer subs flavor dropped. Graveyard dirt. It's black cherry blueberry. Use code Kirsche to drink some graveyard dirt. What could possibly go wrong? Maybe you too shall inherit the ghostly powers of Indian burial grounds. Brain broke. Brain always breaks. Expedition 33 sweep. I feel like I had Giga deja vu. I think something similar happened last year, where I thought like an award show was on a Sunday, but it was actually on a Thursday, and so I didn't watch it. And let me tell you, that happened again. That happened again. I woke up and I was like, oh, the Game Awards were last night? I thought that was on fucking Sunday, man. Man. You need Kirsche to move and run for office. I don't want to run for office. I want to help other people run for office. Didn't miss much, to be honest. Yeah, but I heard Expedition 33 got a lot of awards, which is great. Brain damage is growing. It really is, unironically. Anya. Kirsche Asmon 2028. I don't think Asmongold would run either. That just doesn't seem like something he would want to do. Also, holy shit, I'm a little far behind here. Ollie Wally, thank you. Finally got to posting images. He put up pics of the Christmas elves I asked about a long time back, so check that out at your leisure. Thank you. Thank you. Steve Man Art, thank you again for the 3-month member. Matt Larson, thank you. Stuck in an all-day meeting. Have fun. Moinya. I hope you have fun. And when you get out of that meeting, I hope you do something that's not fucking boring. Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, boss. Currently at the gym. Hope you're doing well. I'm alive, which is well in a way. Girugamesh, thank you. Imagine having an alarm that makes you late to stream. She actually hates us. I gotta have the redundancies in case I sleep through alarms, you know? Richard Gruber, thank you. Instagram influencer Ethically Carnivore has been arrested again for eating another animal in public. He hunts coyotes and raccoons and eats them raw. How does he not get worms? Don't you get like worms from doing that? Why would you eat wild animal raw? That just seems like asking for trouble, man. What the fuck? Can I look this up? I was gonna start with fucking Black Lives Matter fraud, but like ethically carnivore arrested. Raw meat influencer. This was back in June. The only things that are coming up are back in June of this year. So there's nothing more recent than that. Arrested December 2025. Old news. Yeah, I don't see anything for December, so I'm gonna say fuck off. I don't care about your story anymore. I hate when people post old shit without saying it's old shit. New Mega Man. I don't know much about Mega Man. I'm assuming that's from the show last night. I'm assuming Asmon's too mid to run for office. What do you mean by that? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. What's Foxy's feelings on the YouTube creator purge? There's been a YouTube creator purge? I guess that's my thought. New Divinity game trailer was sick. I'm not a big fan of Divinity. I thought it was really boring when I played it. Glenn, thank you. Beeswax lipstick is the best. I don't like how that feels. Lanolin is the best. And, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. So the Bite people, they went vegan, and then they went out of business, like, less than a year later, because why the fuck would you do that? Why would you sell lanolin lip masks and then change the, like, #1 ingredient of your product and then expect nothing bad to, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you dumb retards? So, unfortunately, I just, like, didn't have anything besides the, like, half a bottle of that lip mask that I was cuddling for the past few years. And it's maple flavored, and I love maple. But I found a company called Lano Lips, and I didn't know they existed, so I don't know how long they've been around. But they also use lanolin in their products, and that's probably going to be the only thing I buy for my lips from now on, because, like, once you've used a lanolin-based, like, lip thing, you pretty much can't use anything else again, because nothing else feels as nice on your lips. YouTube is using AI moderation now, and it's resulted in loads of people being banned for completely absurd reasons. Oh, kind of like all of the completely absurd demonetizations I get, like Quandle Bundwee's name being a slur. That AI moderation doesn't surprise me. AI moderator went on a crusade, thousands of channels deleted. YouTube CEO doubled down on the AI moderation. Well, he's Indian, isn't he? Of course he's gonna be for AI, you know, all Indians involved. Monya. She said the C slur. What's the C slur? C. Thomas Peasant, thank you. Ah! I've lost my place. C. Thomas Peasant, thank you. 13 more days till Christmas. Remember to enjoy the season with friends and family. Merry Christmas, Kirsche and honorable chatters. Thank you. Thank you. J. Treed, thank you. Your boys in 6 told you that I'm the sweetest foxwoman. Also, Dan Crenshaw is gay. Homestead is Dan Crenshaw. And also, what do you mean your boys in 6? I don't know what that means. Did I ever figure out which slur they thought his name was? Nope. Nope, I have no idea. Literally no clue. He's the eye patch politician. Oh! I can see his visage in my head. Dan Crenshaw's a huge disappointment. Oh no. Eleni BC, thank you. Have I seen the Creepy Caleb Hammer subreddit? I saw a post from the Creepy Caleb Hammer subreddit the other day that we made fun of because they seemed like a spastic. One guy got banned because he got his content stolen. Then there got banned for stealing content, and the original poster got banned because the AI moderation linked those two unaffiliated channels. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shadow Ryu Pimp, thank you for the 35 months, dude. Bad latency, thank you. Game Awards was moderately better than last year. That's good to hear. Not as much DEI sloppa, I'm guessing. Engage Target, thank you. Been stuck in an attic all day, rewiring a house. Time to unwind with Anime Foxwoman. I think the Bunker Bros are gonna have to get shit rewired, because I think from the mouse problem, there was some cable nibbling somewhere. It's hilarious the amount of people that see that Caleb, and he doesn't give 2 fucks. It makes for great reading. I just don't understand. It's weird, because all he does is, like, advocate for personal responsibility and yell at people in a little bit of, like, a Jerry Springer way. And everybody fucking seethes at him? That's kind of nuts. Andrew B, thank you for the 29 months, dude. Some streamers go to Korea to start fights. Some eat raw meat. Others just stab their ear. Lichkun, thank you. I gotta scroll again. Thank you, Lichkin. Just wondering how much the wallet will be. Super stoked. I'm not entirely sure, since it will be real leather. So we got some stuff we gotta figure out, because we're a little behind schedule. And we definitely want to get out at least half that drop before December ends. So we're hard grinding at the moment. Evanescence was there at the awards. What year is it? Accountability is their kryptonite. True. Smiler, thank you. You were so hyped for the non-existent Half-Life 3 announcement that you thought you were filling yourself with hope. Then you later realized you were filled up with cope. I don't think Half-Life 3 is real, man. Like, I feel like people have been making Half-Life 3 releasing jokes for over a decade now. SEAL Team 6 is Boys at 6. It was a parody about a message he sent to Sean Ryan, a podcaster ex-SEAL. What? Half-Life 3 will never happen. It wasn't worth the wait. Oh, no. The Watchman, thank you. I should watch the clock and tell us how... Or I should weigh the clock and tell you how heavy it is. You need a new year lifting goal. Do I have a scale I could even use here? There's gotta be one somewhere. Maybe, like, tucked behind, like, gym equipment or some shit. I'll have to figure it out. Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say earlier, too, and then I had to type and I got distracted. I haven't picked up the clock yet, but will soon, TM. Will soon, TM. There's just... I've been doing so fucking much, I haven't had time to, like, get out there. I gotta wake up early for something tomorrow, and I've already forgotten what it is, so I'll have to look and figure out what it is. And then Sunday, I'm also getting up early, and I've also forgotten why. So, my brain has been really, really bad recently. Like, I always talk about how bad my memory is, and, you know, I make jokes about it, because if I don't joke about how bad my memory is, it's actually distressing. But recently, it's been really hard for me to remember nearly anything. And I have just, like, giant blank space in parts of my day where, like, I know I did stuff, but I don't know what I did anymore. Maybe Half-Life 3 was actually the friends we made along the way. Quality of sleep bad? It's kinda bad, yeah, so that might be contributing to it. Phoenix DS, thank you. Kirsche, they're vegan. Of course, they're the R slur. I mean, true. Does YouTube really not let you type fucking retarded in super chats anymore? Really? Pakistani National, thank you. Land O'Lakes lipstick? No, not Land O'Lakes. Land O'Lane. You're not already married and forgot where you left him. I hope not. It's called a gas leak? I don't think it's a gas leak. They just did, like, new tank hookup at the bunker place. So I don't think there's a leak. Don't remind you of Half-Life 3. Oh no, Bridge is giving Kier amnesia. Are they thirst posting Caleb now? No, but apparently the new thing that he posted, it's titled, like, I got assaulted or some shit, so I want to see that. I want to see who decided to assault Caleb. A bad memory. Do you need B12 shots? I don't know. How my CO2 detectors? They exist and they haven't gone off, so, you know. Here's Bunker has a Panzer now? What the heck? Every time you Supa Pippa, they kick it back and you have to guess which slur you didn't hide well enough. Thanks, I hate it. Diego Free Spirit, thank you for the member. Glenn, thank you. Did I see Emiru's new gun video? It was cringy. She needs more training. I saw one, like, a couple of weeks ago where she just showed off the gun and everyone was like, oh my god, you shouldn't point it out on camera because someone might report you for threatening them. And I was like, holy shit. Holy, like, she's not even, like, trying to point it at the camera. It was literally, like, she just moved it. She just moved it from one point to another. Like, it wasn't deliberately aimed at the camera. Stop fucking freaking out, dude. Definitely get or check your CO2 detector. Memory loss and confusion is a real thing with CO2 poisoning. I think you're being a bit crazy. I literally have a terrible memory. There's no CO2 poisoning. I have, like, CO2 detectors in the bunker. Lambie Chop, thank you. Now we just need to get the sheep oil from the gay sheep and call it gay bomb. What the hell? What the fuck? There's a YouTube streamer you watch that's PG. She sets the chat moderation so bad it's like a password decoding to pass with even mild sauce, like saying you killed that jump will get devoured. That's a little wild. That's a little wild. Not poisoned, merely female. Warwolf Gaming, thank you. At least you got what you wanted. Help from the Game Awards with the Arknight's Enfield release date. Yeah, I don't know what Enfield is gonna be like. I know Azure Lane is still making a different game. So that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting to see. Your CO2 detector was going off earlier this week. That's why you're waiting for HVAC techs today. Interesting. Interesting. Cheddar forgets she has a bad memory since well before the bunker. Yeah. Yeah, my memory's always been really fucking bad. It's just slightly worse in the past few days. Memory loss can be related to stress. You have memory issues too. Please make sure to take some time to relax and unwind. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Charminator, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, we should skip Taboo and watch the financial audit episode. It's absolute cinema. The assault one. Oakview, thank you. When your asthma's acting up, your memory's terrible. I don't think my asthma's connected to my memory issues. But I could see if you're hyperventilating how your memory might not work, you know? Isn't it CO that's bad? Carbon monoxide, CO2 is what animals exhale? No, you have the, what, I don't know. I don't know what it's fucking called, but I have the detectors and I don't have whatever the fuck the poisonous thing is. Stop being weird, chat. Banefield F, thank you for the 57-month resub, dude. Thank you. Am I ADHD diagnosed? No, I am not. Probably have a CO, carbon monoxide. CO will kill your ass. They sell detectors everywhere. CO2 detectors are less common, but they can definitely add extra fog to a dodgy memory. I don't know which one it is. I have no idea. Whatever detector that they slap on your house to make sure you don't get invisibly poisoned, we have those. Chat trying to be WebMD. I'm just gonna call everyone a retard if they say anything about gas from this point forward. Ollie Wally, thank you. Congratulations. If you aren't being gassed, you may want to go for a checkup with a neurologist. I'm just gonna skip the rest of that. I'm just gonna skip that, brother. Be jamming, thank you. Still say you should check out White Supremacy by Kaya featuring Boogie2988 from Raider Randy. Probably his best work yet at turning a crash out in song. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anthony, thank you. Memory, what's that? I wish I knew what it was. My memory stopped working in 2009. That's a great title for an AI song. I've already forgotten it. Kirsche, you don't need to wait for the nail tech. You can take an ingrown nail to the doctor. What the fuck is happening? You have a fear of gases, but you're a Jew! Pretty sure it's genetic for all of us. Alright, okay, that one was funny. You have detected that I have gas? You don't mean CO2? Fix your diet! I haven't even eaten any beans! Any bunker worth their salt would have gas masks. I shouldn't have to wear one inside, though, you know? You had a shit memory until you started taking creatine and L-theanine. Wastelander, thank you. You're like that with names. Could work with someone for years. As soon as they leave and come back a week or so, you're all like, hey there, buddy. Recently, I was talking about one of my friends, and, like, from stream, I'm so used to just, like, referring to people by, like, an ambiguous my friend, or just talking about the person by, like, one quality that they have so I can differentiate between people in the story. And so the friend that I was talking to was like, oh yeah, what's your friend's name? And I was like, that's a great question. I don't remember. I was like, well, fuck. You know, I guess that's what happens when you're so used to not using names. Speaking of gas, did I see the explosion on Twitter? Nope. No idea what explosion you talk about. Phoenix DS, thank you. Too bad they didn't make extra RAM for brain to upgrade the memory. Can't. I wish I could upgrade my memory. It's been so bad for so long, and sometimes it's just like, fuck, why does my brain not work? Saw your intro of Pickle on side scrollers. True. True and real. Girugamesh, thank you. You have to shave to put on the mask? Remember, the Austrian painter mustache is perfect for gas masks? What the fuck? What does he mean by this? Some Hispanic workers in Hayward, California hit a gas line and blew up a house. Oh, that's not good. Hopefully nobody was hurt. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. I read that already. Ollie Wally, thank you. Only the first part was see a doctor. The second part was about chat. During my donathon, there were so many people that were talking about, like, fucking CPAP machines because they didn't understand that if I sleep with a microphone next to my face, my snoring is gonna be louder than it is if you were in person laying next to me because I'm snoring into a microphone. And so many people sent me, like, concerned DMs about how I need to see a doctor to see if I need to get a CPAP machine, which, I don't. No, I don't stop breathing while I'm sleeping. Then I ended up just blocking people, because I was like, holy shit, shut the fuck up. Damn, girl, you old. I know, right? I was like, what the fuck? She has sleep apnea. I do not. I do not. World Spectre, thank you. Merry Christmas, Mrs. Foxu. Also, you have a bunker gym. Nice. Now you picture me in yoga pants. Hope your fitness journey is a fruitful one. Thank you. I fucking love fruit, brother. I love the fruit. Your chainsaw headcanon will not be denied. The Aldreth, thank you. Should go try to get a sponsorship from the Come and Go gas station chain? Probably not. I don't know anybody who's gotten a gas station sponsorship. Women snoring is weird? I don't think it's weird, because I've heard every woman in my family snore obscenely loud. You tried the CPAP years ago, but you kept pulling it off while sleeping. That's funny. Come and Go no longer exists? Oh, I've never even heard of it, so, you know. Sounds like vacuum cleaner when sleeping. She sucks and blows. Jesus Christ. Your wife snores? It's a very common thing. Austin Powell, thank you. Hey, Foxwoman, have I seen the trailer for the cartoon Animal Farm movie? It's so bad. No, they're making a cartoon Animal Farm trailer. 2 hours ago. Jesus Christ. 2 hours ago. And this is like Animal Farm, like the book? Like about communism, Animal Farm? The movie is by Angel Films though? What the heck? Are they remaking it? I guess. That seems weird to do. A righteous kill, thank you for the 8 months, dude. The baby's almost here, true. The snoring wasn't weird, but the conversations she had on her sleep were... Look, I only slept talked a couple of times, okay? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Gas masks on. Imagine. A Phoenix DS, a thank you, my guy. You can sleep in the basement and can be heard upstairs snoring. That's kind of crazy. Either your house has paper-thin walls and floors, or your snoring can literally generate electricity. Game Awards wasn't that bad. Claire Obscura Expedition 33 swept the competition. Yeah, I heard they got like 7 or 8 awards or some shit. It was kind of crazy. The Watchmen, thank you. Be sure to test your detectors and replace the batteries every few months. Yeah. Replace the batteries. That's talent. Alright, well, I don't know why they're remaking Animal Farm, but I guess let's see how badly this has been fucked up, because I can't imagine making a movie about commie fucks in current year going well. 2 hours ago. Feels absolutely nothing like the original. Interesting. Angel Studios, the people who made God's Children, are not for sale. I don't know what that means. They'll make the pigs the heroes of the movie. Angel Studios is a Christian group. I don't know what Angel Studios is, because it says Joe Blow Animated Videos. Sure, it will be Orwellian, and not in the good way. Give me some oats, brother. Well, let's see what's going on.
Cock-a-doodle!
Okay. Chicken. Angel.
Hi, Lucky.
What's up?
We are going on vacation.
I do hope it's somewhere good.
What does that say?
Laughter House!
That sounds awesome. I love to laugh.
It's a slaughterhouse.
Look at all this deliciousness. They want this.
What
Do
the
you
fuck?
want to be food, or do you want freedom? Then let's fight for it.
The Dude Weed Pig. It's directed by Andy Serkis. I don't know who that is.
Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy.
4 legs, good. 2 legs, bad.
No animal shall wear clothes,
Huh? What? We're show pigs.
and all animals are equal.
Animals running a farm? I had to see it for myself.
Thank you. Aw, so cute.
Activate cute eyes.
I'd rather gouge them out.
What?
I want that farm.
We should move into the farmhouse, so the humans know we're in charge.
You are about to become my new best friend.
I'm a little confused at how there's like another evil person, cause like weren't the pigs the evil people? What's happening? The pigs for Wendy's made by chickens for KFC. The evil white woman, am I right? This is not Animal Farm. I'm a little confused. Voice cast including Seth Rogen, Glenn Close, Woody Harrelson, Kieran Culkin. Wasn't Kieran the name of the, like, ABDL guy who posted, like, a dating Discord server? Toxic Mix, thank you. On your birth miss, you're catching Foxy live, and Ilhan Omar might get deported. The gift you wanted and the gift you didn't know you needed. 36 counts of old I ain't so bad. I don't know what that means. But I also would love if Ilhan Omar actually got deported. I would love to see something actually fucking happen for once. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. They unironically made the communists the good guys? Oh god. Yeah? What the fuck?
Pigs and humans working together. I like the
Okay, okay.
Love the optics. What are optics?
I think it's a kind of seafood.
The evil lady's working with the pigoo.
You're wearing clothes.
Would you look at that? I am.
Everything's different, but we're still friends.
All animals are
Why are the pigs wearing clothes? Because all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others.
equal, but some are more equal than others.
See?
This is our home.
Squealer!
I parked the car!
Let's have no one do that again.
Animal Farm, A Cautionary Tales. In theaters May 1st. Recommended for ages 11 and up.
Interesting that they put the cautionary
Thank you for
tale.
clicking on our video, everybody.
What the heck?
If you
What the heck? I don't know what that is, but definitely interested to see what they do with this movie when it actually comes out. Definitely will want to see it. Seth Rogen's doing an Animal Farm movie? Yeah, that's exactly how you expected Hollywood to do Animal Farm. If you're gonna be honest, you notice they made the pig a turbo capitalist. It'll be very interesting to see how they go about doing this. Wonder if they'll make the head pigu like Orange Man in any way. That would be so predictable. I really hope they wouldn't. Evan Hawkenfriars, thank you. Behold the pro-communist version of Animal Farm. I hope you're just being pessimistic. Yeah, I also hope that that's pessimism. I don't feel like there should be any hope in Hollywood, so the pessimistic outlook is the most realistic one. Debating if it's worth pirating. I don't... When did it say it comes out? May 1st, 2026? Damn, that's far from now. Damn. Pyro Z, thank you for the broom. Thank you for brooming. It's Seth Rogen. It'll suck by his mere association. I guess they seem to go back towards the actual story, but having a big bad corporate capitalist woman corrupt the pigs to do it is so California. Yeah? I hope that instead of big bad capitalisms, it's going more in a direction of like, when you try these utopian ideals, just the natural greed will make sure that that never works, you know? I hope that's more of the direction rather than trying to blame capitalism for the ills of communism. I'd be so fucking weird. A deranged hermit, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you. Thank you. It's being made by Angel Studios. They're a Christian studio and aren't woke at all. Yeah, people were saying that, and then we watched the trailer, so we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, the evil pig is a take on Hassan being a champagne communist. That would be funny. Master Prick, thank you. Andy Serkis is Gollum from Lord of the Rings and Caesar, the main ape from New Planet of the Apes. I've not seen either of those movies. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Kosa passed the Sun Committee. I don't know what the Sun Committee is, so I don't know what that means. What is a Sun Committee? Do we also have a Moon Committee? No shot, you haven't watched Lord of the Rings. Several people have tried to show me Lord of the Rings, but I can't stay awake long enough to finish the movie. I need to watch it with someone I'm dating, I think is the way to go. B Jammin', thank you. The movie feels like those AI-generated Pixar movie posters about the Klan or Adolf or Rwanda that were popular a few years ago. What the heck? What the heck? Apparently, this is for certain audiences, and Twitch decided to stop and warn you. Yeah, that happens here. Pig isn't an accurate Hassan. The head is too big. What the heck? Sole voice of approval for not watching long movies. What do you mean? No. How the hell have you not seen either Lord of the Rings or Planet of the Apes? Those are like ultimate classics. I think monkeys are very ugly, and so on that principle alone, I never watched Planet of the Apes. And I've had people try to show me Lord of the Rings, but it's just so long. I fall asleep, man. Monkey. Look, I just don't like monkeys, all right? It's okay, you also have never watched Planet of the Apes? Planet of the Apes movies were shit, were they? I mean, I heard them talked about often, I just haven't watched them. She hasn't watched Star Wars, you bet? I see you're new here, sir. Of course I haven't watched Star Wars. Here, date some Lord of the Ring fan in chat for the 12 hours needed to watch the extended editions. A monkey ugly, she hates us. Dr. Zawis, I don't know what that means. We love her, but Kirsche's brain is pretty mushy. No one can be perfect. That's true. That's true and real. She doesn't watch movies. I don't. Have I seen Jurassic Park? Yeah, I have seen Jurassic Park a bunch of times. Jurassic Park was great. Have I watched Gundam at all? You need to. It's good for the soul. Yeah, I watched that when it was on Adult Swim. Seth voices the evil pig. Oh boy. Don't worry, we can watch Lord of the Ring director's cut together. That's not gonna happen, man. That's just not gonna happen. I don't want to watch that. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Subcommittee now by 3 votes. Oh, you meant sub, not son. I was very confused. What is the subcommittee and why are they voting on it? Bike Shorts, thank you. Seth Rogen as a commie pig actually makes sense. You can never forget what he said when his car got broken into in LA. Yeah, that pretty much lives rent-free in my head. Mr. Magic Al, thank you. Andy Serkis is also Renoir in Expedition 33. Wait, really? Really? That's kind of crazy! I hope this movie's not shit, so I don't look sadly upon his head. That is accurate. That's pretty neat. Derek Boise, thank you. Take me on a date just to watch those movies? Man. Andy Serkis does lots of roles. Apparently, that's crazy. I'm never gonna remember that guy's name, though. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Hey, you're not ugly. You're not a monkey! LB Weaver. Oh, thank you, my guy. Yes, you fall asleep too. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. The only movie she's seen is Equilibrium for one reason. Hey! That's not true! I've seen a couple of movies, actually. Alright? Pain chatter. Even one of your cats watched the Star Wars OT. She was confused, but liked the colors and the movement. I would also be confused. Every day you thank God you're not a monkey. Well, you can eat the bugs off your monkey brethren. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Apparently some people are upset that Expedition 33 sweeped at the awards. Why would they be upset? It's such a good fucking game. What is there to be upset about? Lord of the Rings React stream when? You can't do that, actually. Looking at your chest and arms, you don't see a lot of evidence that you're not a monkey. What the fuck? Mercenary, thank you. Hey, Foxwoman, have I seen the R RoboCop remake Scene 27? What the fuck? Even, let's just pretend for a second that I would have seen something called Our RoboCop, the remake. Let's just pretend there's a universe where that's happened. In what universe would I be able to remember which scene was Scene 27? To be completely fair. If sure, make sure you don't watch it on stream. Only watch party with drunk friends. I will completely forget that that movie even exists 10 seconds from now. Some people want gun game to win because non-gun games are boring. Brains mushier than yours. What the fuck? A punished Opie, thank you. Attention, Foxy. The Lord of the Rings marathon will continue until morale improves. I'm glad you like the movies. I just can't stay awake for them. Master Prick, thank you. Andy Serkis is the guy you get from mocap acting. Also, as an experiment, watch Star Wars in chronological order. Probably like the old Planet of the Apes, since they're not realistic. Are they supposed to be realistic? Emperor Creatine, thank you. The best part of Expedition 33. Sweeping? Why did you spell sweeping that way? The Game Awards winning 9 of 11. That's funny. Sir, another Frenchman has hit the video game towers. Was watching Kojima skulk away in shame after losing? Bro, he's got like world-renowned name recognition. Why would he be that upset about the Expedition crew sweeping this year? Engage Target, thank you. Expedition 33 sets a precedent that most developers and gamers who enjoy slop are afraid of. I need to return to the world where Expedition 33-like games are actually propped up over the sloppa. LB Weaver, thank you. Did I see the first RoboCop? Maybe? I don't remember. Because Jeff is his boyfriend. What the heck? Mercenary, thank you. Remember when RoboCop shops the dresses in the alley scene? Now take that and dial it to 11 with so many people getting the same treatment. No. No, I don't remember that. I'm not good at remembering. I was trying to think, and I can't. Have I seen Starship Troopers? I think so. I think my mom watched that at one point, so I probably watched it. Chat's having a day, it seems. They're gonna ask me if I've seen, and the answer is going to be 99% no. Topa Zora, thank you. Don't recall Animal Farm being a story for children, so making it a movie for children would seem not a good movie. I don't know, I feel like considering the amount of communists pushing their shit in the educational institutions, maybe it's a good thing if they're actually going to be somewhat true to the book and this is going to be a movie warning kids about communism. That could be a good thing. Have you seen Birth of a Nation? I think my brain's getting it confused with American History X, so I'm gonna say I don't remember. Starship Troopers was meant to be complete satire, but people thought it was serious. I don't remember anything about Starship Troopers. Zero Shot Hollywood would critique communism? Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Kirsche's brain is extra mushy today. It is. It really is. Chat, if a movie exists, then Kirsche hasn't seen it. That's pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Honest question, have you seen more bad movies than good movies? Probably, because I like watching bad movies. I think they're fun. I think they're fun. That's why I like Red Letter Media. It feeds my I want to watch bad movies with people needs. Hiro Hatake, thank you. Frieza. The cat hates monkeys too. What the heck? What the heck? Honest question, or honest answer, have I seen the Zeitgeist tapes? I haven't even heard of them. So, no. Like, what? Shadow, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The tent pole, thank you. Thanks for the laughs, Foxy, man. Chat woke up and chose pain, pretty much. The chat, which movies haven't you seen? You know, pretty much all of them, to be fair. Did I watch the American Pie movies? Yeah, I watched those. I make the flute joke every so often. Spaz Badger, thank you. Thank you, my guy. The Willy shooting scene? I don't know what that means. Have I seen there's a remake of Silent Night, Deadly Night happening? No. I also don't remember that movie. There's a Star Wars MMO called The Old Republic. Absolutely would never touch that even if I was paid to. Kirsche would love the YouTube channel Good Bad or Bad Bad. Probably seen movies on the channel? Probably, but I have Red Letter Media that I haven't watched in like a year for that. Have I seen the National Lampoon movies? Maybe 1 or 2 of them? Question mark? I don't know. Anthony, thank you. Don't forget to use code Kirsche to save 10% on a tub of the new Sups flavor Graveyard Dirt! Black Cherry Blueberry. Black Cherry Blueberry sounds like it would be very tasty. I used to play the Old Republic quite a bit. Good times. I did not. Mercenary, 21, thank you. I need to watch party both the first movie and the Scene remake. I'll be laughing like crazy. You apologize if I die laughing. I just don't have a lot of time to watch movies, so I just don't have much interest in watching them. Is chat trying to ask you all these questions for Christmas present ideas? I don't know. And Simonska, thank you. The orcs need to go home. Long live Uma Musume Pretty Derby. I saw fucking, was it PETA get community noted? Because they posted, like, one of the Uma Musumes with, like, a broken bone or some shit. And they got community noted because that breaks, like, the TOS for fan art of the Uma Musumes. I was like, that's really fucking funny. Mika Lim, thank you. Have I seen Better Call Saul? Season 6, Episode 4. It's 17 minutes, 13 seconds. That do feel like what chat is right now, unironically. Yeah, PETA the horse is here. Jesus Christ. Where was I? I'm scrolling. I'm fucking scrolling. Game of Travis, thank you. You watched Lord of the Rings movies in theaters way back when and you fell asleep during the Two Towers. The movies are boring. Why did you watch? I mean, I'm sure they're like fucking fantastical and an amazing feat of cinematography. But like, I just, it's so easy to fall asleep during them. Mildly OCD, thank you. Have I seen my reflection? You think it's quite nice to watch? Aww. I only have like 2 mirrors available. Need to get a fidget spinner for chat to distract them from the current tism fixation. It do be like that, Mr. Stancil. Glenn, thank you. RoboCop stops AS by shooting the bad guy in his happy place. What is an AS? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Loved classics like Gone with the Wind, though you might just be weird. They make a lot of lamps, or at least they used to make a lot of lamps for Gone with the Wind. I don't know why there's so many lamps for Gone with the Wind. Chat, please, no more movie talk. This is more painful than any article. The Wastelander, thank you. Hey, Miss Kirsche, do you remember when, her brain at the moment, AOL dial-up noises? It really is. C3 Witchman, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, might want to coordinate with Unsub and their plan to kidnap Asmon. Wait, we're kidnapping Asmon? I'm fucking down. Let's do it, brother. I don't know if he even needs to be kidnapped. I feel like he would just kind of come along willingly, you know? Intrepid Mercenary, thank you. What would a movie called Kirsche be about? Hopefully my childhood upbringing, right? That would be interesting to watch. Shaddy's Oopsie Doodle, thank you. What the heck? Are you still waiting for Disney to remake Tarzan? Why would you say that? I should watch the anime Soul Eater. That name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've seen it or not. Master Prick, thank you. Don't watch movies. Perfect for bonding with himbo. Exactly. Exactly. Shiverfluff, thank you for the 7-month member. Have you seen the Foxy? She's not lost. Just super cute and amazing. I'm always lost, actually. I'm literally always lost. Grumpy Ian, thank you. Remember watching Animal Farm? Your mom rented it because the cover looked like a kid's movie. Babe, it was not like the kid's movie, and it scared toddler you for a long time. I see the kids movie Babe. So you can't even say the name of a movie in a context like that could also just be another word in the sentence. I thought you would do the thing where you just like, Babe, that's not a kids movie. Oh my god. Day Aniki Cotton, thank you. You can see why Discord mods are so heavy-handed. Fans are wackadoos. What do you mean by this? Also, I don't think my mods are typically too heavy-handed. There's just certain things we have to abide by, unfortunately, for Discord TOS reasons, and also certain people who exist in my Discord reasons, you know? Used to cosplay Stein from S. I don't know what that means. They can't actually. The author's family refuses to work with Disney. That's why they've been slowly removing Tarzan from the parks. Really? I wonder why the author's family refuses to work with Disney. I mean, good on them, to be fair. The legacy won't be tarnished, but, you know. Yeah, I'm on you. Not a duplicate. Mr. Shadow Man, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on cake. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good for the Burrows family? Is that the name of the family behind Tarzan? Kirsche's mods are great, especially the higher up ones. You've interacted with many of them many times. They've been nothing but cool. We have unfortunate Discord shitty TOS to adhere to. Yeah, I know. Wondering, did I watch the Game Awards? I thought they were on Sunday, so, no. Windstalker, thank you for the 3-month member. The 2025 Animal Farm movie is a subversion. They're going to change it to a critique of corporate greed instead of communism. It was released at a fest. See, that would be really bad. And also, I don't like being right as often as I am, because I've been complaining about, like, whenever I bring up Bridge and, like, what those companies are doing and how people have been complaining about it in, like, movies and comics and video games for even far longer. And then everybody is just like, oh, we've beat the sweet baby menace, so people know that woke is broke and, you know, they're not going to do it anymore. And it's like, well, it doesn't matter if you as an individual own the classics. If they keep remaking IPs with their political slant to them, and the new generations keep consuming the new sloppa, that is eventually just going to be what people know. Even if you as an individual own the classics and show your specific children the classics, they're not going to be what everyone holds in the forefront of their memory. And transforming these IPs, changing all of the stories to fit for the quote-unquote modern audience is how they create that. The modern audience does not currently exist. They're wanting to create it with the newer generations consuming the sloppa with their political messaging. And so I really, really hope that this Animal Farm does not follow suit in that. Do I have faith that it will not? Absolutely not, because it's fucking Hollywood. But it would be nice if it did not. Slime Averick, thank you.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Thank you for raid, Moomy playing games. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Windstalker, thank you for the 3-month member. Again, thank you, thank you. Slime Averick, thank you. Chat, of course, Kirsche doesn't watch movies. She's a nerd that reads books. For the Foxu and Kirsches. I used to read a lot. I haven't read a book in quite a few years now, though. Nicolate says, VF, thank you. Hail Foxu may wish to watch the 7-episode Pendragon Cycle adaptation from author Stephen R. Lawford by The Daily Wire. What the fuck is happening? You wish Mel Gibson was behind that Animal Farm movie, then we could be sure it wouldn't get subverted. And people said it's like the voice of Renoir from Expedition 33. I don't know if he's some kind of weirdo. I don't know anything about what he believes. Just find it weird that Jeff NTRing Kermit the Frog by snatching Miss Piggy. Brother, what? Chat woke up and chose retardation. LB Weaver, thank you. I gotta scroll up, holy shit. LB Weaver, thank you. Disney remaking Tarzan, you know the boy will be gay. You can't just make gay Tarzan! Andy Serkis Renoir is a relatively sane and that his political life is pretty private as far as you know. That'd be great. That'd be great. I know. Shadow, thank you for another 10 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. A big gift blanket energy. A Zuzu BQ, thank you for the 4 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Mercenary 21, thank you. Trying to get this through the filter, but SA stands for unwilling happy. Oh, sexual assault. I don't remember the context any longer. Fuck. VSK, thank you. Used to watch the Lord of the Rings movies as a child to fall asleep since you love them, but your brain now connects them to falling asleep. So you can't watch one through and you regret your decisions. I could probably fall asleep to a lot of movies. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Kirsche, have you seen film you have zero interest in? True! Bike Shorts, thank you. It's okay, you too don't watch movies. Last time you went to the movies was in 2016 on your first college date to see the new Tyler Perry movie. Have I ever seen a Tyler Perry movie? Like, I recognize the name, but I don't know if I've seen any of his movies. Andy Serkis is very woke in interviews, but yeah, his political leanings are not really known. Andy was also Gollum in Lord of the Rings. I've never seen an interview with him, so I wouldn't know. Angel Studios made a video regarding an American Catholic saint by including subversion of including feminist topics, housing, and healthcare. They're 100% subversion. Man. Tyler Perry made one good movie, and he's been remaking it under different names ever since. Is he like the... Is he like the black man dresses up as a large fat black woman movie guy? Is it that? Yes? Okay. Alright. I kinda think I know who that is. The Medea lady? Yeah, I've heard of the name Medea. Got it in one. Oh my god. Be jamming, thank you. The e-girl that neglected her baby. She wasn't a Twitch streamer, and the platform she streamed on actually deleted her channel. If she wasn't a Twitch streamer, where the fuck did she stream? I mean, I guess she could have been a YouTube streamer, but I feel like if she was, you would have said that. Was she like an OnlyFans streamer? Like, what? God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 5 gift members, thank you. Thank you. Help. Battleizer, thank you. Hey Foxy, do you happen to know anything about the stolen bronze statues which were scheduled to be delivered to the Himbonia capital? Thank you for the satire. It's so precise, man. You haven't seen a movie since you and your ex-fiance saw Venom 2 together? I do not remember the last movie I saw in theaters. I think the last movie I saw in theaters was unironically when I went to go see The Joker 2 with Pippa. I think unironically that's the last time I was in an actual theater. Do we need to turn the autism down? What do you mean? Cursed movie? That's such a bad movie. It was so bad. Yeah, that tracks. I mean, look, I just don't have time for movie theaters, man. Ram Bam, thank you. Edgar Rice Burroughs created both Tarzan and John Carter of Mars. You see, I don't even know if that's real. You guys can be like, Bo Bean Bimbop is the guy who created Snow White, and I'd be like, sure, man, I don't know. Is that why you and Pippa don't collab anymore? No, we're just both retardedly busy. That's real. You want John Carter of Mars? John Carpenter is a real author? He's an aardvark now. Oh my god. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Movie about Kirsche would be about me living through my childhood and then battling an AGP like Gandalf in the Balrog. But this time, Kirscholf lives. What the fuck? What the heck? Engage Target, thank you. BlackRock and Vanguard it pretty much admitted. Fuck! I hate when YouTube chat scrolls. I'm sorry. BlackRock and Vanguard pretty much admitted on wanting to force people to be the modern audience. Yes! Yes, they have! And like a couple of people, when I said the modern audience doesn't exist, they're trying to create it, a couple of people were like, that makes a lot of sense. That makes this cartoon, it's kind of making sense right now. And then a lot of other people were like, that's stupid. That's stupid. They're making this slopper specifically for themselves and their friends. Why would it be for any other reason? And it's like, do you really think they're losing money just to sell it to like the 30 people that believe in their cult shit right now? You really don't think the commies are trying to create a modern audience and then using subversive language? So instead of us trying to stop them from creating the modern audience, we'll get distracted laughing at them like, ha! Your woke stuff doesn't sell because there is no modern audience. And then they get to just laugh at us for being retarded because you are, if you believe that. You saw and watched Predator Badlands, right? Man. Patchouli, thank you. A movie called Kirsche would easily be a psycho thriller about living with your mom. Fund it. Oh my god. We'd literally have a Here's Johnny moment. It's like no one learned from Gamergate. It's also exhausting. The last movie you saw in theaters was Jurassic World Rebirth with your mom. You absolutely hated the movie, but you like spending time with your mom? Understandable. They think that they can create a generic culture, which just means they're subverting and destroying whatever culture you actually have. Yep. You unironically saw a commie defending preservatives in heavily processed foods because Orange Man bad. They're losing their minds. What the fuck? Wasn't it the BlackRock CEO who said we have to force behaviors? Yes, Larry Fink was the one who said we have to start forcing behaviors. Which was around the same time we found that other DEI lady in an interview saying you have to sneak the DEI vegetables in because the fussy babies won't eat what's good for them. We'll need to cast a woman with massive tits to be your mom. Gotta find one with massive natural tits first. The Hurricane, thank you for the 5 gift members, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Bad latency, thank you. Yeah, apparently Jeff and Miss Piggy is canon now. That's incredibly fucking weird. Inglourious Bastards was still the best theater experience. You can't wait for the Kill Bill re-release. I don't want to see how they'll butcher my boy. I actually really fucking like Kill Bill. Kill Bill is an amazing movie, and I don't want to see them fuck it up. The devs put your name into the game, we unbanned. I had a banned game here? What? Unalive William. Psycho, thank you. New Year's Eve is on a Thursday. Am I gonna stream it again this year? Probably. Probably will stream New Year's Eve. Hot take, Kill Bill is upper end of mid. I mean, that's fine. I liked the movie, though. Kill Bill will be all the movies in one shot, plus shit that got cut out. Mercenary 21, thank you. Tyler Perry also owns a movie studio in Georgia, which has an 80% replica of the White House, where Biden did his vax shot. Why? That seems like a weird place to get it done. Gonna be a full 4-hour cut of the movie, how it was supposed to be. That's a long-ass movie. That's a long-ass movie. Alright, I think I'm caught up, maybe? No, I'm not. In a moment. I thought I was. I was not. Phoenix DS, thank you. Glad you never saw Joker 2. You heard it bombed. It was really bad. The entire movie was basically just like, if you liked the first movie, fuck you. It was really weird. Punished Opie, thank you. John Carter might be Kirsche's perfect himbo. Who's John Carter? Teresa May, thank you for the 4 months of Proom, thank you. Gordo the Gamer, thank you for the 29-month member, thank you. Zim the Despo, thank you. Bad news in the car fixing saga. It turns out you pick up hot water, get into the oil supply, and now the engine is fucked. Now you need to get a new vehicle. How does that even happen? How does that even happen? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I don't want you.
Fell asleep watching Kill Bill. I'm sure I'd fallen asleep watching Kill Bill. I fell asleep during, The Shining, and I watched The Shining like a million fucking times. I love that movie. Doesn't mean I haven't fallen asleep, you know? Okay. Alright. We've been fucking asking me about movies for a hot fucking minute here. Let us get into some titular tabs, because I got a lot of tabs. I got a lot of tabs about stuff that's going on today. Stuff that's happening. Happening. So in my tabs here, I wanted to start out with, to no one's surprise, someone else in Black Lives Matter. The Oklahoma City director stole $3.15 million in donations. Tashila Sherry Amore Dickerson faces up to 20 years in federal prison. I'm so shocked that there's more people stealing money in Black Lives Matter. How could anyone have predicted this? Are we surprised? And she stole it from others. A book, throw it. It says, a federal grand jury indictment has been unsealed, charging Tashila Sherry Amore Dickerson, 52, of Oklahoma City, with wire fraud and money laundering, announced U.S. Attorney Robert Troster. According to the indictment, beginning in at least 2016, Dickerson served as the executive director of Black Lives Matter, Oklahoma City. As executive director, Dickerson had access to Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City's bank, PayPal, and Cash App accounts. The indictment alleges that although Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City was not a registered tax-exempt organization, under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code, it accepted charitable donations through its affiliation with the Alliance for Global Justice, based in Arizona. Alliance for Global Justice served as a fiscal sponsor to Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City and required Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City to use its funds only as permitted by Section 501c3. Alliance for Justice Global also required Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City to fully account upon request for the disbursement of all funds received and prohibited Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City from using its funds to purchase real estate without Alliance for Global Justice's consent. I like how they fucking put that real estate thing in there because BLM just turned into buy large mansions at some point. Beginning in late spring 2020, Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City raised funds to support its social justice mission from online donors, as well as national bail funds. In total, Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City raised more than $5.6 million, which included grants from national bail funds, including the Community Justice Exchange, the Massachusetts Bail Fund, of course, the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Most of those funds were routed through AFGJ as a fiscal sponsor to Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City. According to the indictment, Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City was supposed to use the National Bail Fund grants to post pretrial bail for individuals arrested in connection with protests for racial justice after the death of George Floyd.
Save Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen.
When bail funds were returned to Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City, the National Bail Fund sometimes allowed Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City to keep all or a portion of the grant funding, to establish a revolving bail fund, or for Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City's social justice mission, as permitted by Section 501c3. Despite the stated purpose of the money raised and the terms and conditions of the grants, the indictment alleges that beginning in June 2020 and continuing through at least October 2025, this bitch was doing it for the full fucking 5 years, holy shit. Dickerson embezzled funds from Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City's accounts for her personal benefit. The indictment alleges Dickerson deposited at least $3.15 million in returned bail checks into her personal accounts, rather than into Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City's accounts. Among other things, Dickerson then used these funds to pay for, and before we get to the list, they had raised a total of like, what did they say? 5.6 million. And she embezzled 3.15 million of that 5.6. That's crazy. More than 50% embezzlement rate. Holy shit, dude. People out here paying price gougers for food at the grocery store. She ignored her community. F that lady, right? We know that last names come from family trades, like Smithson was the blacksmith's son. Can someone please explain Dickerson? Impressive. Yeah, it's impressive that she was able to get away with it for so long. That's absurd. So the money that she embezzled went to pay for recreational travel to Jamaica and the Dominican Republic for herself and her associates, tens of thousands of dollars in retail shopping, at least $50,000 in food and grocery deliveries for herself and her children, $50,000 in grocery and food delivery over 5 years. That is insanity. A personal vehicle registered in her name, and six real estate properties in Oklahoma City deeded in her own name or in the name Equity International LLC, an entity she exclusively controlled. This bitch was like, one lodge mansion ain't enough for me. I need 6. What the fuck? The indictment further alleges that Dickerson used interstate wire communication to submit 2 false annual reports to the Alliance for Global Justice on behalf of Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City. Dickerson reported that she had used Black Lives Matter Oklahoma City funds only for tax-exempt purposes. She did not disclose that she used funds for her personal benefit. Man, I legitimately do not know what to say about something like this. How much massive fraud from people in positions of like any kind of influence or power, how much have they been able to sap is what I want to know. Like, how much fraud has been going on exactly? Because it feels like every day we just uncover so much fucking more fraud than anyone ever knew had been happening. You know exactly what to say, but don't want you getting banned, so we'll quietly glow. We love quietly glowing, like a fireplace in the winter. If Caleb Hammer saw how much she spent on DoorDash, he'd stroke out. True and real. I had another article open here, just in case, like, that didn't have a ton of information. But, let's see here. Yeah, she reported annual filings that the sizable donations were used for only tax-exempt purposes. Yeah, I bet they were. Let's see, what's this here? These are some of the properties. Federal prosecutors allege Dickerson diverted over $3.15 million in returned bail checks into her personal bank accounts. And we have date of deed, March 4th, 2021. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4? 4 addresses. Wait, did she buy 4 different fucking things? East 22nd Street, Northeast, Northeast, Northeast. So I guess maybe it's like a couple of plots of land for $278,000. And then another property in 2022, and then later in 2022, another property. That's crazy. Local branch raised more than $5.6 million through its affiliation with the Arizona-based Alliance for Global Justice. We read that in the other article. $50,000 on groceries and food deliveries, shelled out tens of thousands on retail shopping. Money funded a personal car in her name and 6 Oklahoma City properties. In a nearly 13-minute Facebook video, Dickerson said she was not in custody and was doing fine, while attempting to explain that the charges levied against her are common in the type of work that she does. Oh my god. I cannot make an official comment about what transpired today, she said in the chaotic video filmed in her car while wearing an oxygen mask, noting that she knew the indictment was coming. I am home, I am safe, I have confidence in our team. A lot of times when people come at you with these types of things, it's evidence that you're doing the work. The work, eh? That's just what I'm standing on. She bizarrely insisted that her long-winded video was not an official statement, but rather a message to her family and friends who were worried about her. Even as she urged people to register to vote, remain engaged, and promised to remain active in her community to secure liberation for her people. What? Dickerson faces up to 20 years in federal lockup for each wire fraud count and 10 years for each money laundering charge, along with potential fines of up to $250,000 per count. I hope she gets the maximum, dude. Punished Opie, thank you. The audacity of this bitch. It's crazy how much she's money laundered. What are the odds that even $1 was legally handled or managed properly? If this was any other group, it would never have gone on this long, right? Right? See, Thomas the Peasant, thank you. The amount of fraud that's connected to Black Lives Matter continues to validate your almost 2 decades-long disdain for these charlatans. Honest people struggle to pay bills while Black Lives Matter live in golden hovels. And, I mean, again, like, if you watched any of the rioting happening, they destroyed a lot of Black-owned businesses in the riots. So it's like, none of this was ever about Black lives actually mattering, but that's because all Marxists know is subversions and lies, you know? Did I see Sherm lost 11.5 lawsuit for racial discrimination? No. Link, brother? Engage Target, thank you. The organization that popped up a vile criminal turned out to be vile criminals. I'm shocked, right? Right? Phoenix DS, thank you. You're here from the government, and I'm here to help. A saying that puts fear into the hearts of people, like Black Lives Matter. They claim to help a community, but end up defrauding it. Who'd have thunk? It's almost like you could see this coming. It's almost like everyone should have known this was a scam. It was really sad seeing so many people donate, dude. Massive Doge, thank you. Black Lives Matter. It's free real estate, pretty fucking much. Maybe Black Lives Matter should stand for laundering money. True. True and real. Simonsk, thank you. YouTube here. FoxyEXE is beginning to overheat. Please bathe in butter. Thank all your brothers and sisters for your service. Heck yeah, man. It's in the bridge emailer. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Let me go check. I gotta go find my email that has the bridge mailers. I think it's this one. Beep, 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 beep. Bridge. Let's fucking see. Project Forward Weekly Guidance. Alright. Register now for Bridge 26. Damn, how the fuck is the year pretty much over at this point? That's crazy. Human resource giant found liable in 11.5 million race discrimination and retaliation verdict. You know, this is really, really interesting timing after we just watched that SHRM conference. Let me see. Previously issued executive orders. Omnicom IPG merger triggers sweeping benefit cuts, deep restructuring, and a new compliant restraint following closing. We've talked about Omnicom Media quite a bit here as well. $13 billion Omnicom IPG merger. Holy shit. That's crazy. All right. Let me switch browser here for a second so we can look at the bridge mailer. So, human resources giant found liable in 11.5 million race discrimination and retaliation verdict. On December 5th, 2025, a federal jury in Colorado returned an $11.5 million verdict against the Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM, in a race discrimination and retaliation lawsuit brought by former employee Rahab Muhammad. Well, that's not what I was expecting. Battleizer, thank you. Please let the useful idiots see her using the work and associate it with embezzlement because it would be so funny. Oh my god. Oh god, the hiccups are coming on strong today. The case centered on... Wait a minute, hold on. I think I missed a sentence. I looked down to open a bottle of water. court records show the jury awarded approximately $1.5 million in compensatory damages and $10 million in punitive damages, finding that Sherm had unlawfully discriminated against Muhammad because of her race and retaliated against her after she raised internal concerns. The case centered on allegations that Muhammad, who served in senior learning and development role, was subjected to differential treatment compared with white colleagues and faced escalating workplace hostility after reporting those concerns to leadership and HR. Sherm denied wrongdoing during the trial and argued that his actions were based on legitimate performance-related considerations. Following the verdict, Sherm stated that it intends to appeal, calling the outcome inconsistent with the evidence presented and reiterating that it does not tolerate discrimination of any kind. The decision comes just weeks after Sherm faced separate industry criticism regarding programming choices at its annual Inclusion Conference, a reputational controversy previously covered in issue 40. The legal interpretation by the lawyers that work together here with Bridge, let me boost this. The verdict against Sherm arises under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits employment discrimination on the basis of race and protects employees from retaliation for opposing or reporting such discrimination. By awarding damages on both the discrimination and retaliation claims, the jury found that race was an unlawful factor in Sherm's treatment of Rehab Muhammad and that adverse actions followed her complaints about the treatment. The judgment includes $1.5 million in compensatory damages and $10 million in punitive damages, reflecting a determination that Sherm's conduct met the legal standard for punitive liability, acting with malice or reckless indifference to federally protected rights. While large punitive awards in single plaintiff employment cases are not unprecedented, such awards are typically subject to post-trial motions and potential review under statutory and constitutional restraints. That's disappointing. You actually find it difficult to believe they did discriminate against someone non-white in favor of white people. Yeah, I'm very shocked because usually the discrimination is going in the other direction, so I kind of want to know what happened. That's how they got the judgment. Had it been brought by a white dude, no co-jury would have returned the verdict no matter how well-founded the case. Well, I want to know what it was, right? Professor John Wolfman, thank you yet again. The frog gets stung by the scorpion. Zantetsu, thank you for the CRCs. What was the phrase about serving in medicine? The best medicines are served cold? Simonsk, thank you. Foxu, time flows faster when winning, slower when, 2021 to 2025. Foxu Nation rise. I hate the fast movement of time. Charminator, thank you. Is this some sort of commie DEI civil war? I have no idea. And they're getting slapped by their own weaponized logic pretty fucking much. Battleizer, thank you. I read that earlier. I just wanted to make sure I'm caught up here. What was the demographic breakdown of the jury? A notable feature of the case is the court's treatment of Sherm's position as an authority on human resources best practices. Before trial, Sherm sought to bar references to its HR expertise, arguing that such evidence would unfairly hold it to a higher standard than other employers. The court denied that motion, ruling that Sherm's asserted HR expertise was integral to the case and could not reasonably be excluded. This allowed the plaintiff to present evidence and argument about how Sherm's internal handling of her complaints compared with the standards it promotes publicly. Muhammad's counsel later stated that the jury had listened closely to the evidence and that the verdict would send a broader message to workplaces nationwide. Sherm has stated that it strongly disagrees with the outcome and intends to appeal to higher courts. Until post-trial and appellate proceedings conclude, the judgment stands as a significant application of Title VII standards to an organization that positions itself as a national authority on workplace practices. The Bridge point of view of all this: the Sherm verdict underscores a central principle: no organization is exempt from the obligations of federal civil rights law, including those positioned as standard setters for workplace practice. When a human resources authority faces a finding of race discrimination and retaliation, it becomes a reminder that policies, training, and stated values carry little weight if internal systems do not reliably protect employees who raise concerns. The court's decision to permit evidence about Sherm's claimed expertise also highlights an emerging dynamic for all employers, especially those with public commitments to workplace culture, compliance, or equity. When an institution asserts leadership on HR standards, investor trust, or employee experience, its own practices may be assessed against that benchmark. That is an interesting thing to say, right? Because if you're a company that is purporting to be for all of this equity nonsense, and then someone brings a case against you for not doing as much as you should have been for this equity nonsense, that's another interesting way to strike fear into these companies. In an environment of heightened scrutiny, governance frameworks must function not just aspirationally, but operationally, ensuring that reporting channels, investigations, and accountability mechanisms consistently reflect the standards leaders articulate externally. The case is a signal that reputational, authority, and legal compliance are increasingly intertwined. Institutions that promote expertise in people management, culture, or inclusion will be expected to demonstrate those principles in practice, with lapses carrying significant legal and organizational consequences. Actionable strategies for this are reassess internal reporting and investigation protocols, ensure that compliant handling processes, particularly for discrimination and retaliation, are documented, timely, and consistent across business units. Conduct independent audits of recent investigations to confirm that findings and corrective actions align with stated policies and legal expectations. Align public commitments with internal practice. Organizations that publish standards on culture, ethics, or inclusion should map those commitments against their actual procedures and managerial behaviors. Where gaps appear, strengthen training, oversight, and manager accountability to reduce exposure to claims that stated values do not match lived experience. This goes back to that other sentence I read. I don't like how this is being framed, because it's being framed in a way of like, if you start moving away from doing this DEI nonsense, the people who are supposed to be benefiting from DEI are going to do the exact same thing as the activists trying to make you get rid of DEI, which is to bring lawsuits. And they're saying that the company's quote-unquote stated values should be matching the lived experience of the people working there. Man. Strengthen leadership visibility on anti-retaliation protections. Retaliation remains one of the most frequently alleged violations under federal employment law. Executive teams should reinforce anti-retaliation expectations through direct communication and refresh training for managers on prohibited conduct, and ensure that HR, legal, and compliance functions coordinate consistently when handling protected activity. A whale? Let me see what kind of article they have here for this stuff, and I'll go back to the other browser here. Copy link address, as it were. What fresh horrors have you missed while at the Christmas party? Well, Sherm got hit with a discrimination thingy. Let's see here. Okay, they're articles from Business Insider. Oh, that's still the bridge email. Doop 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 doop. There we go. Flopping over. Handy tool boy, thank you. The lawsuit sounds like a modern day Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster. Chickens coming home to roost. Definitely interesting. Sherm, the world's largest HR group, has been hit with a $11.5 million verdict in a racial discrimination lawsuit. Let's see here. Ariel DeFazios, that's the name of the lawyer for the plaintiff. We didn't see that before. Today's decision does not reflect the facts, the law, or the truth of how Sherm operates, the trade group said in a statement. We have acted with integrity, transparency, and in full alignment with our values and obligations. Sherm was sued in 2022 by Rehab Muhammad, who worked at the trade group as an instructional designer from 2016 to 2020. The case was tried over the course of 5 days in a Colorado federal court. Instructional designer. What a spooky acolyte kind of job title. The optics are bad because they've held themselves out as an authority on best practices, said Alice K. Jump, an employment attorney and partner at law firm Revis Page Jump. Muhammad said in her suit that she was racially discriminated against by a white supervisor and faced retaliation for complaining to management. She said she raised concerns about racial discrimination and retaliation with leadership, including Sherm's CEO, Johnny C. Taylor Jr. That's that The guy that we saw talking with Robbie Starbuck and the other guy on the stage when we watched the October thingy. And its head of human resources throughout the summer of 2020. While testifying on December 4th, Taylor said he wasn't involved in Mohammed's termination. A former SHRM employee, Mike Jackson, who said he was responsible for investigating the matter, told the court that Mohammed's was the only discrimination claim he had ever investigated. In response to questions from Hunter Swain, another of Mohammed's lawyers, Jackson said that he left SHRM in 2021 and his title was Manager of Employee Experience. He said he became a certified HR professional while employed there, and that he had undergone one training session on HR investigations just a few months before the discriminatory events that Mohammed cited in her lawsuit took place. That seems like a little coincidental, isn't it? Like, why would you put like a brand new guy on this case? Because if your name is Michael Jackson, you'd probably just go by Mike. You hate the fluffed up job titles? Yeah. Massive Doge, thank you. This won't stop them. It's just a minor setback. Yeah, I mean, I want to know more about the case itself. Like, what specifically happened, like, to be discriminatory, right? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. This feels like a do as I say, not as I do, and don't hold me to my own standards for others. Oh, sure. I'm trying to eat your cake, too. Yeah, I mean, they pretty frequently do that, where they're just like, well, we want these rules to apply to everyone, but not specifically to us. Mike Jackson, is he gonna haunt them?
No.
When asked by Swain what he learned from the training, Jackson said he couldn't remember any specifics. Well, that doesn't really engender trust if you're just like, hey, I'm the investigator for this. I don't remember any of my training to do investigations, but I'm the investigator. SHRM has consistently denied Mohammed's claims. In September, SHRM asked the court to bar Mohammed from introducing evidence or argument that the organization is a specialist in HR best practices. That's really dumb, because that's literally what the point of the organization is. Like, what? If they had allowed SHRM to, like, not bring that into the court, that would have been so fucking dumb. The following month, U.S. District Judge Gordon P. Gallagher denied SHRM's request, saying its asserted expertise in human resources is integral to the circumstances of the case and cannot reasonably be excluded. In his testimony, Taylor said SHRM's work includes advising HR professionals about best practices, including those pertaining to investigating internal complaints of discrimination and retaliation. He said SHRM has a set of curricula around best practices for investigating employment complaints. The verdict is not surprising, given that SHRM promotes itself as an expert in HR. Boston employment lawyer Evan Freywitzer told Business Insider, "You're going to be held to a higher standard." In recent years, SHRM has been embroiled in various controversies, as Business Insider recently reported. These include a new attendance policy that penalizes workers who arrive even a minute after 9 a.m., a memo about a conservative dress code that bans sequins. Why would you want to wear sequins to work in the first place? And a company-wide meeting in which Taylor said some staffers were entitled, complacent, and sloppy. Is Taylor finally realizing the kinds of people who decide to become devoted cult-like acolytes? Is he maybe having a realization that his useful idiots are not quite as useful as he thought they would be? Ollie Wally, thank you. Gonna be driving, won't be able to send chat. So here's a preemptive fucking morons. Please use where appropriate. I'll hold on to that. We need that in our hat. Wearing sequins everywhere to stand out and shine. Engage Target, thank you. Just wanted to ask if people could keep your mother in their thoughts and prayers. She just had back surgery and it's gonna be a painful recovery. Oh, fuck, dude. I hope she recovers very well. Back surgeries are always fucking rough. I've always heard that whenever you're recommended to have a back surgery, put it off as long as humanly possible, because the complications from back surgery typically end up being insane. And so I do not envy people who have to go through back surgery. So hopefully she'll be all right, dude. I'm sorry, I'm just too fabulous for this dreary place. During pre-trial discovery for Mohammed's case, SHRM revealed the existence of 2 other discrimination complaints from employees. One case, filed with the EEOC in 2018, was settled. The other, filed with a California regulator in 2021, is pending. SHRM also denied wrongdoing in those cases. We're very happy that the jury spent a week listening very closely to the evidence, and they decided, as a result, to hold Sherm accountable, Mohammed's lawyer, DeFazio, told Business Insider. She said the verdict would send a message to workplaces in the entire country. Well, that didn't have much more information, but the complaint and jury demand against Sherm, okay. Complaint, workplace bias and racial inequity bloom in the dark. If we continue to be silent, unable to speak candidly about our uncomfortable experiences and those of others, nothing will change, and businesses will pay the price. A direct quote from fucking Johnny Taylor of Sherm. Plaintiff Rehab Mohammed, by and through her undersigned counsel Swain Law and Lowry Parody Lebsack, submits this complaint and jury demand for race color discrimination and retaliation against defendant Society for Human Resource Management, or SHRM. SHRM is a professional human resource organization help with hundreds of employees and hundreds of thousands of help members across the world. We don't need to read that. We know what SHRM is. SHRM and its leadership have frequently and publicly declared the organization's dedication to eliminating workplace discrimination. Help, hold on. Oh, God. Yeah, it's trying to escape, chat. I'm fucking dying. Plaintiff Rehab Mohammed is a 34-year-old brown-skinned Egyptian Arab woman who worked for SHRM in its educational design department beginning in 2016 until her abrupt termination on September 1st, 2020. Throughout Ms. Mohammed's employment, she consistently earned glowing performance reviews and promotions for her quality work and dedication to SHRM's stated mission. Ms. Mohammed's ability to succeed at SHRM came to an abrupt halt, however, following her promotion to Senior Instructional Designer in January 2020, at which time she became the target of race and color discrimination by her new direct supervisor, Carolyn Barley. Barley, also an instructional design manager, systemically favored the white employees she supervised over their non-white colleagues, including Ms. Mohammed. On June 3rd, 2020, empowered by the public zeitgeist following the high-profile murder of George Floyd a few days earlier, Ms. Mohammed complained of race-color discrimination to Bartley's supervisor, Vice President of Education, Jean Morris. Bartley immediately began retaliating against Ms. Mohammed for her discrimination complaints by attempting to exclude Ms. Mohammed from meetings and opportunities for professional advancement within SHRM, unjustifiably criticizing her work and setting her up to be fired within weeks. Ever hopeful that SHRM would live up to its public commitment to dismantle racism at work, Ms. Mohammed raised concerns about race and color discrimination and retaliation over a dozen times throughout the summer of 2020, including to SHRM CEO Johnny Taylor and its Chief Human Resources Officer Sean Sullivan. Rather than taking meaningful steps to address the systemic race and color discrimination within the organization's education department, however, SHRM leadership empowered Barley and Morris to silence Ms. Mohammed by firing her on September 1st, 2020. Ms. Mohammed brings this race and color discrimination and retaliation action against SHRM under blah blah blah. Action arises under this stuff, blah blah blah, jurisdiction, blah blah blah. It doesn't say, like, what was... It just said that, like, they were ignoring her. I wish that they had explained this a bit better, question mark? SHRM hired Ms. Mohammed as an e-learning product specialist in April 2016. SHRM moved Ms. Mohammed into an instructional designer role in 2018 and promoted her to senior instructional designer in January 2020. At the time SHRM hired Ms. Mohammed, she lived in Alexandria, Virginia, where SHRM is headquartered. During Ms. Mohammed's employment, she moved to Denver, Colorado, where she continued working for SHRM as a remote employee. Ms. Mohammed lived in Colorado during the discriminatory events alleged in this complaint and jury demand. Throughout Ms. Mohammed's more than 4 years of employment at SHRM, she was a consistently high-performing employee with a documented history of stellar job performance. Throughout Ms. Mohammed's employment at SHRM conducted regular performance reviews to evaluate Ms. Mohammed's performance. In 2016 and 17, SHRM evaluated Ms. Mohammed's performance on an annual basis. For both of those years, SHRM rated Ms. Mohammed's job performance overall as quote-unquote meets expectations. Hold on, wait a minute. There's a large difference between stellar job performance and a meets expectations. Because when you say stellar, to me that reads like going above and beyond and exceeding what you should be doing. But meets expectations is like you're doing the bare minimum. At the beginning of 2018, SHRM began evaluating its employees' job performance on a quarterly basis. Between the first quarter of 2018 and Ms. Mohammed's September 2020 termination, SHRM rated Ms. Mohammed's performance as a solid performer or a role model, the two highest ratings for each performance metric of every performance evaluation she received. But a lot of this was when she was doing work in person, wasn't it? I don't know anything about what it takes to do, like, cult-like the work. What if it was more difficult to do that kind of thing remote after she moved to Colorado? Because it was saying that she lived in Colorado during the discriminatory event, so it wasn't in person that it was happening. I don't believe the solid is the highest. In January 2020, SHRM promoted Ms. Mohammed to Senior Instructional Designer. In her role as Senior Instructional Designer, Ms. Mohammed started reporting directly to Instructional Design Manager Carolyn Barley. Job description created by SHRM for Ms. Mohammed's Senior Instructional Designer role described her principal job duties as follows. The Senior Instructional Designer is responsible for the development and delivery of SHRM's e-learning and seminar product portfolio, directed to both organizations and HR professionals. These products help HR professionals develop their skills, competencies, and in turn, support the advancement of the HR profession. In this capacity, the Senior Instructional Designer conducts analyses and audits to assess customer needs, and designs, develops, and enhances new and existing education programs. She's literally like one of the teachers of like instructional DEI to other companies. Using instructional design methodologies and adult learning principles, the Senior Instructional Designer leads the development of e-learning, virtual classroom, and blended programs for both domestic and global audiences. Soon after she began reporting directly to Barley, Ms. Mohammed observed that Barley treated her and other non-white employees differently than their white peers. The anti-racists being the true racists once again rears its head. For instance, Barley subjected Ms. Mohammed's work to undeserved scrutiny and unreasonably strict supervision compared to her white peers. How would you know? For example, rather than allow Ms. Mohammed to freely communicate with the subject matter expert vendors on Ms. Mohammed's project, Barley required Ms. Mohammed to ghostwrite emails to vendors so Barley could send them out herself. Oh, that would be so fucking obnoxious. I would be so fucking annoyed at having to like ghostwrite an email. Like if my boss was like, "Hey, I need you to write this for me. Can you?" and then send it. That's way different than if it was just like, "Hey, I want you to write all these emails and then always send them to me so I can send them out." Didn't she just start in that position? As like a test, if you just start in that position, that would also make sense. But who knows? And on the rare occasions when Barley did allow Ms. Mohammed to send emails to vendors herself, Barley required Ms. Mohammed to copy her on each one. I feel like that should be standard operating practice though, right? Like not just for Ms. Mohammed to do that, but like everyone to do that? That doesn't seem unusual to me. That only would be unusual if she only required Ms. Mohammed to do that and nobody else. Barley also demanded to be present in each of Ms. Mohammed's vendor meetings without justification. If you just started in the role, wouldn't it make sense to have your boss with you on the meetings, though? I feel like that also kind of makes sense. In contrast, Barley allowed white senior instructional designers Anne Godmere and Carrie Mills the freedom to independently schedule meetings and communicate with SHRM management and external vendors without her personal involvement. How... First of all, hold on a second. So, she was promoted to senior instructional designer. How long? How long were Anne Godmere and Carrie Mills in their instructional designer roles? because I think that would matter. If they were also new, then this would just obviously be discrimination. If these were people who were comfortable and had been in their roles and had already been trained, then that would make sense. Generally, if you can demonstrate that the employees aren't equivalent, then it works against the claim. I don't know. I mean, right now, they ruled in favor of the plaintiff, and Sherm is on the hook for $11.5 million doodles. Barley further minimized Miss Muhammad's role at Sherm by frequently taking credit for Miss Muhammad's work. Okay, that's just fucked up. That is 10,000% fucked up. Bitchy ass piece of shit boss, if true. Before vendor meetings, Barley often asked Miss Muhammad for a summary of what she planned to say to the vendor they were meeting with. Then, Barley would begin the meeting by regurgitating Miss Muhammad's summary, taking credit for, and passing Miss Muhammad's ideas off as her own. Yeah, that's just a really fucking shitty thing to do. She just sounds like not a good boss. I was like, I know this happens frequently in fucking corpo places, but that doesn't mean that because it happens frequently, it's a good thing. This is a bad boss behavior. Very bad boss behavior. Hold on a second. Oh, interesting. Okay. 1 second. Sure, a lot of interesting tidbits came out during the discovery phase. Yeah, this is fascinating, and hopefully we'll get more information, because Sherm said they're planning on appealing it. Working on appealing this decision. Second thought that checks out. Karen boss versus DEI hire. Yeah, I think it's gonna be really interesting to see the like Giga Karens professing to be dedicated to the work, but they're just inherently discriminatory people. It's gonna be very interesting. Similarly, while giving status reports about Miss Muhammad's projects to Sherm Educational Department managers Liz Lacey and Jean Morris, Barley minimized Miss Muhammad's role again by taking credit for Miss Muhammad's work. Why would you do this? Like, to any employee? Like, that's fucked up, man. That's actually fucked up. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Sherm sounds like a toxic workplace masquerading as an industry standard in hiring and HR practices. Well, they've been the company doing the DEI shit for over 30 years now, you know? Boss Karen versus DEI hire. This has parody fighting game written all over it, right? Minimized Miss Muhammad's role by taking credit for her work and ideas, thereby denying her the opportunity to demonstrate her strong work performance and valuable contributions within the organization. Barley also regularly withheld critical information from Miss Muhammad about her projects, including project background and launch dates, assigned instructors, and identities of reviewers, and other updates. Barley's actions impaired Miss Muhammad's ability to move her projects forward. Yeah, the more I read, the more this sounds like just really shitty boss. And Sherm probably deserves to pay the fuck up, in all honesty, you know? Even more, Barley assigned Miss Muhammad menial tasks such as searching for and downloading stock photos for educational courses for which Miss Muhammad was not responsible. These assignments were typically assigned to the senior instructional designer responsible for creating the course. Okay, but like, if you're working together as a team, would it matter if you had to? Like, if you're getting paid for it, I guess? I don't know, man. That one seems like a really small complaint. HR's the enemy of good employees. You're there to protect the company from you. Yep. You're not seeing racial discrimination, but you are seeing a shitty boss and a probably weak employee. Well, they brought up that Barley treats the other two senior instructional designers who are white differently. That difference could be explained by amount of time in the role, but who knows? Because it seems like a shitty boss regardless. A sample size of 3. Are there specific allegations? You think there's a claim for hostile work environment, but doesn't look like racial discrimination? Definitely hostile work environment, for fucking sure. Barley neither withheld critical information from nor assigned menial tasks to Miss Muhammad's white colleagues. Yeah? Yeah? If she was the only one having to do that menial shit, then yeah, very obvious that they were just like, hey, we don't want you in the clique. You're not part of the clique, lady. You want to be a senior instructional designer that just has to fucking search for images? But when you're doing the work, you know, you gotta be doing that important work. Barley had one other non-white subordinate, senior instructional designer Ebony Thompson, who was black, who Barley also treated poorly. In 2020, Miss Muhammad and Thompson frequently discussed their shared experience that Barley was much more strict, less supportive, and more antagonistic towards them than towards their white counterparts Carrie Mills and Anne Godmere. In late May 2020, Barley justified her excessive involvement in Miss Muhammad's relationship with an attorney vendor by claiming that Miss Muhammad was not assertive enough to manage the relationship on her own. This boss sounds like a fucking bitch. She sounds like a cunt. Barley's unfounded and negative view of Miss Muhammad's assertiveness was based on stereotypes that non-white women are less capable than their white counterparts. You know, that's really funny. That's really funny that they say Barley believes that, considering that is the anti-racist platform. These are the people who are like, we need DEI to be able to give these non-white people a leg up because they just can't compete on equal ground with white people. I was like, if you heard these people speak, they sound like the most virulently racist people on the planet. So yeah, I believe this. I believe this dumb white DEI lady was just like, well, of course Miss Muhammad's not able to handle this. She's not white. She needs us to micromanage. You've been looking into the Colorado judicial branch. You haven't found any public court published information? Interesting. Interesting. Is Muhammad also for women? It's her last name, apparently. So she's probably married to like Muhammad or something, you know? In June 2020, Miss Muhammad formally complained of Barley's race discriminatory treatment. Following Barley's statement that Miss Muhammad was not assertive enough to be treated the same as her white co-workers, Miss Muhammad felt compelled to formally complain about the discriminatory treatment she had been experiencing. On June 3rd, 2020, Miss Muhammad contacted Vice President of Education, Jean Morris, Barley's direct supervisor, to schedule a meeting via phone to discuss her concerns. During their call that afternoon, Miss Muhammad explicitly complained to Morris that Barley had been discriminating against her by treating her differently and holding her to stricter standards than her white co-workers. Morris responded by scheduling a meeting with the two of them and Barley for the next day, June 4th. The June 4th meeting was unproductive at best. Barley reacted defensively and broke down in tears, and Morris ended the meeting by asking Barley to think about how she could change her behaviors to make Miss Muhammad feel like a valuable equal member of their team. That's really funny that even in the middle of like their holy cloister, she still thinks that if she just produces white woman tears, that will preclude her from the discrimination she's doing. Yeah, crying is absolutely evidence that the complaint was correct. Liam Dell, thank you for the... They always have such a lack of self-awareness. Yeah, this is incredibly funny. And it's great that this Miss Muhammad lady got so much money out of it. Massive Doge, thank you. She's nothing like me. She's black. Imagine. Steam-powered geekery, thank you. Taking credit for your subordinate is just shitty boss things. This is a labor dispute, not racial issues. It becomes a racial thing if this boss is like, well, I can trust the white senior designers to do it, but I have to micromanage you because you're one of the DEI hires, and we all know what that means. Oh my god, dude. Star Phoenix, thank you. Theory, maybe Sherm wants to boot this up to the Supreme Court so they can get a ruling that advances their goals and codify it into law. That would be a very interesting thing to see happen. Phoenix DS, thank you. Sherm sounds like a toxic workplace masquerading as an industry standard. I mean, they are. This is the DEI organization. We're not racist. By the way, since you're a different race, we will treat you like a special needs tard. Thanks, I hate it. On or about June 12th, Miss Muhammad met with Barley one-on-one to discuss Miss Muhammad's concerns again in more detail. During their meeting, Miss Muhammad reiterated that she believed Barley was treating her differently than her white peers and provided examples. Barley again became upset and reacted defensively, stating definitively that Miss Muhammad was wrong. Which she would, because she'd be like, I am also one of the designers here. I am dedicated to the DEI work. I'm not discriminating against you. I'm just treating you the way we have to. It's so hard to think like one of these actually racist people, dude. Because it's just like, it feels so gross and slimy. Slime Averick, thank you. This boss sounds like your boss. Oh god, I'm sorry, dude. Barley dismissively insisted that Miss Muhammad was misremembering events and taking things out of context. Ah, the gaslighting. Like the June 4th meeting, the second meeting ended with no resolution of Miss Muhammad's race color discrimination complaints. Immediately following the discrimination complaints, Barley begins retaliating against Miss Muhammad. Promptly after Miss Muhammad raised concerns about race and color discrimination, Barley began retaliating against Miss Muhammad by attempting to exclude her from meetings and opportunities for professional advancement within SHRM. Like, it's like, what? This woman is so fucking abhorrent. I would hate to have this woman as a boss. Miss Muhammad's unfounded and negative view of Barley's unfounded and negative view of Miss Muhammad's assertiveness was based on stereotypes that non-white women are less capable than their white counterparts was based on absolutely nothing, apparently. What do you mean by this? You never say that's how you're feeling. Document, don't talk about it. Good read. Androtaz, thank you. This sounds like an SPCC skit. I don't know what that is.
EA, thank you for the 21-month resub.
What are we yapping about? SHRM lawsuit. For instance, during the last week of June, Miss Muhammad was scheduled to attend a highly anticipated People Manager's Qualification, PMQ, project meeting to discuss comments from participants in a pilot test of the project. The purpose of the meeting was to decide as a group which participant feedback should be implemented. Several of the pieces of feedback related to racial inclusivity and eliminating implicit bias from the program materials, including that black female characters should not be portrayed as loud and angry, and that not all of the managers should be portrayed as white men. Nobody here does a real job. And so I am like the meme of all of the people who you don't like are fighting, you know? Ram Bam, thank you. A woman breaks down in tears when taken to task. Say it ain't so. A day or two before the June 25th PMQ meeting, Barley instructed Miss Muhammad not to attend because big decisions will be made, implying that Miss Muhammad had no role in any such big decisions. Barley also warned Miss Muhammad that if she did choose to attend the PMQ meeting, she should silently listen and not speak at any point during the meeting. She's such a bitch! Miss Muhammad was stunned by Barley's directives because Miss Muhammad had been a vital contributor to the PMQ project since its inception and was credited by SHRM as one of the project's developers. Holy fuck! Yeah, this woman has got a massive case under her belt. No wonder she won. On June 25th, before the scheduled PMQ meeting later that day, Morris organized a separate meeting with a group of the Education Department's individual contributors to discuss the results of a recent internal engagement survey. Morris wanted to discuss some of the results that troubled her, namely that educational employees had given the department low scores in trust and management effectiveness. Shortly before the meeting, Morris texted Miss Muhammad asking her to take the lead in starting the group conversation by sharing some of her concerns about Barley's treatment of her. At Morris's request, Miss Muhammad began the meeting by sharing with the group that earlier in the month, she had reached out to Morris to complain about Barley's discrimination behavior. Miss Muhammad further explained that Barley held her to stricter standards than other colleagues and gave the same example she had given to Morris earlier in the month. Miss Muhammad also told the group that she had reached out to Morris to discuss her concerns and that the differential treatment had continued. Miss Muhammad then described Barley's most recent attempt to exclude her from participating in the PMQ meeting. During the meeting, Ebony Thompson also shared her experience of being discriminated against on the basis of her race and color by Barley to the group. At the conclusion of the meeting, Morris texted Miss Muhammad saying that she was upset with Barley's handling of the PMQ meeting. Morris then followed up with an email personally inviting Miss Muhammad to attend the PMQ meeting and saying that she was looking forward to hearing Miss Muhammad's input. Ms. Muhammad attended and actively participated in the PMQ meeting remotely. After the meeting, coworkers who were physically present in the office that day alerted Ms. Muhammad that Barley had been visibly angry and openly venting about Ms. Muhammad's attendance and active participation. This woman. Soon afterward, Ms. Muhammad received a meeting invitation from Barley for a facilitated discussion, to which SHRM Human Resources employee Mike Jackson was also invited. When Ms. Muhammad asked Barley about the purpose of the meeting, Barley responded that she wanted to discuss Ms. Muhammad's concerns with an HR employee present. HR is never there for you, buddy. A club of racist weirdos posing as an HR NGO. Yeah, this is hilarious to me. I am not you. They give the 5-month member. I always hear people saying someone else stole their ideas until the idea turns out to be terrible. And then crickets. True. You find it harder every day to have empathy for some people. Let's see here. Ms. Muhammad, Barley, and Jackson met on July 7th, and the meeting unfolded just the same as Ms. Muhammad's 2 prior meetings with Barley in early June. Barley denied Ms. Muhammad's discrimination complaints and accused Ms. Muhammad of taking Barley's behaviors out of context. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, you dumb bitch. Ms. Muhammad took nothing out of context here. Jackson simply listened and ended the meeting by stating that he would follow up with Ms. Muhammad and Barley separately. Jackson never did follow up with Ms. Muhammad. Through the summer of 2020, SHRM persistently failed to follow its own written anti-harassment and anti-retaliation policies with respect to Ms. Muhammad's concerns about ongoing discrimination and retaliation. By late July, Ms. Muhammad's repeated discrimination complaints were still unsolved 2 months after she had first raised them. Meanwhile, Barley's discriminatory behavior had worsened and she'd become increasingly aggressive in her interactions with Ms. Muhammad. On July 20th, Ms. Muhammad attended a meeting scheduled by Morris for members of the educational design team to share issues they were having. Mike Jackson and Morris began the meeting by asking all in attendance to share any issues they were having with Barley. Both Ms. Muhammad and Thompson expressed concerns that Barley had been subjecting them to discriminatory treatment. Thompson specifically explained that Barley had been micromanaging her work while she allowed white colleagues, including Carrie Mills, who was hired the exact same day as Thompson, okay? That was important missing context. Yeah, that is 100% racial discrimination then. If you had somebody else hired in the same role on the same day as you, and you're being given, like, busy make work and told to, like, do image fetching while these other people aren't, that absolutely, 100% discrimination case. And hopefully SHRM's appeal does not work. Thompson also complained that unlike with her white counterparts, Barley consistently treated her with disrespect, which she viewed as a form of race and color discrimination. Just 17 days after Thompson shared these details with SHRM's management on July 20th, SHRM terminated her on August 6th. On July 21st, Ms. Muhammad reached out to SHRM Chief Executive Officer Johnny Taylor, pursuant to SHRM's open door policy. Ms. Muhammad informed Taylor about the race-color discrimination complaints she had made to Morris and that other non-white employees like Thompson had shared similar stories of discriminatory treatment by Barley. Ms. Muhammad also explained to Taylor that retaliatory behavior by Barley and Morris was interfering with her ability to do her job. Taylor responded by admitting that SHRM as a whole was struggling with people manager and diversity issues. After their call, Taylor personally connected Ms. Muhammad with Chief Human Resources Officer Sean Sullivan. Ms. Muhammad once again described her discrimination concerns to Sullivan and gave him a timeline of pertinent events, starting with her promotion early in the year and continuing through Barley's ongoing discrimination treatment of her and other non-white coworkers. Like she had with Morris, Jackson, and Taylor Jr., Ms. Muhammad explicitly told Sullivan that she was being subjected to discrimination because of her race and color, and that she felt humiliated and dehumanized. Sullivan responded that it sounded like Barley was not qualified to be in that position, and that he would explore organizational changes to move her to a different role. Despite his representations to the contrary, Sullivan apparently took no action to address Ms. Muhammad's complaints other than to ask Ms. Muhammad to attend internal mediation sessions with SHRM's Director of Organizational Learning and Talent Development, Bernay Long, to which Ms. Muhammad agreed. They have so many job titles that don't sound real. Director of Organizational Learning and Talent Development. That's not a real role. Open door policy means that your idea will get taken from you. You'll never get the credit for the idea. The company will. You know? And I mean, one of her things was saying that her boss was constantly taking credit for her ideas, you know? Ooh, hold on a second. I got a message I gotta read. White woman daycare jobs. That's pretty much what this sounds like. Let's see here. During Miss Muhammad's first session with Miss Long on August 10th, Long said she would speak to Barley to explain how non-white employees are damaged by implicit bias in the workplace. See, I think this is stupid. This is not implicit bias in the workplace. This is a dumb bitch doing the DEI work. And she has, how did I phrase it, man? She has the exact same mentality as that dumb whore that I quote retweeted the other day. You missed the beginning. Did we ever establish that the plaintiff was actually qualified for her position and that the busy work wasn't because she was a retard? I mean, I guess you don't have that here, but it's still just like, again, they were hired on the same day as somebody else, and that somebody else, or I guess promoted on the same day as somebody else, and that somebody else wasn't given the same exact treatment. So that does bring up racial discrimination, in my opinion. How can you be qualified to do nonsense? That's where this is funny. Imagine, the qualifications for all the DEI nonsense are just kind of bunk regardless, but it's still amusing. I am not you, thank you. Funny to see it happen to a corpo like this, but most likely she was truly unqualified and given an opportunity far above her competency level. You deal with stuff like that several times a year. Yeah, she was like a learning designer for DEI stuff, so it's like, you know. But like the way that I described this woman, we watched this on Side Scrollers, I believe, and I'll play it really quick, just so it makes more sense.
To be honest, I don't feel good about being white every day. For a lot of reasons. Because it's a point of privilege. That I get to move through the world in a way that so many of my other colleagues and friends and family members of the community don't get the privilege to do. And I'm just a female, but just a woman, just a white woman. If I was a white man, I would be functioning from a point of an even greater privilege. I think we're missing an opportunity.
I know a bunch of people. I said this on Side Scrollers. A bunch of people pointed out that she's Jewish, but my point still stands. Where like these people are just like incredibly fucking racist. Like nobody believes that being white is just like a magical win everything button, unless you are unironically a white supremacist. So like to hear someone talking about how like, oh, because I'm white, I have inherent privileges and I get to experience the world in this wondrous and amazing way that my colleagues and friends of color will never get to experience, and we have to teach children about this inherent privilege that they have by the mere aspect of them being white. It's like, that's a really weird thing to say. Miss Anti-Racist. Did she just like deflect and hate on white men while, oh...
Community when kids have a moment to reflect about how the color of their skin does and does not allow them to move through the world. Running to them and trying to stifle that and trying to say you shouldn't feel bad, so we don't want to ever expose you to something that is going to make you have to pause and have maybe some internal feelings. It's a missed opportunity for some really good dialogue. I'm going to be honest.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's a missed opportunity. But I quoted her here where she was saying, I don't feel good about being white every day because it's a point of privilege that I get to move through the world in a way that so many of my other colleagues and friends and family members and community don't get the privilege to do. And I said in response, you know it's wild? The loudest anti-racists keep accidentally confessing they believe whiteness is an unbeatable cheat code through life. The only people who believe that whiteness equals superpowers are white supremacists. Sarah has added self-pity to the ideology and wrapped it up in therapy speak to sound palatable, and then decided that it makes her brand of racism morally evolved. Which is all that it is. It's all that it is. You need to make the kids feel guilty. It's fucking wild. She's literally coming out and being like, yes, actually, I do believe that I, a white person, am superior. Therefore, we need to institute guilt into all the white children so that they no longer believe that they're superior. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills that anyone supports this kind of rhetoric, dude. It's insane. Women like her, the reason society prevented women from having rights. Ollie Wally, thank you. You pulled the fuck over to say this. It's not racism, it's funnier. It's just cliquey girl bosses who think they're special heroes, DEI special heroes, getting false blamed by coworkers they don't get along with because everyone is terrible. Yeah, women in the workplace. That purse story lives rent-free in my head. That's a wonderful story. I don't know if people remember the, like, girl boss, woman-only owned purse company. Reverend Uncle Ruckus, thank you. What an odd thing to say. You wish you could stop feeling the need to say these things. True. Saying we need to repeal the 19th. Jesus Christ. Purse story? Oh boy. B. Jammin, thank you. The lady from Kentucky silenced her just by asking what her mother's bagel recipe is. Oh no, it's not a New York bagel. Engaged Target, thank you. The self-racism. Tootin's Rain, thank you. You're director of the Resourceful Talented Recruiting Division, or RTRD for short. Aha. Androtaz, thank you. Discriminatory and discriminatory. What the hell?
Oh
no. Okay. You're pale and have dangly bits. I want my money now. I don't think that's how the commercial goes. Dominor, thank you. Kirsche, you're forgetting about how being a patsy is a privilege for being sons of Yakub. Praise be his large head. Praise be Father Yakub. Internet Zen Master, thank you. This person just made the biggest self-report you've ever seen. The only one who thinks they're superior because of their skin color is this crazy lady, not the rest of us. And it's wild once again, because, like, once you listen to all of the, like, soft bigotry of low expectations shit, it becomes glaringly obvious that it's not even soft bigotry, it's just that these people are incredibly fucking racist. And they want to obfuscate the fact that they're incredibly fucking racist by calling you the racist instead. It's a little funny. It's a little funny. It would be funnier if it weren't so sad. At least the supremacists are honest about it. I'm tired of the subversion, men. By the very next day, however, Long's tone had changed dramatically. Long began blaming Miss Muhammad for low morale on her team and told Miss Muhammad that Barley had been crying a lot. Long chided Miss Muhammad that she herself needed to change the way she interacted with Barley. Man, Long also forecasted Miss Muhammad's impending termination by subtly threatening, "You better finish your projects by the end of this month." How is everyone involved here so fucking incompetent? This is mind-boggling. Like, have they just been so used to being coddled from any repercussions because they are the DEI masters that, like, they just feel they can act this way? It's crazy. Reminds me of the person back then that they announced the cancellation of affirmative action for colleges, and she said that without affirmative action, blacks will never be able to enter universities. Holy shit! What a wild thing to say! Miss Muhammad was puzzled by Long's remarks because Sherm had not set end-of-month deadlines for either of her projects. After Miss Muhammad's discrimination and retaliation complaints to Taylor and Morris, Barley immediately began setting her up to be fired within weeks. Throughout early August, Barley began regularly chastising Miss Muhammad with vague and unfounded complaints about Miss Muhammad's tone, both in emails and in conversations. These vague criticisms echoed Long's statements during their mediation sessions. Meanwhile, Sherm fired Ebony Thompson in early August 2020 in retaliation for the race color discrimination complaints she had raised about Barley. That's... You know, this just makes me think of, like, these DEI architects being like, how dare our useful idiots try to recite our fucking spells against us? It's like, we wrote the tome, they can't do this. This is so fucking wild. The Phoenix DS, thank you. Reason for quiet quitting becoming a thing. On August 10th, Barley emailed Miss Muhammad and the rest of the instructional design team, i.e. Miss Muhammad's white colleagues Anne Godmere and Carrie Mills, requesting updates on the status of their current projects and when they would be complete. August 10th email was the first time Barley had updated Miss Muhammad on the timeline for these two projects since she sent out an ISD operations report on July 16th. In that report, Barley had indicated that Miss Muhammad's digital HR and compliance in HR programs had a target completion date of July 2020 and August 2020, respectively. Earlier in 2020, Barley had sent out more frequent and regular reports updating departmental employees about project timelines. These inexplicably stopped after Miss Muhammad brought forward concerns about race discrimination. On August 11th, Miss Muhammad responded to Barley's email with updates about both projects. First, with respects to digital HR program, Ms. Muhammad noted that the updated July 2020 target completion date for the digital HR program had been set before SHRM management had decided to make significant changes to the program's substantive contents, greatly increasing the amount of work that needed to be done by Ms. Muhammad and the project vendor before the project could be completed. Second, regarding the compliance and HR program, Ms. Muhammad reported to Barley that Ms. Muhammad believed the program would be ready for legal department review by the end of the month. Finally, Ms. Muhammad also noted that, like with all educational projects, SHRM's ability to meet timelines for both projects would necessarily depend on cooperation by the vendors who are writing content. So, it looks like we got pretty much the basic idea of what's going on here. When white employees asked for deadline extensions or even missed deadlines with no prior notice to Barley, Barley reacted with compassion and understanding, publicly stating that she believed extending their deadlines was justified because of circumstances outside of the employee's control. Yeah, that's it. Again, this Barley woman just acts fucked every chance that she gets. Wow, imagine that. Imagine that. Just got back. What's the gist of this document case? SHRM got a lawsuit for racial discrimination because one of their DEI acolyte white women, and she was like, this DEI hire's getting too uppity. Ryan Lick, thank you. Miss Muhammad is the Arab Mrs. Doubtfire. What the heck? A Slendy Enderman, thank you. So glad your job is manual labor and these types of women stay far away. That being said, there was a DEI mention in your latest handbook review. Dear God, please do not DEI the manual labor men's. Ian Brune, thank you. If you select for anything but merit, you destroy merit. Progs have selected for ideology for generations. They are absolutely as stupid as they appear. Yeah, true and fucking real. True and real. No idea. They're just like that since their entire spending spree during the pandemic. Nobody knows where all the money for the revenue went, right? Eric Whammel, thank you. You give them too much credit. These are unserious people doing unserious work. Why anyone would expect any of them to be professional and competent is baffling. Oh no, I agree. All the worst people you know are fighting, but this Barley person, like, if you're going to do the discrimination, you can't be this fucking obvious about it. But of course she feels like she can be. Because once again, as like architects and DEI, you just feel like you can get away with anything, right? Nobody can tell you you're doing something wrong because you always have those victim points on your side. So it's like, it's great. It's great that they got sued. It's great that they got sued. Let's see, is there anything else here? Mills unilaterally extended her own deadline twice, first from July to August 14th and then to August 28th. It's just talking about the differences in stuff. I feel like we probably don't need to continue reading that, because it's very obvious that that Barley woman is just kind of a bitch. Fink did that before, by the way, not as an extreme with Blackstone. He used to run that one too until they kicked him out. Thank you, Binary Mind, for linking the 29-page complaint. So this thing, if you wanted to keep reading about how incredibly bitchy Miss Bailey is and how this is a funny lawsuit, Binary Mind has linked to the document. He's linked it here. We're the good guys. Of course we wouldn't be guilty of discrimination is probably their line of thought, right? Right? Your only regret is that both sides can't lose. It's just amusing to me. Thank you for bringing that up, Tigernaut, because I would not have seen that. I would not have seen it. Let's see here. Speaking of DEI, I have a short video here. A little short video. Boop boop. Trump administration orders U.S. National Park gift shops to purge merchandise promoting DEI. And my first question is, why are there national park gift shops with DEI merchandise? What the fuck does that even mean?
National parks across the U.S. must clear their gift shops of any items promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is the order from the Trump administration as it expands its crack.
How to be a young anti-racist by Ibram X. Kendi. Why would that be sold in a national park fucking merch store? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you sell this shit? Fucking based. Get that shit out of there.
crackdown on DEI. The Interior Department says the goal is to create, quote, neutral spaces that serve all visitors. CBS News correspondent Lana Zach joining us live.
Yeah, national parks should be neutral spaces. Get your, like, fucking weird religious race communism out of here.
Now, so Lana, do we know what items will be banned, and how will it be decided what's acceptable and what is not?
Hey there, Juliet. We know when they're supposed to be banned. All national parks and historic sites have until December 19th to remove from their store shelves in any of their gift shops, bookstores, or concession stands anything that runs afoul of President.
If I cannot do great things, I can do small things in a great way. What? We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. What?
Trump's January order to,
no
as
struggle,
he says,
no progress,
end radical
Frederick
and
Douglass.
wasteful government DEI programs. But as far as what exactly that means, this memo doesn't spell that out. And already there's a rather robust process that vendors have to go through before anything comes onto the store shelves at those national parks and historic sites. So there are critics right now that claim that not only is it unclear exactly what can be appropriate and what is no longer acceptable, but that national parks and historic sites right now are already understaffed, and so many are finding this a waste of government resources at a time when there aren't a lot of extras to expend. And we also heard from Alan Spears at the National Parks Conservation Association, who accused the Trump administration of silencing science and hiding history. Of course, the president's proponents find that this...
I really hate the hiding history part, because it's like the anti-racist DEI revisionism history is not the actual history. And it's like, yes, I would love just history as a fact, as what actually happened, to be taught all the time. I don't want this weird for modern audiences twist on everything.
As you said, makes this a more neutral space, and that it doesn't help to promote a specific agenda. But again, that memo does not provide any specific examples or guidelines to parks employees.
Lana Zach. Lana, thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're going to give the Trump admin a weird look, but they're giving Ibram X. Kendi Claptrap a place in the national park gift shops. Yeah, get it out. Yeah, why would that be in any national park gift shop? That's fucking so weird. That's so weird. Actively hide history? Imagine not doing that as a communist. You just want your stuffed fox plushies from your national park gift shops. I'm reminded of that fucking Seamus tweet where he's like, every time somebody reacts in a, they were doing what? Every time the, like, administration says, oh, we're no longer going to be giving money for, like, sex changes in Guatemala or some shit. And everyone's just, like, acts incredibly surprised. They're like, what? Why was this happening? Like, why were there DEI merch in national park gift shops? Why was that a fucking thing? Also upset that Trump's pictures on the season pass. There's a season pass? We have battle passes for national parks? I didn't know there were PvP zones. Neutral space, isn't everyone allowed in a national park? Yeah, that's why he's saying, get rid of the DEI shit. We want this to be a neutral place. If you're selling the DEI shit, it is inherently an hostile place to those who aren't part of the DEI cult. Very fair reaction, right? Let's see here. Oh yeah, I guess Bulgaria's Gen Z is doing Discord things similar to Mexico and Nepal. I have no idea what goes on in Bulgaria, so I have no idea why they're upset. But wave of Gen Z unrest fells its first European government. Bulgaria's government collapses following youth-driven street protests of the kind that have swept parts of the globe. When is it our turn? Disgruntled Gen Z protesters who have toppled governments and rattled rulers across the world this year have claimed their first European victory. Bulgaria's government collapsed Thursday following a wave of youth-driven street protests over entrenched corruption and self-dealing elites widely seen as disconnected from the struggles of ordinary citizens. Bulgaria has become the latest flashpoint. Let me turn on my music again. In a year marked by Gen Z unrest, youth protests have felled governments in Nepal and Madagascar in recent months. Demonstrations over perceived privileges enjoyed by political elites have sparked mass rallies in Indonesia and the Philippines. In Tanzania, youth-led anti-government protests were met with lethal government force. Resignation of Bulgaria's coalition government, announced Thursday by Prime Minister Rosen Zelyaskov, comes just weeks before the Balkan country is due to join the euro area. Well, that's kind of fishy. The European Union's currency union. While Bulgaria's government collapse won't stop its planned January 1st switch to the euro, it prolongs a political crisis that has triggered 7 parliamentary elections in just 4 years. Zelyaskov took power in January. Vox Populi, Vox Dei, Zelyaskov said Thursday in Parliament, quoting the Latin for "the voice of the people is the voice of God." "We must rise to meet their demands, and their demand is the resignation of the government," he said. The end of Zelyakov's pro-EU cabinet is likely to trigger snap elections in the coming months, possibly reshaping the country's geopolitical outlook. One potential beneficiary is President Rumen Radev, the country's elected head of state and its most popular politician, who is expected to form his own party and could run in the next parliamentary vote. A former Air Force pilot, Radev has often been critical of Western support for Ukraine in its war with Russia, including by calling Kiev's prospects doomed earlier this year. The immediate trigger for the recent protest was the government's 2026 budget plan, which included a bid to hike spending, a step critics contend would further cement corrupt politicians' control of the country's institutions. Corruption in the Balkan nation of some 6.5 million has long been pervasive, even after having joined the EU in 2007. Consistently ranked as one of the bloc's most corrupt member states by Transparency International, Bulgaria has failed to secure high-level convictions for graft in recent years, fueling public anger and drawing repeated criticism from Brussels over its record on rule of law. Now, the public outrage has boiled over. Tens of thousands protested on Wednesday evening in Sofia and other cities, the latest in a string of demonstrations in the capital and elsewhere in recent weeks. Mobilized on TikTok and other social media platforms, Bulgarians marched with signs reading "Gen Z is coming" and "Gen Z versus corruption" at a demonstration outside the parliament building in the Bulgarian capital. A giant screen looped videos and memes ridiculing politicians. When is it our turn? The Generation Alpha Legion will lead us to victory. This is fucking amazing, man. I love hearing this shit. It instills so much hope. No longer are we sucking on the copium. We have hopium, lads. Mr. Cyrillic name. I can't read your name, but thank you for the 3-month member. It's complicated, Kirsche. The government is organizing its own protest and resignation. Trust you, you're Bulgarian. Oh, brother mans. How can the government have a counter-protest? That's crazy. Oh, is this any different from the color revolutions that were bullshit? Well, I mean, Nepal was taking their government back from communists. The things in Mexico were also against the communists. So it's not a color revolution if you're trying to get communists out of your government. Slav squats intensify. You don't trust this? I do think it's interestingly weird timing. Right, like they're comparing it in the article to like Nepal, Madagascar, Philippines, Tanzania. They don't mention Mexico for some reason. But I think it's suspicious simply because of this. Resignation was announced Thursday, comes weeks before the Balkan country is due to join the euro area. That's kind of weird timing.
So do we call this the Battle of the Notices Bulge, you woo?
JK the Slagger, thank you for buttering my fucking doggo, man. I don't know. I don't know if the Bulgarians would like that. Long-time clip watcher, first-time watcher, stream rock, gotta go. Hell yeah, thanks for stopping by, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Want your Zoomers to topple the government? Your Zoomers? Skibbity think about it some more? Oh no. Oh no. They're already in the EU for 18 years. Aren't the Dems trying all the time with the No Kings protest and impeachments all the time? Those are pro-commie, though. Those are we want to get the commies in. The Zoomers in Nepal and in Mexico, I'm not sure what happened in Madagascar, but those were anti-communist protests. Those were get the communists out of our fucking government. And in Nepal, they went kind of far. They started setting people on fire. They were going a little fucking crazy. EU failed its job and needs to be dissolved, to be honest, simply not functioning. Battle of the Bulges. Well, Bulgaria's government collapse won't stop its planned January 1st switch to the euro. It prolongs a political crisis. I read that part. I don't know why that was highlighted. Let me find where I was. Where was I? Where was I think I was here. This looks correct. The protests show that there is enough civil energy in young generations to step against the perceived hubris of an entrenched political and economic elite that has taken advantage of state capture practices to remain in power. Martin Vladimirov, director of the Geoeconomics program at the Center for the Study of Democracy, a Sofia-based think tank. That's a lot of fucking people. That is a lot of fucking people. In Nepal, they won. No one was burned. I'm pretty sure in Nepal, that's where they set the wife of whoever the commie fuck was on fire. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure they set her on fire, brother. Yeah, in September 2025, during violent anti-government protests in Nepal, Rajyalakshmi Chitrakar, the wife of former Prime Minister Jala Nath Kanal, was injured when protesters set their house on fire. Initial news reports and local media suggested she had died from her injuries. Okay, but later more accurate reports confirmed she survived and was recovering in the hospital. Okay, so she was set on fire when they set her house on fire, but she didn't die. I didn't have that update. I didn't know she didn't die. We just read, when we covered the stuff happening in Nepal, it was all literally just, they set her on fire. So it's a good thing she lived. Thank you for making me look this up and check everything. So now we got new info. Light on fire, did not die. Commies are flammable. Well, all humans are flammable, but you shouldn't set them on fire. I don't want to set the world on fire. Yeah, the article we read back when this happened was this article. This article. Wife of ex-Nepali Prime Minister burned alive. Gen Z revolt engulfs country. So it's a good thing! It's a good thing she did not die. So thank goodness for the update. We didn't start the fire. Liam Dell, thank you for the... Ah! Commies aren't people, though. I still just don't like seeing violence, you know? Humans and communists are flammable. Yeah, true, you should separate them. Girugamesh, thank you. She wasn't set on fire. Commies just do that. What the heck? What the heck? Back to Bulgaria. Sentences never before said. For many, this was their first major protest. Bulgaria's Gen Z has grown up without experience of the communist era that ended in 1989, or the devastating economic crisis that followed its collapse. Their grievances span everything from the impunity of political elites to the state of the healthcare system to a lack of well-paying jobs. What did they mean by this? What did they mean by Bulgaria's Gen Z has grown up without the experience of the communist era that ended in 1989? Is this like trying to imply that they are protesting for communism? Because that would be a very dumb thing to do. Like, I'm all for protesting your grievances for the political elite being scumfucks, because they are. But if you're doing it to try and institute communism, that's not a good thing. Overthrowing your own government and handling foreign adversaries are very different things. Gen Z doesn't have the stones for the latter. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Have I heard about the tractor siege in the UK? I have not. I have not. Girugamesh, thank you again. I read that. I remember reading that. Dobromir name. Hello, thank you, Dobromir. You predicted this when they denied you the referendum on the introduction of euro as a currency for the second time. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you know more about what's going on than I do, because as an outsider looking in, it's just like, this is a lot of information, and I really don't know what's going on in the Bulgarian area. I think populism is just taking over, whether it be left or right. Maybe. Maybe. Vox Populi, Vox Dei does not sound like commie speak. Well, the guy that said that is the guy who's currently in power. Zelyazkov said Thursday, quoting the Latin for "the voice of the people is the voice of God." We must rise to their demands, and their demand is the resignation of the government. So, I mean, he's clearly not a commie. Bulgaria has a similar situation to Russia, where communism officially ended in 1989, but all the politicians and rulers remained the same. They just have a market economy now. What we see at the end of this won't be communism as it's understood, but it needs to happen was as much as the anti-DEI and anti-immigration needs to happen. Fact is, we need to be anti-corpo too. True. From what it sounds to you, they want their complaints to be addressed, but didn't think out anything beyond the get them out. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know more information, because, like, you know, as someone who knows nothing that's going on in Bulgaria, it's just like, well, if it is like the other Gen Z protests in Nepal and Madagascar and Mexico and whatever, then this, in theory, should be a good thing. The timing is a little weird, and it's also weird that the article said that, like, Gen Z's grown up without the experience of the communist era, so it makes it sound like Gen Z is marching for communism with the wording, which would be a weird thing to do. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadian. Sounds like the media is saying they don't know what true suffering is and to shut up and go back home, pampered children, not realizing that the youth are still suffering. Imagine. Outrage has also been palpable online, where debates over democracy, corruption, and press freedom have been trending. Many influencers and actors joined the rallies. New memes were born, including placards that read, "Take your girlfriend on a date at the protest." What? Angel Ignatov, a project manager working in the IT industry in Sofia, said that after studying in the UK, he decided to move back and improve help. Jesus Christ, it's bad today. Drink water. I'm trying. Decided to help improve his homeland, but now deepening corruption and a litany of government missteps have pushed him to join the rallies. There's a whole generation like me, Ignatov said. We just don't want this for our country. Yeah, I mean, if they're trying to bring back fucking commie shit, I would understand why you don't want that in your country, especially if your country has suffered under communism previously. People are starting to think that democracy isn't working for them, which is worrisome. I mean... Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadian. Sounds like the media is saying they don't know what true suffering is. Oh, I read that already. Thank you again.
Thank you again.
War Boss Doom, thank you. Hello, Kirsche. Down with the dirtbag commies. Also, you made homemade cider for the first time. Goes down real smooth.
I love cider. Cider's delicious.
Problem is in the EU SSR countries is that everyone hates the EU SSR. But thanks to the EU SSR propaganda, they're afraid to leave the EU SSR. Unlucky, dude. Democracy isn't working. Well, I mean, one of the first things you need to do to ensure something actually works for you is maybe instituting ID. You know, the fact that America still doesn't require ID to vote is a huge fucking problem, and it's wild that this has been a talking point for the entirety of my life. I feel like that just goes to show how little things actually fucking happen. In 20 minutes, you can start making homemade stuffed crust pizza. Oh, God. I would love homemade stuffed crust pizza. It's not working because no one is maintaining it. Yeah? Yeah, pretty much. The tyranny of the minority must end. Nothing ever happens. Vox Populi, Vox Dei is both a pro-democratic rallying cry and a warning against tyranny of the majority, depending on the time and the speaker. Interesting. Wikipedia is calling this the 2025 Bulgarian budget protests. I don't look at Wikipedia for anything anymore, man. I don't trust the Wikipedia people. I don't trust the Wikipedia people. Let's see. What else do I have here? Oh, there was a DoorDash person being real fucking weird. Oh, we have that one chick who's ending up in court. Because finally everyone realized, damn, she's fucking crazy, and she videoed a guy in his house without his consent and tried to claim to be a victim. So thankfully, she's going to court at some point, and hopefully we'll get some answers on that soon. Hopefully we'll actually have her serve some fucking time. But in other DoorDash news, viral footage shows DoorDash driver allegedly pepper spraying customers' food order during delivery.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Sadly, not everyone's realizing she's crazy. People are absolutely rabidly defending that bitch. Why the fuck would you defend someone who entered a man's house uninvited? You don't, as a delivery person, you don't fucking like open people's doors and let yourself in their house, dude. At least you didn't do something worse with the food. Man. Viral footage has captured the moment a DoorDash delivery driver may have pepper sprayed a customer's order during a delivery in Evansville, Indiana, according to local authorities and the company. The incident occurred early Sunday morning and appeared to be a random attack that reportedly caused a couple excruciating pain. Doorbell camera footage shows a woman with purple hair dropping off an Arby's order, seemingly taking a photo, then discreetly spraying the bag with an irritant before slipping the spray back into her jacket pocket and leaving. Why would you do this? What is even the point? Like, I feel like if you don't have a doorbell camera in current year, like, that's kind of retarded, first of all. But, like, even if you thought there was no camera, why would you do this? She probably does it if she gets low tips. Low tips meaning 15% in current year, honestly. Ian Bruin, thank you. Democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep voting on dinner. Freedom is the sheep voting with a thread of 55 grains, traveling at 3,000 feet per second. God damn. Did I see that they apparently will make Kirk's assassination trial public? Oh, that's really good. That's good that we'll be able to watch that. Hell yeah. Another escaped test subject. Local officials told Fox News Digital Wednesday that authorities have launched a criminal investigation into the incident. The Vanderburgh County Sheriff's Office is investigating a reported incident in which a food delivery driver allegedly sprayed an irritant substance onto a customer's order before leaving the residence, Sheriff Noah Robinson said. During the early morning hours of December 7th, deputies responded to a local home after the occupants became ill shortly after consuming their delivered meal. The individuals reported experiencing burning sensations in their stomach, throat, mouth, and nose, and later discovered video footage showing the delivery driver spraying a substance onto the food bag prior to departure. Resident Mark Cardin told local media, WFIE, that he and his wife did not realize the food had been tampered with until they began eating. I noticed my wife had started eating and she started choking and gasping, Cardin said. After she had a couple of bites of her food, she actually threw up. I had a look at the bag and seen that there was some kind of spray or something. The bag had been tampered with. So I pulled up my doorbell camera and seen that the lady who dropped off the food had actually tampered with it on purpose for some reason. In several posts on Facebook, Cardin added that he did not know the driver, suggesting that the attack was random, adding that she had already blocked him on the DoorDash app after the delivery. I didn't even know that the delivery drivers could block you on the app. That's crazy. This bitch is crazy. What the fuck? I think if you tamper with someone's food, you should catch an attempted murder charge. Hot take. He described the incident to WFIE as terrifying, noting that they could have unknowingly ingested something far more dangerous. It's horrific, Cardin said. We assume it's pepper spray. That's more than likely what it is, but now, in this day and age, it could have been anything. It could have been rat poison, it could have been fentanyl. I mean, my wife could have been dead. And he's right. He is absolutely right. Carbon told WFIE that DoorDash has since refunded his order. I think he should get more than just a refund, man. DoorDash told Fox News Digital Wednesday that it has terminated the employee. We have zero tolerance for this type of appalling behavior, a DoorDash spokesperson said. The Dasher in question has been permanently removed from the platform, and our team is standing by to support law enforcement with any investigation. Well, at least DoorDash has covered their ass from any kind of lawsuit. But hopefully, whatever this guy does to the perpetrator, he can fucking take them for all they're worth. That is insane, dude. The identity of the delivery driver has not been confirmed and no arrests have been made. The sheriff's office also said it's coordinating with DoorDash as the investigation moves forward. Anyone with information relevant to this case is asked to contact the Vanderburgh County Sheriff's Office. Mark Cardin declined a request for comment from Fox News Digital, and Arby's did not immediately respond. Why would Arby's respond? You know? I've always wondered what possesses people to use a service like DoorDash to deliver a hot prepared meal from 3 or 4 different hands involved in making the meal, packaging the meal, etc. to your front door. If people thought long enough and hard enough and imagined that someone could be delivering a meal to their front door, and on the way they open it up and take out a couple of french fries, maybe eat out of your salad, use your imagination. I think this is a bit fear-mongery. We've had food delivery for fucking ever. And, like, there's always been some shitty people that end up, like, being in the food delivery service. Or, like, you've had stories about this happening, like, you know, forever, pretty much. But it seems like with DoorDash, there's even more people doing it. I guess maybe because it's easy to just defraud, like, the DoorDash or Uber Eats system, where they'll have, like, one person on file, but then they'll share around to, like, people who use the account. Last you read about this, the local police are looking to charge the woman with food tampering. Good! She needs fucking charges! And I think I do have the video here. So let me pull this up. Like, she's so unfeeling, dude. What the fuck is wrong with people? Like, why would you do that? What possesses you to do that? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
My wife had started eating and she started choking and gasping, and after she had had a couple bites of her food, she actually threw up. Pepper spray, it's more than likely what it is, but now in this day and age, it could have been anything. Could have been rat poison, could have been fentanyl. You know, I mean, my wife could have been dead. Definitely want to see her prosecuted.
Yeah! I'm glad he has that opinion. I'm glad we're not seeing someone like, oh, you know, people make mistakes. I'm glad he's like, yeah, I want to see you prosecuted. Get that bitch out of here. She realized she's delivering food for a straight couple and decided she wants to fuck them over. I don't know. I need to hear a fucking reason for this, man. This is crazy. Like, what possibly possesses this individual to do that shit? What the fuck? Doesn't look like a woman. You know? Absolutely disgusting, degenerate behavior. And speaking of disgusting, degenerate behavior, we got people complaining about the Cinnabon lady recently. And much like I got in trouble from the AI slop articles writing, because I pointed out, you know, maybe don't call a child the N-word, but also people are kind of fed up in current year. Like, just because I can I can see things with my eyes and make comment on what's happening with other people. You know, so here we go again with the Cinnabon lady. Again, I think this is just a result of where we are. Everyone is fucking tired. Everyone is fucking tired. And some people came out and they were like, the Cinnabon lady isn't a MAGA person like you all thought. The Cinnabon lady is, she had a sign in her yard for Kamala Harris. It's like, nobody fucking cares who she is. Nobody fucking cares at this point. It doesn't, they're not picking teams. They're just saying we're tired of all of the race baiting nonsense. And I thought it was really interesting. That right before, like, the Shiloh Hendricks thing happened, there was a GoFundMe set up for Carmelo Anthony, who had just allegedly stabbed and murdered a white guy at a track meet. And I think it's really funny that a little bit after the Cinnabon lady, like, we had this happen.
What's wrong with you?
So, I mean, again, if you're going to judge things that are happening, I would say randomly picking up someone's child at the ice rink and slamming him on his tailbone, possibly giving him lifelong repercussions, definitely way worse than saying a slur. So, again, you know, maybe in public you shouldn't use that kind of language. But also, I don't really give a fuck anymore, is kind of people's way of thinking. There's like, people are just like, I don't care, I'm fed up, I'm fatigued, I don't care. That is what people are saying. That is what is going on. Slurs bad, assault worse. And I never was able to get to the tabs, but I did have the tabs open. And I can't remember any names, so I don't know how to search for it. I did have the tabs open of, so some, like, white dude got stabbed by a black dude. After he got stabbed, he called the black dude the N-word because he got stabbed. And much like you're not you when you're hungry, I'm sure after you get stabbed, you're kind of pissed. You know, so, like, after someone gets stabbed, I don't really care what they say. They've just been stabbed. If they told me, like, velociraptors had taken over Mars, I'd be like, yeah, sure, bro, you just got stabbed, whatever you say. Right? Like, what the fuck? But that guy got let off because the white guy called him the N-word after he stabbed the white guy. And apparently words is worse than assault. She didn't have the sign in her yard. She just took a picture of it in her yard, and the person who went through her social media to find it was one of the people still spurging about the group chat leaks. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, thank you, Riss. Thank you, Riss. You brought up the fucking article for me, so I don't have to search through my tabs. Imagine being prepared. You're not you when you're bleeding.
Tyson, social media made you all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it.
Very much so. Very much so. I was just like, I don't know, man. Thank you, Koi Kitsu, my dude. Anthony, thank you. As someone who's been stabbed, it does indeed make you angry.
What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
I mean, I only got stabbed as a teenager when my brother was also, young, like child to teenage years. He wasn't able to like get too many deep cuts, but it still fucking sucked. I wasn't happy. I wasn't in a pleasant mood. I wasn't calling him a nice guy, as it were. I hate our justice system. Oh, Mostaped, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, my God. Tabs on demand. Portland jury clears black man of assault because white man he stabbed had said the N-word. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? A black man was acquitted of stabbing a white man in Oregon after he claimed the attack was self-defense because the victim called him a racial slur. That happened after the stabbing! What kind of jury was this? Forget perceiving breakfast. They can't even perceive things in front of them. Gary Edwards, 43, was charged with second-degree assault for stabbing a man in Portland near a light rail stop on July 8th. However, he was found not guilty of the crime on October 31st after the jury learned the victim was using racial slurs in the aftermath of the altercation. How? How can you say, because racial slurs were used after the stabbing, that the stabbing was in self-defense? That doesn't make sense! Edwards, who is homeless and has a previous assault conviction, admitted to knifing the victim, Gregory Howard Jr., but claimed it was in self-defense because the other man called him the N-word. Can we just pretend we live in Bizarro World for a second? Even if this man said the N-word before the stabbing happened, which he didn't, it happened after the stabbing, but even if he did, that is not reason to get stabbed. You may not like the word, you may think the word is filthy and disgusting and should never be uttered by another human being, but it is not a reason to stab someone. It is not a reason to escalate to physical violence. And it's insane that people would not only disagree with me, but call me racist for saying that. Just another reason to never live in a Democrat-run hellhole. It's really depressing. It's really depressing because it's like in America, the one thing you could count on was freedom of speech, right? And people will say, well, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences, but it means that your government isn't going to persecute you for the things that you say. And here, the jury of this guy's peers basically said, yeah, actually, it's okay that you got stabbed because of words you said after the stabbing. This is where we are now. Carmelo Anthony, allegedly, murdered that white track dude. He got off on bail. He has an ankle monitor. He was allowed to graduate. He's going to college. Irina Zarutska got murdered on the train. Thankfully, Irina's law got passed. Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. What has happened with that? And now we have some guy senselessly stabbing a white dude on the street, and the white dude gets no justice from it because he happened to say a no-no word after he got stabbed. Austin Metcalf, we should remember his name. Yes, Austin Metcalf. I'm bad at remembering, so I'm glad people do bring it up whenever I do loop about it. Freedom of speech only applies versus the state. Many people extend this beyond its original purpose. This is the state. This should not have happened. The naked guy woman is apparently only getting 8 years. That's kind of wild. I'm surprised she even got 8, to be fair. That's like better than nothing. Where does it stop? Because it has to stop or it will escalate, and you don't want it to escalate. I have a feeling because the majority of people in power who could fix things like this are doing nothing, that it's just going to keep escalating in the bad way. And we're going to be reading quite a lot more of these Clown World-esque articles. Diddly Doodler, man, thank you. You told your brothers that even if the guy was white, if you got stabbed, I'm calling you a few slurs. Yeah, right? Like, holy shit. And people in power aren't doing nothing. They're choosing to encourage this. The Democrats in power are choosing to encourage this. The Republicans in power, they don't encourage it. They just do fucking nothing. They cry about group chat jokes instead. Jay the Slime, thank you for the 4-month member. You would rather be called slurs every day for the rest of your life than be stabbed. Words are treated as worse than actual violence, and it's disgusting. It is. It's incredibly crazy. Security cameras with no audio captured Edwards with a fixed blade knife in hand approaching Howard as he sat on a bench. Edwards' defense attorney Daniel Small noted that the knife was folded and reportedly told the jury his client was approaching Howard to see if he would trade. Howard jumped up and pushed Edwards, and then the two scuffled until Edwards stabbed Howard in the shoulder. What other than racism could explain why Mr. Howard perceived hatred, animosity, and aggression from a complete stranger? I don't know, man. Even if the knife is folded, if a complete fucking stranger approaches me with a knife in their hand, I'm not going to assume good intent. What the fuck do you mean? That has nothing to do with race and everything to do with he was carrying a blade in his hand. Moments later, body camera footage from security officers captured Howard shouting a racist slur at Edwards after he had been stabbed. According to Small, transit officers told police they heard the N-word being shouted, and Howard allegedly told cops he sensed Edwards go by and it made his hairs stand on end. Well, he's carrying a knife. Prosecutor Catherine Williams told the jury it did not matter what the victim said after he was stabbed, which is true. The defendant is not scared for his life. He didn't retreat. He sauntered up and he sauntered away after he stabbed someone. Defendant created the situation, Williams said. Despite the prosecutor's pleas, the jury found Edwards not guilty. Insane. In-fucking-sane that they found him not guilty. Edwards' lawyer insisted the case never should have gone to trial. I laid my cards out on the table and told the state how the trial would go, but it didn't matter, he told Oregon Live. Edwards, who was homeless, spent about 3 months in custody before the trial after prosecutors argued he was a threat to public due to his lengthy criminal record, according to the outlet. Another one with a lengthy criminal record! Why was he even on the fucking street to stab someone? Security cameras with no audio captured Edwards with a fixed blade knife in hand approaching Howard as he sat on the bench. Yeah, that is the normal reaction when someone approaches you with a knife in their hand. What the fuck do they mean? Sergeant Buck, thank you, Your Honor. My client was using the knife to initiate a trade offer. Imagine, dude. Grulgar, thank you. Since they're allowing cameras in the Utah court, we'll be watching the trial of the furry freak. He stabbed a guy. How was he let out? I'm so tired, man. It's so exhausting. Liam Dell, thank you for the... The important thing to realize is the enemy aren't actually the commies, though they are a problem. The enemy are against society in all forms. Promoting communism is just an effective way to get there. I don't even know what they would plan on doing post-communism. He's right, it shouldn't have gone to trial. There was really no reasonable doubt. It should have just been a summary judgment. The jury should have just been for the sentencing. I don't know, man. I cannot fathom how a jury decided that this guy was not guilty. How does that even happen? How does that even happen? I didn't even notice my BGM was off. The Watchman, thank you. A foxy lady, you're as radiant as ever this evening. White hot even. I'm Linda. Can you believe this is a prime example of anarcho-tyranny happening? He was convicted of attempted second-degree assault in 2021 and was sentenced to 3 years in prison for another stabbing in 2020. He already has a stabbing sentence, and you want to genuinely get anyone to believe that he wasn't going to stab this guy when he walked up to him with a knife. I hate our non-justice system. Small said that Howard, who has a previous conviction for felony rape of a child, has a history of racial violence. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is the guy who got stabbed also out of prison? If he has a conviction for felony rape of a child, why is he outside? Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone in this article should not be a part of society. The stabbing should have happened the stabbing should have happened in prison. That's not a hot take. Forget it. It's Portland. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy that you have deranged man with a long criminal rap sheet. And it's like he just goes up to another deranged man with a child rape conviction. What are the fucking odds, dude? Wow, I hate everyone involved. Portland, I guess, is just a prison city. What the fuck? Girugamesh, thank you. 2 criminals walk into a bar. Also, can I just point out, why did they put this fact that he has felony rape of a child at the bottom of the fucking article? Why wasn't that somewhere in the top, right? Like, what the fuck? We could have saved so much time by like, yeah, he shouldn't have been let off for the fucking stabbing because who the fuck gives a shit about words? But also, I don't care that he stabbed someone who's a child molester. We could have saved so much time. Did the guy know that? No, but neither did Kyle Rittenhouse when he shot like a pedophile and a wife abuser, you know? A Wastelander, thank you. Not surprised this is Portland we're talking about. Eric Whammel, thank you. You believe in equal opportunity wood chipper. Yeah, send him both. Holy shit. Not really relevant to the article. It's bad to not imprison the stabber because he didn't know he was a chomo. If he knew, you'd be cheering him on. Yeah, no, everyone is in the wrong here. Everyone is in the wrong. This guy should not have been acquitted by a jury in any way, shape, or form. Neither of these people should be out on the street. The stabbing should have happened in prison where both of these people belong. These are 2 people who should not be in society. SN Democrats are finally moving to file a bipartisan Section 230 repeal. Waiting any longer serves no useful purpose. Need to start calling our representatives. I don't know what that means. If it was Afghanistan and stabbing in Finland, the defense would claim it's his culture. They don't know what stabbing or rape or anything bad means. A crazy thing to do, man. Better question, why does the dude convicted of felony rape of a child still exist? He should have been unalived shortly after conviction? I don't know, maybe the prisons are slacking on getting rid of the chomos, honestly. Listen, as a respectable liberal, you can accept somebody being a map, but saying a slur after getting stabbed, gulag, Jesus Christ. It's like the Shiloh thing, both people were bad. I don't think you can compare just like random woman saying bad word to child molester. I feel like those 2 things are not equivocal in any way, shape, or form. Tim the Lamps, thank you for the 4-month member, thank you. When is the merch drop? The first part of it should be sometime the end of this month. Not exactly sure when. We're still configuring some stuff. I do not have a date, but you will be the first to know when I have a date. Internet Zen Master, thank you. That's why the guy got off. The victim was a convicted bad toucher. The not guilty plea makes much more sense than the dude said the no-no word. No, not really, because, I mean, again, it's just put here at the bottom of the article. It doesn't even say that that came up. And even if it did come up, even if this guy is reprehensible and I don't care that he was stabbed, if I was on a jury and I was having to be a jury member for this case, the guy that stabbed him, like, you can't say he said a bad word and so we should let the guy off. That's no. Both of them should still be in prison. But you would have to rule, if you're a functioning, normal human being, that this guy doesn't get to claim he said bad word, therefore it was self-defense stabbing. The only way you'd swing for nullification is if the stabber was the father of the kid. True and real. Outside of a jury member knowing about the guy from beforehand and hiding that knowledge to make it through jury selection, that information wouldn't be considered relevant and not allowed in court. Yeah, like, I don't think that would have been brought up in the court. Just been a roller coaster of a coverage segment. Legion, my dude, thank you. Seems all Democrat cities are PvP zones. Thanks, I hate it. Scott Roush, thank you. This article is like a spot what's wrong picture. It feels like that, man. No, Chad, just because the victim was a pedo, the guy who stabbed someone at random, not knowing he was, is still a bad guy. Imagine. It's like, post reading the article, I don't really care that he was stabbed, but him being stabbed was still a bad thing. And if you let off the guy because you have knowledge that wasn't known in the courtroom, then you're the bad jury person. Both are bad guys? Yeah, they're both bad guys. If the bad word was before the stabbing, self-defense aggression could be argued. I don't think self-defense could be argued, but you would have a case for, fuck, what's it called? When you incite someone to attack you, there's a specific word for it, and I can't think of what it is. It wouldn't be self-defense, but it would be like whatever that fucking word is for like incensing someone to attack you. You know, like what are you gonna do? Stab me? Fighting words. Is it just incitement? Provocation? Yeah, maybe provocation. Provocation. If it was before the stabbing, they might have a case for that. They certainly would not have a case for self-defense because it is a word. You don't get to stab people because they say word. Vingtor, thank you for the 15 months of Proom. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines, though. I'm gonna throw marshmallows. Just used taunt and pull aggro. That was a wild story. That was crazy, man. Holy shit. Let's see. What else do I have in my tabs here? Oh. We have more judges. This one looks like that shrunken head guy from Beetlejuice. Judge's name, Susan C. Worthington. Look at this stupid bitch! 78 years to 0 because of this cow. Because of this fucking lady cosplaying as the shrunken head from Beetlejuice. And Colin Rugg here with the video. Let me pause this for a second. I said let me pause this browser. Let me pause this browser.
Why does it hate me?
Oklahoma teen confronted after avoiding all jail time despite being convicted of raping 2 high school students. Jesse Butler was facing a 78-year sentence but was granted youthful offender status. The rapist so badly assaulted one of the girls that she needed surgery on her neck. According to the girl, Butler repeatedly raped and strangled her. The girl was about 30 seconds from losing her life, according to a doctor. Butler was only placed on probation despite the horrific details, avoiding 78 years behind bars. His father is a former football director at Oklahoma State University. Why would the judge do this? Why is she allowed to still be a judge? So many questions. So little answers, because how do you even try? How do you even try to become to understand how these things are happening? Like, it's just wild.
To say to the victims, being loud is not a violation. Sir, do you have anything to say to the victims? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape them, Jesse? Why did you rape the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Why did you strangle them, Jesse?
I love the inflection in that guy's voice. Sometimes a journalist can be okay.
Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Are you as dumb as they say you are, Jesse? Is that why you were adjudicated a juvenile, because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls?
I don't think the insanity defense should be a real defense. If you're too dumb to understand what you did is wrong, you should not be allowed back into society.
Jackie, why are you defending your rapist son? Jesse, come on, talk to us. Why'd you rape the girls? Come on, Jackie. Let him talk to us. Let him explain why he raped them.
Do you feel bad for being a rapist?
Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Why'd you rape him?
Oh God, at least the people surrounding him are doing the correct thing. Look at how his mom treats him like a baby who can do nothing wrong. The parent should be held accountable too. I fucking hate that. I don't know if this guy is actually like impaired or not, but if you give like the full coddle baby treatment, even if someone is mentally impaired, they will learn to take advantage of that. They will be able to learn that, oh, if I do this thing, they will be lenient with me and give me the things that I want.
Give me your wallet and phone and stuff. So, okay. Your what?
They're in the car.
Well, okay, it's fine. It's not locked or anything, is it? Okay. So, can you tell him what you just told me, or?
Yeah. So we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be there very long. But there just is a process for paperwork and stuff.
Like, I could see her acting that way if this was, like, some sort of petty theft charge, maybe, but, like, he brutally fucking raped 2 women. What the fuck? What the fuck is this mother smoking?
But right now, you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs, so turn around for me.
You have to put him in handcuffs? You know we're doing this. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Stay strong, okay? Say your prayers.
Okay, so we will. He's going to go right to the
I think
city
staying
Stillwater
strong
jail.
is the last thing he needs to do, considering that's what he did when he did the crime. Like, what the fuck, woman? What the fuck is this?
And if you'll just contact her, then she does this all the time. She knows what to do.
Yep.
Make sure
Okay.
she knows Stillwater Police Department, not a county.
Yeah.
Stillwater Police Department.
Yeah.
On Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let them know
perfect.
that we're the ones that picked him up.
And
They
when
don't-
you say we are the ones.
Stillwater PD.
Stillwater PD.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way they don't think he went like straight over and he's over at the county.
Awful experience with the child.
Pat you down and spread your feet for me.
Did she just say this is an awful experience for a child? You know what's an awful experience? Getting raped and brutally beaten to the point of almost fucking dying. What does she mean by this?
That's Jess.
That is insane. Did Dad go out for milk and cigarettes? No, she did say that her dad is working on this. You know?
Give me your...
That kid might need some fatherly justice. Holy shit.
Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse?
I would like
Jesse,
to
why did you
know.
rape the-
Jesse, why did you do it? Jesse, all you had to do was cook. What the fuck? I kind of want to see if there's like an article with more information, because what the hell? How did he avoid all jail time? Jesse Butler, no jail time. Why? Why no jail time? How? How? That dumb bitch of a judge. Like, I am flabbergasted. What the fuck? Women are getting bigger, but the sentences are getting smaller. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go find an article on this. Two days ago, 1 day ago, 4 hours ago. Okay, so let's read that one. 4 hours ago is the most up-to-date article on this.
Fuck.
Get out of here, paywall, you dumb whore. Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I guess I can't read this without an archive.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
What the fuck? Need more sauce. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. Trying to find... What? This is not in the archive yet. Okay, so hold on. I gotta find an article that's not paywalled. Hold on a second. Because this was 4 hours ago, so I want to read the updated one. What about this one? This was also... No, that was 4 days ago. Fuck. How do I... You have an idea why he didn't file or pay his taxes? Did you type in the wrong chat? What are you talking about? Battleizer, thank you. Fess up. Who here switched timelines? This is darker than it should be. And you think we all want off this ride? Yeah, it's a little, what the fuck? J-Rock, thank you. You know the charging graph in Oklahoma, and there is no way he qualifies for youthful offender status. Yeah, I feel like something fishy is definitely going on here. Let me see if I can archive this myself, because this is the most updated article, and I don't have it in any archive, so we're going to need to archive it and hope the archive gets around the paywall. Anthony, thank you. We need to bring back a Gary Ploush. Gary Ploush was based. Why does our justice system need a wide load sign? What the fuck? What? Considering the judge's background, she might have thought he only consent accidented 2 women. Your nephew, Deshaun, does twice that every weekend. I can't send this guy to prison? What the fuck? Bribery. Did the parents pay off the judge? Someone in chat said that the judge had connections to the parents, but I have no idea if that's true or not. Hopefully something in this article will give us some information after it's done archiving. Simo, thank you for the... Got caught up in a project and spent your entire morning building a massive cage for your doves. Thank you for keeping me company. I love doves. Doves are so cute. They're like albino pigeon. Internet Zen Master, thank you. That's the thing, Kirsche. You have morals. Portlanders are more flexible on their morality. This is more in line with the Portland mindset behavior than just, he said the no-no word, unfortunately. Thanks, I hate it. His dad was a football coach. Those bastards are always super connected to local town leaders. Also, thanks, I hate it. I know. Pigeons are sky rats? Yeah, but they're cute! I like feeding the pigeons and the seagulls French fries. We were thinking the same. Sweet little doves. Yeah, doves are cute. This is genuinely depressing and disgusting. How do they let him out? He's a monster. I don't know. I'm still waiting on this this article to archive. Hopefully, sometimes when you archive stuff, it doesn't take away the paywall for whatever reason. I don't know why it does that. Seagulls are literally sea rats. They're sky rats, and I love them. They're so cute. What the fuck? You have the worst movie and bird taste. What do you mean? I love being able to feed the sky rats French fries. When I was a kid, sometimes I would even get a small fry specifically to throw to the birds. All right. It looks like this did get around the paywall, thankfully. I can't believe I'm the first person to fucking archive this. Payne County prosecutor responds to public outcry over the Jesse Butler case. More than a month after a Payne County court gave youthful offender status to Jesse Mack Butler, the prosecutor in the rape and assault case has issued a statement trying to explain what happened. Butler's negotiated sentence of community service, rehabilitation, counseling, and a curfew triggered protesters in Stillwater. The former high school baseball player was prosecuted on charges of attempted rape in the first degree, rape by instrumentation, sexual battery, forcible oral sodomy, domestic assault and battery by strangulation, and violating a protective order. On top of all of this, one of the victims already had a restraining order? And you want to tell me you gave this demon rehabilitation? Brother, what the fuck, dude? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Should this be community service and rehabilitation? A lifetime in prison would have been too good for this person. Come the fuck on. He ultimately pleaded no contest to all 11 counts filed against him in a plea deal that let him avoid prison. How do you plead guilty to all of this and that is how you avoid prison? What the fuck? Now, Laura Austin Thomas, the district attorney for Payne County, has issued a statement saying that her office initially filed charges as an adult to make sure the case remained public. Sorry, my hiccups are bad today. Garugamesh, thank you! Straight to God, the only arbiter he needs. My guests are flabbered, chat. Butler was 16 and 17 during the criminal acts, which qualified him for juvenile or youthful offender status. But the serious nature of the charges gave prosecutors the option of bringing Butler to adult court. Butler turned 18 about a month before charges were filed. Even if he hadn't turned 18, he should have been tried as an adult for the violent nature of the crimes. That is infuriating. Absolutely fucking infuriating that he was just let fucking go. What the fuck is wrong with people? I'm angry. If the case were initially filed in juvenile court where most crimes committed by minors are prosecuted, the allegations against Butler would have remained confidential with no threat of him being incarcerated in an adult facility. Years of experience tell us that juries often struggle with convicting defendants based upon delayed reports of sexual assault between people in ongoing, consensual dating relationships, and the trial process can be very traumatic for victims, said Thomas. What the fuck do you mean by this? One of the women he raped had a literal protective order. What the fuck do you mean? Delayed reports of sexual assault between people in ongoing consensual dating relationships. What the fuck do you mean by this? Nonetheless, after consultation with the victims and their families, we chose to file this matter and to file it in adult court rather than juvenile court in order to bring the serious behavior at issue into the public eye and with hopes of avoiding a later reclassification of the case to juvenile status. In her statement, Thomas explained that the youthful offender sentence requires Butler to complete his rehabilitation plan successfully, including completion of an aggravated schedule of therapy with a specialist. Hot fucking take. If this guy is viciously beating and raping women, at least one of which had already had a protective order against him, why the fuck would you think that person is rehabilitatable? Well, unless your rehabilitation is a fucking lobotomy, what are we doing here? What the fuck? We explained that youthful offender was the most likely final outcome, particularly because the 2 counts of attempted rape were the only alleged crimes among the 11 charged that even qualified the case for filing in adult court. Yeah, you know, brutally beating the women, that's completely fine. It's only the attempted rape that escalated it.
Chat, I am tired of living in a society.
And additionally, because existing law strongly favors providing offenders under 18 an opportunity for rehabilitation. Change the fucking law. Change the fucking law. I don't give a shit. If you are a teenager, you know enough to know that rape is bad. Charge them as an adult. That is wild. Change the fucking law. I am tired of this leniency. Alex, thank you. After several attempts, you finally successfully painted your AR in an M81 woodland camo pattern, and you're ready to serve in Vietnam. Or is it too late for that? I think you might be able to serve in Vietnam still. Yeah, I don't think you missed the deadline, buddy. Everything's going on still, you know. You can find those tunnels. You have a choice as a judge to not use that law. Your Honor, I'm only 1799 years old. I don't know better. I'm fucking holy shit. Bunny the Monster Slayer, thank you for the full months of Prune. Thank you. God Hates Taxes, thank you. Rape isn't a crime that youthful offender status should apply to, especially an uber violent case. Yeah, 100%. Arrest the kid, evaluate the mother to see how he ended up so stupidly evil. The ultimate resolution of the case, reached without either victim having to testify or face cross-examination in a contested proceeding, included the accused agreeing not to challenge any of the allegations and to be sentenced to the outcome described above, including the potential for imprisonment in the penitentiary. I can understand not wanting victims to testify or face cross-examination, but oftentimes not doing that is how the perpetrator gets such a light sentence. Like, I very, very genuinely understand how much strength and courage it takes for someone who's been a victim of some kind of violence to stand up and face the person who did that to them in court. But that is the best way to assure that something actually does happen to them. In this case, since it seems like it's a shitty-ass corrupt judge, it might have unfortunately been for naught, but that's why we should have a justice system that actually works for victims and for the citizens of this country instead of working to protect the criminals. We need these judges to get the fuck out of their positions, and I have a tab for that. Critics of the plea deal and Butler's sentence have pointed out that the 18-year-old's family is prominent in both the city and Oklahoma State University. Butler was a popular baseball player at his high school in Stillwater, and his father is the former director of operations for the OSU football team. The special judge who granted Butler youthful offender status, Susan Worthington, also has long-standing ties to OSU, where she earned 2 bachelor's degrees. And there's the connection, brother. Mercy for the criminals should not come at the expense of their victims. It absolutely should not. This is incredibly disgusting. And I hope people keep protesting and trying to do something. But I don't think anything's going to get done unless you can remove that judge from the bench. Like, again, I'm glad that you can now, like, bring, I don't know if you can now or if it's still in the process of being signed, but like the Trump executive order thing, I think, where they're just like, you'll be able to bring civil cases against judges that let repeat offenders go. It needs to be more than just the civil cases, and I hope it will end up being more than just civil cases. Like, that is a very good beginning to at least wedge your toe in the door, but you need to bust that door wide fucking open. There need to be criminal charges against the judges that do this shit. Absolutely insane that this is something that we have to deal with. And, oh, I have another video on this, actually.
I have another video on this. Mama.
There's, this lady who tweeted, Stillwater teen Jesse Butler walks free after multiple rape charges, 0 jail time. Jesse Butler will serve no jail time, just counseling, curfews, community service, and supervision until he turns 19. Not even a fucking year. This week's final sentencing paperwork dropped, and that's why the entire internet snapped at once. The newly surfaced details show... I'm gonna pause this if I can try. Newly surfaced details show exactly what he did. Multiple rapes, strangulation, 2 victims, recorded evidence, and prior protective order violation. After all that, he walked out of court adjusting his cuffs like he was late to brunch. Prosecutors originally sought 78 years, and then the judge reclassified him as a youthful offender, a judge with documented ties to his family. Why did power protect violence in this situation? Not really a question, because that's exactly what it's been doing for years now.
Jesse Mac Butler from Stillwater, Oklahoma, was charged with 11 felonies. Police found video on his phone of him assaulting girls. One girl was strangled unconscious and had to go emergency vascular surgery. That is attempted murder territory. But he was never charged with that. Jesse Mac Butler didn't avoid prison by accident. People in power protected him, and today I'm going to show you exactly who they are. First up, we have Judge Susan C. Worthington. She approved the youthful offender classification that let Butler avoid prison entirely. Next, we have District Attorney Laura Austin Thomas. Her office agreed to the deal instead of pushing for real prison time. Next up is the Executive Director of Oklahoma Office of Juvenile Affairs, who will now be supervising him like he's some troubled teen and not a violent predator. His name is Timothy Tartabono. He was handed a fake 78-year sentence on paper, but the court stayed it, meaning he doesn't serve a single day in prison as long as he follows his rehab program. Rehab after strangling a girl unconscious? Make that make sense. Right? And he isn't on any registry. You will not be notified if he moves next door to you. He could be anywhere right now. This wasn't justice. This was power protecting violence. Jesse Mac Butler from...
That's exactly what this was, and that is what our system will continue to do until judges start facing consequences for this shit. They need to be disbarred, they need to be removed from their positions, and they should never be allowed to hold another judiciary position. Don't move next door to people, it won't end well. Oh my god. Where is my tab about the thingamajiggy? Let's see if I can find it really quick here. Because I had a tab from President Bukake. If I can find that really quick. You're gonna call it now that he will move to murder soon? Guys like this always escalate? It wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. Oh my god, I have so many tabs of people just being murder-rated recently. This is crazy. Why is there so much murderation? Oh, this is the streamer stuff, because I guess, like, new stuff happened with that, because stuff never stops happening. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Nope, that's the other thing that's funny. That's another thing that's funny. That's another thing. This is the other thing. God, I have so much in my tabs today. Where's President Bukake? Aha! My browser is so finicky right now. It's crazy. This says, holy shit, the moment El Salvador President Bukele found out gangs were reorganizing in El Salvador, he sent 1,500 soldiers to find them. We will not allow them to reorganize. The safest country on the continent is respected. This is how it should be done. There's a little video here. Oh my Thank you, Crozen!
Here is my tithe for the Foxu from my late first paycheck from my new job. Happy to be a productive member of society again, and to support Kirsche.
Hell
cool.
Yeah! Congrats on getting your first paycheck from your new job. I hope it goes fucking well for you, dude. Thank you, Crozen, for buttering my dog. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. How do you go about sending some info? You found something at your job I might find interesting, but you gotta do it as a non? I would be a mod ticket. Battleizer, thank you. Starting to see judges like journalists, and that ain't a good thing. Need to order a new lead suit to cover up the glow. True. New lead suit, I guess. Glenn, thank you. They vote that the people that let him out also, 16 years old to vote? Also want, maybe. Man, that was hard for me to parse, dude. I'm sorry. I think that 16-year-old voting thing was England. I don't know if we have a push for that in the US yet, but hopefully we don't. Punished Opie, thank you. Get the gibbet. I like the word gibbet. He's giving the criminals the bukkake of justice. True. Punished Opie, thank you. The judge needs to trade in her robes for an orange jumpsuit. True and real. So we have this video from President Bukake. A lot of military hanging out. Got a floppy beret hat on that guy in the front earlier. Introduction. Their camo's a bit blue, isn't it? Tonight we ride. Yeah! He's a PNG. You're energized. DG Armor energized. And then someone, Carolyn Leavitt, parody account, says, El Salvador President Nayib Bukele reacts to activist judges overstepping their authority to hamstring Trump and Doge. That's exactly what judges were doing in El Salvador in 2021. So we impeached them all and then proceeded to fix the country. I do not think Trump has the balls to attempt to impeach all of the judges. I also do not think if he tried, it would succeed. But damn, what a beautiful dream. Republicans definitely don't. You can just do things. I wish you could just do things. That is my desire. I wish we could just do things. Let's see. There is a little U.S. consulate thing here that I thought was pretty neat, just for like a quick hit. U.S. Embassy India posted, U.S. consular offices will deny visa tourist applications if they believe the primary purpose of travel is to give birth in the United States to obtain U.S. citizenship for the child. This is not permitted. So, hell yeah. We're gonna be getting rid of, tourist births for once. Fucking about time, right? Fucking about time. I like how this top comment here. Excuse me, are you perhaps saying that until now birthing tourism was not denied? It's amazing just how many people have no idea what's been going on. It's a little funny. It's a little crazy.
Bear Claw, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. Thank you.
Do not redeem. And finally, I am very excited for the Supreme Court to hear about birthright citizenship, honestly. Let's see here. I got some weird, I guess, anti-white people racism tabs. My browser is really fucking struggling today, and I don't know why. Oh, Firefox is fucking chugging memory for some heckin' reason. That kind of makes sense. Let's see here.
Billy Yowki, thank you for the 14 months of Proom.
You love Kier Dad? I also love my dad. Thank you, my guy. It says, she threatened to delete white people and found out. I don't know what that means. Let's see what she found out.
You guys want to criminalize us with metal detectors? We'll see you at your house. We'll murder you. And I hope one day somebody brings the guillotine and kills all of you motherfuckers.
That was a threat, what you said at the end, and so the officers are going to escort you out and take care of that.
A deputy public defender entered not guilty pleas on Patel's behalf to 8 counts of threatening a public official and 10 counts of making terroristic threats. She's due back in court later this month.
Holy shit.
You guys want to criminalize us with metal detectors?
I'm glad something
so the officers
happened,
are going to escort you out and take care of that.
A deputy public...
I'm trying to pause here. I think it's really funny that she said that to this Asian woman. Based Asian judge. Yeah, right? Like, what? That's crazy that you're so emboldened to think that doing anything to white people is justified. Therefore, you can just say that with impunity. And plenty of people have said those things with impunity. So I don't blame her for thinking she's impervious to consequences. It's crazy that we're in a timeline where I have to say based judge because they actually did something about a racist call to violence against white people. Because that should just be the default when you have any kind of racist call to violence. Asians are white passing, so you can't be racist to them either. Jesus Christ. Mundane Lane. I just called you Mudvayne. Mundane Lane, thank you for your 16-month resub, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This should be yes, but this is where we're at, sadly. What a wild fucking ride, dude. Actually insane. Thank you, based Asian judge lady. And then I have another tab here. It says, Katya Gardner is the daughter of the Virginia House of Delegates member Deborah Gardner, and she's talking about poisoning white people. If Deborah's daughter is saying this publicly, imagine what they're saying privately. And you got a whole bunch of pictures here about Katya Gardner. Once it loads, I just vote Deborah Gardner. There's the Deborah Gardner thing, delegate Deborah Gardner, a bunch of pictures, bunch of stuff here. And as you can see, the post that he's quote retweeting is gone. It says, this post violated the X rules. Learn more. And that's where we come to this thing. Insider Wire said, my good friend at Leftism for You was just locked out of his account for violent speech after exposing someone who wanted to contaminate/poison any white MAGA family's food. This is targeted censorship, and the account saying this stuff is still up and unharmed. Please spread the word to get him and his account unlocked. And his tweet was, meet Katya, and then linked her Twitter account. And a quote that said, if I owned a soul food place and a white MAGA family showed up in my restaurant, there's a high chance that I'm going to put Windex in their food. Some type of toilet cleaner, saliva, feces. There would be Windex in all of your food. And I'm going to sit there and smile the whole time you're eating it. And then it said, your account has been locked at Leftism for You. What happened? You violated the rules against violent speech. Once again, we see the case of, it's okay for her to say it, but it's not okay for him to report on her saying it. Very, very interesting A very interesting thing there. And then someone else has the videos up. How do you react to this woman, Katya? It's Katya claiming she would poison white customers. And it looks like her account is still here. It looks like these tweets are probably protected. It looks like from the thing. Nope, not protected. It just didn't have a big bio. She just got no bio. Okay, duly noted. Duly noted. Poisoning white MAGA family's food. Wasn't Kirsche reading an article about a fat blue hair poisoning a married couple's food with mace? I was. You are correct. We did read that earlier. But here is this video.
Well, like me personally,
You should have gate-kept harder.
well, like me personally, if I owned a soul food place and a white MAGA family showed up at my restaurant, there's a high chance that I'm gonna put Windex in their food. Some type of toilet cleaner, saliva, feces. You're really trusting to walk your ass in somebody's facility knowing that you've caused their entire life to change in the matter of a couple of years and it's your fault.
What the fuck?
You trust those people to make you food? Wouldn't be me.
I mean, she said it, not me. She's the one who said it. You shouldn't trust those people to make your food.
Would be Windex in all of your food. All of it. And I'm gonna sit there and smile the whole time you're eating it. I don't give a fuck. I don't. And when the police come and be like, yeah, I put that in their food because they shouldn't have came in here. What, like me personally?
So once again, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy that this leftism for you guy looks like his account's back now. Let's see if he had anything to say. Because this was a few hours before stream started that they posted that. What city? I have no idea. A B Jammin', thank you. How do you tell the difference between a white MAGA family and a white liberal family, Miss Katya? Well, that's easy. The white MAGA family's obviously decked out in Nazi apparel. And they're just ghost stepping into your restaurant. Let's see, did he post anything? November 4th, 22 hours ago. Did he not post anything after getting his account back, maybe? Kind of wild. I would have posted something after getting my account back, but I don't know how often he's been, like, retweeting stuff. Very happy neutral loaf to you, too. A leaf, thank you, Windex, at a soulful restaurant. Don't they always be washing the chicken? Oh my god. 21 hours ago? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Battleizer, thank you. Too many people saw The Help and thought feeding someone fecal food was a good idea. I have not seen The Help. The white liberal family fall to their knees and make the fist in prayer to St. Floyd as soon as they enter the soul food restaurant. Jesus fucking Christ. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Someone should tell this lady that literally everything she says applies to people, with her skin color. I mean, it shouldn't be that way, right? It's just like, it's a wild thing for her to say, to be fair. Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. It makes you say we can only shop at places ran by white men. I'm thinking back to that horrendous experience I had with a meal prep service. Oh god, it was bad. It was bad. It's easy. White liberal families don't have kids. Oh no. I mean, if they do, they're probably looking kind of funky. Let's see. Where are my tabs at here? Gotta close some of these up. Close them up. I'm on ya. Well, that's the Black Lives Matter lady I talked about already. Facing up to 20 years in the federal prisons. Yeah. Oh, we have we have the Rapid Response 47 account finally tweeting about Ilhan Omar and marrying her brother. Is something finally going to happen? Is something actually going to happen? Yes. And they tagged Ilhan Omar's account. Married her brother. Kind of fucking crazy. Why does he look super gay? That's a great question. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Her entire shtick about people with your skin color have changed everything for us is what you're referring to, not the food thing itself. Ah, okay. Ah, okay, that makes sense. I was like, what? I can't say that. Nothing ever happens. The Washington Free Beacon. Yes, Ilhan Omar married her brother. President Donald Trump is an occasional practitioner of an unsparing form of political logic. Having taken an interest in the massive public programs fraud committed by an almost exclusively Somali cast of perpetrators in Minnesota, he has followed up with unfriendly comments on Minnesota 5th District Representative Ilhan Omar. She comes in, she does nothing but bitch. She's always complaining. The president told a crowd in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania on Tuesday. We ought to get her the hell out. She married her brother in order to get in, right? She married her brother. Can you imagine if Donald Trump married his sister? Well, they did like talking about, oh, you took this picture with your daughter. That means that you're a bad guy. Omar is a Somali fraud exhibit A, and her district was the center of gravity in the massive Feeding Our Future fraud case that I wrote about in the Washington Free Beacon in March. Despite what you may think, Omar has made a valuable contribution to our history. She goes to show that there is such a thing as a new kind of political scandal. Mark Twain famously observed it could probably be shown by facts and figures, and that there is no distinctly Native American criminal class except Congress. And he hadn't even met Omar. I'm talking about Omar's marriage to her brother, Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi. Trump may have garbled the specifics, but he got the upshot of the story right. Omar's family brought Elmi over from London in 2009 to try and extract him from a gay lifestyle. Hey, chat, you called it! And that is the context in which the Congresswoman tied the knot with him. Didn't we read a story the other day about some other, like, congressional representative guy who's gay and married a lesbian to commit marriage fraud? Didn't we read about that recently, man? Wasn't it both, like, marriage and immigration, or was it just marriage? I can't remember. The illegal? It was? Okay. I was like, I can't remember if it was immigration as well. He was on the city council. These fucking people. I started writing about Omar for Powerline, the website to which I'm an original contributor, in August 2016 when she defeated 22-term incumbent and feminist heroine Phyllis Khan in the Democratic Farmer Labor primary for a seat in the Minnesota State Legislature. 22-term incumbent. That's fucking crazy. If you have a 22-term incumbent, I guess that's kind of the slide you go down to have your state become like a Somali war territory. A reader had directed me to post on a message board called Somali Spot, which has since been removed from the internet. It asserted that Omar had married her husband, Ahmed Hirsi, the father of her children, in 2002, but that she had then married her brother, Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi, in 2009. Her campaign website advertised Hirsi as her husband and made no mention of Elmi. And this is the picture of the forum board, I suppose. Photo of Ilan and Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi in London last year. What's even more shocking is that Ahmed is actually her brother. He's a British citizen and arrived in the US in 2008. As soon as Ilhan Omar married him, he started university at her alma mater, North Dakota State University, where he graduated in 2012. Shortly thereafter, he moved to Minneapolis, where he was living in a public housing complex and was later evicted. He then returned to the UK, where he now lives. Man. Thanks, Batman. Checked out the Somali Spot story online through the Minnesota official marriage system, inputting Omar's name. I found that the two marriages cited in the Somali Spot post checked out as indicated. The site reflected Omar's 2002 marriage to her advertised husband, Ahmed Aden, later Ahmed Hirsi, and her 2009 marriage to Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi, identified in the Somali Spot post as Omar's brother. As it turned out, Omar and Hirsi had only applied for a marriage license in 2002, but never followed through with a legal marriage. We have had, like, indisputable proof of her committing immigration fraud. How is she still allowed to serve in a seat in our government? Please, for the love of God, both get her out of our government and then out of our country. This is absurd. This is absurd to allow this. Citing the Somali Spot post and online marriage information, I contacted Omar's campaign and got a response from criminal defense attorney Jean Brandel. I had seen her in court representing one of the 6 Somali defendants who pleaded guilty in the 2016 ISIS terrorism case. How many more articles about Somali crime must I read being perpetrated in the US? The attorney's message was a classic non-response response that called me a bigot and said I should direct further questions to her rather than the campaign spokesman I had called. She seemed to think she could scare me off, and when I directed my further questions to her as she instructed, she ignored me. I'm so surprised, by the way. Both by her calling the journalist a bigot for doing actual investigative journalism, a lost practice in current year, and then just fucking ignoring him. I wrote about all of this on Powerline, and my post slowly generated a huge controversy that the Minnesota Star Tribune eventually covered. I got a call from then Star Tribune reporter Patrick Kulikan, who told me that he was writing the story and that the campaign denied that Elmi is Omar's brother. I asked, who do they say he is? And he responded, they won't tell me. Here is how it was reported in Kulikan's story. Omar's campaign flatly denied that Elmi is her brother. It would only say that she and Ahmed Hirsi, who is pictured in the campaign literature and is the father of their 3 children, are together and raising a family. The Star Tribune could not find records in Minnesota showing that the two ever married. Her campaign website reads, Ilhan, her husband, and 3 children live in the West Bank neighborhood of District 60B. The most recent voter registration records show Omar and Hirsi living at the same West Bank address. Like a lot of families, she and Hirsi, the father of their 3 children, have had their ups and downs, have weathered some storms, but what matters is that they come out of it together. The campaign spokesman Ben Goldfarb said he declined to offer more details. The campaign would not make either Omar or Hirsi available for comment, releasing a statement from Omar instead. A number of baseless, absurd rumors that don't bear repeating have been made recently about my personal life and family. Let me be clear, they are categorically false. Well, this is a don't believe your lying eyes situation. We can see the marriage certificate. We can use our special eyes to look at the paper that has the names on it. The statement goes on to decry Donald Trump-style misogyny, racism, anti-immigration rhetoric, and Islamophobic division. Fucking I hate commies. Rest assured that petty rumors like these will not distract me from the important work that lies ahead for our communities. Scott Johnson, a writer at Powerline, said the campaign's response leaves many unanswered questions. Neither Ilhan Omar nor her campaign has offered an explanation for what is going on here. The voters of Omar's district deserve a straight answer to a simple question. Now they have failed to provide one either to me or to the Star Tribune. What I said in 2016 remains true today. In 2019, however, the State Campaign Finance Board released its investigative file on Omar's 2016 campaign finance violations. The file was full of interesting documents bearing on the 2016 campaign controversy. Among them were Omar's 2014 and 2015 tax returns filed jointly with Ahmed Hirsi, whom she had never legally married while she was still legally married to Ahmed Noor Saeed Elmi. So she's also committing tax fraud? And also technically cheating? What the actual how has she been allowed to get away with so much? This is wild! Omar and Elmi's 2009 marriage license, by the way, had been signed by Christian pastor Walisha Harris. Female pastor, red flag. That remains an unmentionable detail in the sequence of events constructed by Omar, in which every twist and turn is accounted for by her Islamic faith tradition. Well, I mean, of course, if they get married by a Christian pastor, then it doesn't count in their faith, right? So they can use the laws of our land to make their sham marriage something legal in order to commit fraud, but it's not actually anything under their actual religion, so it's fine for them to do. Nice takia you got there, buddy. In 2019, I told Kulikan about the Campaign Finance Board documents by email. He and Stephen Montemayor proceeded to write a 3,000-word, page 1 story, the most read Star Tribune story of 2019, revisiting the issue with the documents in the file and the other social media material we had reported on Powerline. The story proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Omar married her brother for some fraudulent purpose. Coolican and Montemayor all but begged Omar for an interview and access to her family to discuss the issue. She repaid them with the same kind of treatment I had received in 2016. These left-wing reporters for a left-wing newspaper begged Omar for a response, but they got the same one I had in 2016. They were bigots too. Imagine asking questions and asking for proof. What a bigot! Whether by colluding with right-wing outlets to go after Muslim elected officials or hounding family members, legitimate media outlets have a responsibility to not fan the flames of hate, her spokesman told the paper. Continuing to do so is not only demeaning to Ilhan, but her entire family. It's not demeaning to report on the truth. That's crazy. What a crazy thing to say. Between 2016 and 2019, reporters including Preya Samsundar at Minnesota's Alpha News and David Steinberg at PJ Media also added a trove of information supporting the proposition that Omar had married her brother in 2009. In 2019, I published Steinberg's illustrated summary, tying up loose threads in the curious case on Powerline. It lays out in meticulous detail what several Somali sources relayed both to him and to me, as well as social media posts that make it clear Elmi is Omar's brother. Omar entered the United States in 1995 as a fraudulent member of the Omar family, which was granted asylum in the United States and settled in Arlington, Virginia, along with her sister Sarah and father Nur Saeed. The rest of Omar's genetic family, the Elmi family, a sister, Layla, and Mohammed and Ahmed, were granted asylum in the United Kingdom. Social media posts throughout the years show Omar and her siblings in both the US and the UK referring to each other and to their father as such. It is not difficult to track. Historian Dominic Green looked at the documents and arrived at approximately the same conclusion in a column for The Spectator that is still available online at the Daily Mail under the headline, quoting Omar Flack Ben Goldfarb's attempt to articulate Omar's story. I am legally married to one and culturally to another. Green's column is almost as funny as Rob Long's hilarious 2019 National Review column, That's My Husbro, Ilhan Omar's Family Drama, premised on the proposition that Omar married her brother. Everybody knows, but somehow it doesn't matter. I feel this so fucking hard. Every time we uncover any kind of fraud or stealing or just political corruption in general, it just seems like, yeah, everybody's known about this for years, but like nothing ever fucking happens. It's mind-blowing. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. It's still haram in their country and religion. Yeah, but they're doing it for the purpose of lying to the non-believers, so it would be forgivable, right? Like, they're doing it to further their agenda, and they're doing it to non-Islamic people, so it's completely fine to do. Internet Zen Master, thank you. So what you're hearing is the father of her children is not legally her husband, even if they're filing tax returns together. She legally married her brother as far as documents go. What in the bigamy hell even is this story? And somehow she has not been removed from her seat in Congress. Fucking what is my country? You don't think cultural marriages qualify for immigration? Well, she's not culturally married to her brother. The cultural thing is, I'm sure, to her real husband. But legally, on paper, she is married to her brother. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. If someone is making threats like that, their food probably sucks anyway. I mean, yeah. Internet Zen Master. Oh, I read that earlier. Thank you again, though. Thank you again. In 2020, Omar published her memoir, This Is What America Looks Like, with Rebecca Paley. Omar refers to her alleged 6 siblings in the book without naming a single one, including Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi, for that matter. It is vacuous and evasive on all of the above. Having taken an interest in Omar's case, Green, a member of the Royal Historical Society, reviewed her memoir for The Spectator's American edition. He wrote, the persistent and credibly sourced claim that Omar committed immigration and education fraud with one, Ahmed Saeed Elmi, who, it is also claimed may be her brother, is simply ignored. She doesn't even name Elmi and calls the man that she was married to for 8 years someone, quote, whom I spent little time with that I wouldn't even make him a footnote in my story if it weren't for the fact that this event turned into the main headline later on. That is not a good defense for immigration fraud. In fact, address records show that Omar was living with her first husband, quote-unquote Islamically married, while still married to her second civil marriage in 2017. civil marriage, period. In 2017, when she filed for divorce from her second husband, she claimed under penalty of perjury not to have been in contact with her first husband since 2011. Dozens of now deleted social media posts, photos, and a 2016 interview suggest that she may have lied. I'm so shocked that she continues to lie about everything. I also got married, but it was not important in my life. An idiot. By contrast with Omar's memoir, Benjamin Weingarten published an illuminating book on Omar's life that same year. The aptly named American Ingrate, Ilhan Omar and the Progressive Takeover of the Democrat Party. Weingarten summarizes all the research that had been done by me, by Samsudar, and by Steinberg on Omar's marriage to her brother in Chapter 11. It is detailed and footnoted, and he recapitulates the story in the form of a bullet-pointed timeline. While none of us have nailed down definitively why Omar did what she did, we can say it was done for some fraudulent purpose in supreme confidence that the law of the land could be treated as a joke. And a lot of people in positions of power treat it this way, not just on the left. They're just like, I am one of the anointed ones, therefore the law does not apply to me. And it's ever so frustrating. Parbuek, thank you for the 4 months, dude. Thank you. I read your message, so you have to sub now. Them's the rules. Well, thank you. Thank you for the 4 months, dude. If the truth, by the way, what the fuck? If the truth ever emerges in some undeniable form, Omar will perform yet another variation on her pose as the perpetual victim. I mean, it's been working for her so far. Why change anything? If she can just lie and idiots will defend her, why not, right? Like, come on. She will claim she did what she did for a beloved brother and father. She won't say, and there's nothing you can do about it now, but she'll be thinking it. Remove her from her seat and deport her. That is what needs to happen. That is what needs to be done. If that doesn't happen, like, literally just everything is a farce. Everything's a fucking joke. The divorce Ilhan filed in 2017 is marked dissolution with children, meaning she and her half-brother had a kid together. What the fuck? Battleizer, thank you. Foxy, quick question. Did I not see your previous Supa? It's almost like I skipped over it. Are you hated? No. I miss a lot of Supas. I miss quite a lot when I'm reading through things. I never purposefully skip something unless it's too spicy to read off. And usually my mods thwack it if that's the case. If he had told you that Takia and Izzat were truly despicable words worthy of loathing a few years ago, you'd have called you crazy. Now you glow. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know about Izzat until we read about it this year, but I've known about Takia for a very long time. Ilhan is detestable for so many reasons. She called 9/11 something some people did and dismissed it. Yeah, I remember that. But hopefully, since that Rapid Response 47 account is tweeting out that article we just read, hopefully something will finally fucking happen. And speaking of finally fucking happening, in the state of North Carolina, Matt Van Swole, our newly awoken friend here, said he's obtained voting records of Asheville, North Carolina's Vice Mayor, Antoinette Mosley. She appears to have cast ballots in both Georgia and North Carolina in 2008, 2012, and 2014. Furthermore, it appears she also claimed a homestead tax exemption in Georgia, which is legally only available to those with a permanent residence. You have the voter thing here. North Carolina Voter Participation Registry, or history rather. 11/4/2014, general absentee by mail. And then you have May 20th, 2014, down in Georgia, general primary. And then you have November 6th, 2012, general election, early voting participant in North Carolina. And then in Georgia, you have both March 6th, 2012 and July 31st, 2012 for special election and PPP voting participant. And then you have November 4th, 2008, general early voting in North Carolina. And then in Georgia, you have December 2nd, August 5th, July 15th, and February 5th, all voter in Georgia. Very interesting thing. For those who don't know, Asheville is the San Francisco of North Carolina, liberal and stupid as hell. Oh, fuck. The thing that never happened, happened again. True. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Remember, Foxy, there was a New Jersey senator who quite literally being bribed with gold bars from Egypt and was allowed to resign. Instead of getting hauled off in chains, Omar won't be punished. We need to start holding these people accountable. It is, like, why would anyone have any kind of faith in any kind of system if people who do things wrong are continuously let off with not even a slap on the wrist, you know? Tafufa, thank you for the full fucking year, my guy, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're pretty sure Menendez went to jail? I don't remember what happened with Menendez. I know we covered that before, because I remember reading the Egyptian gold bar story. I don't remember what happened. Now we're speaking your language. Apollo Flame is a pretty good Italian food. Some decent barbecue. I don't know what that is. I don't know. You still have faith in the system? Absolutely fucking not anymore, man. He got 11 years. Thank you, chat. Alright, so he didn't get off completely, which would be wild if he did. He got 11 years for that. That's accountability. He should probably get more than 11 years. And hopefully he's never allowed to serve in a seat again. I don't remember talking about it because it was too long ago. Remember Q reading something about that guy? You don't recall the end result? Yeah, same. Yeah, same. President Tommy J was very clear on what to do. Apollo Flame is a restaurant in Asheville? Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. But there's no more information on this. This is all we got. Just one tweet. That's all we got. That's all we got. Gold bars are heavy. Real pain in the ass to transport. When are they gonna come up with a solution for that? Good question. We need special bags. Speaking of special bags, North Atlanta High School in Atlanta, Georgia, is on lockdown after a black student stabbed a white autistic student in a racially motivated attack, calling the victim a quote-unquote white bitch at the end of the video. Let's play the video, shall we? If I can get it to play. It looks like my browser doesn't want me to play it. Hello, I will refresh the page. A bag of holding. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Why are you even paying taxes if criminals get away? I ask myself that all the time. I very much wish that collectively, as a country, all of us could say, yeah, fuck that, and just stop paying taxes, but that'll never happen. What does Bagstert have to do with the gold bars? I'm on you. Twitter, you whore. Yeah, Twitter's fucking...
Wait, what the fuck? Booming!
There we go. I full screened it, but it wasn't working. So the text on the side said, the kid is autistic. Autistic white kid got stabbed by some thug using a sharp object of some kind. We're on a full lockdown. No one's allowed to leave. 2 girls in my dance were eyewitnesses.
Oh shit! Oh! Chill, twin!
Jesus Christ.
Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Twin!
What the actual fuck? That's a lot.
Twin!
Jesus Christ.
Oh shit, twin, you good?
No, he's clearly not good. What the hell?
Come on, get up, come on.
That's where he said, got that white bitch. Pretty impressive that he stood up after getting stabbed that many times. So now that we've seen that video, I feel like I need to, what is this? Point of view, you go to school in Georgia?
You want to take it off! Take it off! How many times you gotta get touched? Sorry, is this your back? Slotty damn! You see this young lady trying to get it on the rack? Stupid ass! Take it left!
Yeah, that feels like the security was put in there and like it's pointless if you're just gonna do that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Now I gotta go find an article though, because I wanna read more about this. I wanna read more about what happened after the lockdown. Give me an article. Let us find article. Foxy, you don't understand. He's suffering from socioeconomic factors. Jesus. Let's see. Forsyth County Authority. Please don't be the same stabbing we just saw. That can't be right. That can't be right. Sorry, there's just so many stabbings that happen at Atlanta schools that I can't be sure I'm finding the right one. That's just an unfortunate reality of being in Atlanta. All right, here's an article. Here's an article. It says, student repeatedly stabs a helpless white classmate in the face at an Atlanta high school, screams, "White bitch." This is on the 12th. That's today, okay? A sickening, later, get out of here. Sickening and apparently racially motivated incident happened this morning at Atlanta High School. As WSB-TV reported, a fight broke out at a North Atlanta high school where a black student repeatedly stabbed a white classmate in the face with a pair of scissors. The altercation started in the high school's cafeteria. School was placed on soft lockdown at 8:30 a.m. as a result of the incident. Classes have since returned to normal. WSB-TV obtained video footage showing the aggressor body slamming his victim to the ground before utilizing his weapon to brutally stab his victim. He then walks away. Witnesses to the assault can be heard repeatedly saying, "Oh shit," and expressing alarm. One walks up to the victim and says, "Quinn, you good?" Blood can be seen gushing out from the victim's face as he rolls over on the ground. The video also shows the black student racing back to his victim and screaming, "White bitch," before another student stops him. We watched that video already. Fox 5 Atlanta said the victim was apparently stabbed in the eye during the... Holy fuck. That... Kid's probably blinded for life after this. The victim, who classmates described as autistic, was sent to the hospital following the attack. His condition is unknown. Atlanta Public Schools released the following statement calling the attack an isolated incident. One student sustained an injury involving a pair of scissors. School staff responded to secure the area, ensure the safety of all students, and provide care to the injured student, who is currently being treated at a local hospital. This was an isolated incident involving only the 2 students. No other students were involved, and there is no ongoing threat to students or staff. The assailant has been detained, and charges in the stabbing are pending. Fox 5 Atlanta reporter spoke to a North Atlanta high school parent who revealed one of her children was stabbed at the school last year. I'm not entirely shocked. Oh, Jesus Christ. Literal cyanide and happiness purple-shirted eye stabber. What I want to know, all right, is this just says North Atlanta High School. So I don't know where Forsyth is, because there's a thing that came up one day ago about a North Forsyth student died during a stabbing on Tuesday morning. This stabbing also only involved 2 students. So I don't know if this is the stabbing we're talking about or if this is another stabbing. There's too many stabbings in Atlanta! Okay. This clears it up. So the Forsyth one is actually Forsyth, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, not Forsyth, Georgia. So that's helpful. Atlantis is rising. Why is Atlanta becoming London? I was gonna say, I know Forsyth because Forsyth is also near Atlanta. That's crazy. That's Atlanta. Atlanta's a lost cause. Yeah, so it looks like the Forsyth one that came up, even though I typed in Atlanta. Forsyth one seems to be North Carolina. Sarah Fields is talking about this one. Student dead, another injured at stabbing in North Forsyth. Okay. All right. So I guess there's not much more information on the Atlanta one, which is weird. We don't even have names of like either of these people. There's just no names available. Maybe if I do North Atlanta High School in Georgia, autistic white student stabbed. Maybe that'll bring up more. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Stabbings, Atlanta. Excuse me, ma'am. There seems to be some London in my Atlantis. Can you send the city back and get you one that isn't broken? Unfortunately, I don't think I can do that. Unfortunately, I can't. Bro, this is so fucking crazy. Like, there's just so many of these stabbings just coming up. Please help. 4 hours ago. All right, 4 hours ago. Surely this will have the most updated information. What the? Oh, never mind. This is freepublic.gov. This is a forum. Atlanta Public Schools confirms a student was stabbed on Friday morning. The school district isolated incident, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Oh, the comments on this are wild. Okay. For fuck's sake, Atlanta, stop trying to open portals and take the knives away from children. All right, so we got an article here. We got it. I found one. Student was hospitalized after being stabbed multiple times with scissors during a fight at North Atlanta High School. Only 2 students. What we know confirms the incident involved 2 students, happened outside the cafeteria. Isolated incident. Normal school operations have resumed. Reports of the stabbing came in around 9:30 a.m. Skyfox 5 video showed school police investigating the scene near campus off Northside Parkway. Fox 5 has obtained video of the incident. It appears the student was stabbed multiple times in the eye during a fight with a pair of scissors. APS confirmed the student's injuries came from scissors, but didn't say where the student was stabbed. Following the fight, school officials treated the injured student and secured the area. School was placed on lockdown. Student involved in the incident was detained. Atlanta police said the school district's police force is handling the investigation. I do not trust the school district's police forces, man. Ain't no way. Student Camille Lowe said the confrontation escalated quickly. Started off as a fight and then he grabbed his scissors. Lowe said the victim did not fight back and described the scene as chaotic. It's not really a fight if the other one didn't fight back. He grabbed his scissors and started stabbing away, and he didn't try to fight back because he's not an aggressive person at all. So when he was on the floor, he was just on the, he didn't try to fight back at all. Like, he was just sitting there and everybody was in there recording him, Lowe said. Lowe also said the student who was stabbed is a special needs student known to classmates. I made TikToks with him. I talked to him like he's a pretty cool person. Nobody has a problem with him because, you know, like, we take into consideration of his disabilities, so we don't ever be mean to him. He's sweet. Parents said the lockdown and reports of violence were frightening, especially for families who learned about the incident while their children were still inside the school. My daughter's calling me frantic, scared, saying they're on shutdown, one woman said. Another parent who spoke with Fox 5 said the incident brought back painful memories, saying one of her children had also been stabbed at the school last year. It's scary. It's very scary. My kids come here. My son was going here last year. He graduated last year. Well, this year, and he was stabbed as well here at the school during an altercation with another young man. You send your kids to school thinking they're going to be okay, and something like this happens. I really, really dislike school systems because they don't ever do anything about these kinds of stuff. Like, the perpetrator never faces any repercussions, and the victim is typically also punished along with him because of the nonsense fucking zero tolerance policies. Another parent added prayers to him and his family. Friday's stabbing is the second reported scissor attack on the campus this year. In April, another student was hospitalized after being stabbed during a fight. Despite metal detectors and other security measures in place, some parents questioned whether more needs to be done to keep the students safe. Yeah, if that video of people going through the metal detectors is what's happening, it's like, that was just a waste of money, man. You can buy and pay for all the security measures you want, but if you're not going to use them correctly, it's just a waste of money. Like, you haven't done anything. Authorities have not released the exact charges that the detained student may face or when charges will be filed. Officials have not disclosed the condition of the injured student beyond confirming hospitalization. Investigators have not said what led to the fight or whether additional security changes will follow. Yeah, like, the amount of stabbings, like, that wasn't just, like, you know, assault. It's attempted murder, man. That was a lot of stabbing. That was a lot of stabbing. And racial component? If punishments aren't administered in a legal sense, people will end up taking it into their own hands. I somehow do not feel confident in that happening. It's more like 3%. What? If a white kid stabs a black kid in Atlanta, is that cultural appropriation? Jesus Christ. The other stabbing that kept coming up while I was trying to look for information about this stabbing was this one. I can't hug him anymore. Family of North Forsyth High victim killed in fight asked for prayers. Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The family of a North Forsyth High student stabbed to death during a fight Tuesday morning at the school is asking for prayers. The family said 16-year-old Cameron Graham was killed. Graham's aunt, Charlita Summers, said he was a good boy who loved sports, people, and was a beacon of light in his community. Cameron was raised by his grandma, who said she instilled God in him and set boundaries for him. She also said he was going through things with his parents not being present in his life. Summer said her family tried to support him the best way they could while he dealt with not having his parents present. Summer said she's devastated. I don't hate him at all, but for the simple fact I can't hug my nephew, I can't hear his voice anymore. I can't feel his touch, I just feel like I'm in a dream. Summer said they need prayers and support from the community at this time. She also said they're starting to have conversations about funeral arrangements and will share more info about his funeral once they receive the body. On Tuesday morning, the family shared a link to support the family in paying for funeral expenses for Cameron's funeral. There's a GoFundMe link. Watch the full interview with Cameron's aunt here.
All right, so first question, could you spell and say your first and last name for me,
18 minutes.
My name is...
That's a long interview. I was hoping it was going to be like this video up here.
A community is in mourning after one student was killed and another hurt in a stabbing at North Forsyth High School. The sheriff's office confirms there is no ongoing threat to the community. Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough says at 11:04 Tuesday morning, a school resource officer radioed that he needed, quote, all hands on deck. He said there was a fight between two students and there was a loss of life. Deputies confirmed this was a stabbing. We now know the name of the student who was killed. Our Wanye Reese joining us in the studio. He spoke to a family member of the victim who reached out to us. Wanye?
Good afternoon to you, Lindsay. They are very upset and emotional after the loss of 16-year-old Cameron Graham. His aunt, her name is Charlita Summers, confirmed to me that Cameron is a student who was stabbed and killed yesterday. Summers says that Cameron was a good boy who loved playing sports. He loved people and was a beacon of light in his community. She shared with me that Cameron was being raised by his grandma, who instilled God in him and set up boundaries for him as well. The aunt says her family tried to support him the best way that they could while he dealt with not having his parents present. She says every moment of yesterday is ingrained in her mind, from learning of a stabbing to being with Cameron's grandma as they stood inside of North Forsyth High School and they were told by the chief of police and a chaplain that Cameron was gone. She shared with me that forgiveness, though, is still top of mind.
I don't hate the boy who did this to my nephew. I don't.
Why would you say that? I mean, like, not asking someone to come out like raging, but like, you should be upset that something completely irreplaceable was taken from your family. You should absolutely be fucking upset. What is with this attitude, man? I genuinely hate the just blasé, unfeeling responses that people typically have to like their loved ones getting murdered in current year. It's like it doesn't matter who it is. It's just like, fucking feel something. You're a human being. Get angry when someone does you wrong. That is only natural. What the fuck?
I don't hate him at all. But for the simple fact that I cannot hug my nephew, I cannot hear his voice anymore. I can't feel his touch. Jesus. I just feel like I'm in a dream.
Yeah. Truly a heartbreaking story. Right now, the family says that they need prayers and support from the community. Summers says they are starting to have conversations about funeral arrangements and will share more information about his funeral once they receive the body. Lindsay, I'm going to send it back to you at the desk.
Also, there's like no information on the perpetrator. Usually these articles are filled with information about like what, you know, how the stabbing went down and who the perpetrator is, but like, I can't see that here. Do I need to look up yet another article? Let's see, Cameron Graham. We're gonna do murder. Cameron Graham, murder, knife, North Carolina. Family of North Forsyth student killed in stabbing to seek legal counsel after no charges filed. Okay, clearly, what? No charges filed. What are we missing? What the fuck? What the fuck? Let us learn together, chat. Stabbing at North Forsyth High School was accidental. Self-defense. 18-year-old attempted to wrestle the knife from the deceased. Was that kid the instigator? What the fuck is happening? Law enforcement offered new details after a deadly stabbing at North Forsyth High School earlier this week. On Tuesday, North Forsyth High School operated on a 2-hour delay, beginning the day at 10:55 a.m. less than 10 minutes later. A.m. period. Less than 10 minutes later, at 11:04 a.m., the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office was contacted by the school resource officer, who told them he needed all hands on deck. A fight between two students, one 16 and one 18, led to the fatal stabbing of 16-year-old Cameron Graham. The 18-year-old was injured and taken to the hospital. Detectives with the sheriff's office said during the press conference that Graham and the 18-year-old, who knew each other well, were fighting over a THC vape pen when Graham produced a knife. What the fuck, man? Come the fuck on. Fighting over a vape pen? Really? The two boys fought, and Graham was accidentally stabbed in the chest as the other teen tried to wrestle the knife from him. The 18-year-old suffered defensive wounds to his hands. That kind of does seal the deal, does it not? A witness testimony and video evidence corroborated this, and no charges will be filed against the surviving teenager. Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough described the knife as 3 inches. Chat, let me tell you how not racist I am. Reading that article, I heard that he's a good boy, and red flags went up in my head, and I was like, no, Kirsche. No,
Hey,
Kirsche. It's not every time do they say he a good
Have
boy
some
means that he's the one who
Random
did
BLM
something wrong, Kirsche. Kirsche, don't think like that. He's clearly the victim here.
Payment history, vendors, customers, staff. Unrelated, their accounting team sucks. It puts so much into context.
Fuzzy Taco, thank you, my guy. Congrats on your vacation. I hope you have a wonderful fucking time. I don't know where you're at for vacation. Hopefully somewhere nice, though. The random BLM flag, though. They don't use the bank that you definitely don't work for, which doesn't contain their payment history and stuff. Their accounting team sucks. I wonder if Mr. Fuzzy Taco is going to be assisting some feds in some fraud investigations. That sounds like it could be very fun. You don't accidentally stab someone in the chest, you dumb apparatchik. Sir, I think you might not understand what's happening here. Let me explain it in a way that someone not paying attention might be able to grasp, okay? All right, picture yourself, an unarmed man, arguing with a man with a knife that has a vape pen. And for some reason, you're arguing over the vape pen. And then the man with the knife attacks you with the knife, and you try to wrestle it away from him, giving you defensive wounds on your hands and arms. And then in the middle of trying to wrestle the knife away from the man trying to stab you with it, you stab him in the chest. Legally, this would be accidental. Law and order. What did really happen there? Who are they hiding? What are you talking about? Daniel Sierra, thank you. The public school system was a mistake. Do not send your kids to public school. Chat, how hard is it to understand that while struggling against someone with a knife, you might stab them in the chest? It kind of reminds me of this other silly little case that everybody seems to have forgotten about a certain jogging man getting pulled over by two guys asking him, hey, what's going on? And then he tried to wrestle the gun away from them. Kind of reminds me of that, you know? I simply cannot imagine fatally arguing with someone over a vape pen. Yeah, I cannot either. The follows first rule of a knife fight, you will get cut. Yep. If you stab someone trying to stab you on purpose, it's still self-defense. I mean, those two things aren't exactly equivalent. Just when I think about wrestling something away from someone, I think of the Ahmed, I think it's Ahmed Aubrey was his name, right? The guy who filmed the Aldrich. Yeah, the guy that filmed going to prison is also fucking crazy. That is also fucking crazy. The two dudes in the truck who drove that guy down and held him at gunpoint. It was a little wild. Monkey99, thank you for the 23 months. Anthony, thank you. 3 inches is massive for a knife. Battleizer, thank you. This guy was an instigator. Sympathy revoked. I fucking heard that he a good boy, and I was like, they usually only say that when the guy wasn't a good boy. They don't usually say that of the victim. Kirsche, this is clearly the victim. Don't think that. Ha, fuck, man. It's huge. Maybe even too big. Queen Bee, thank you for the member. Thanks for the recommendation on the alien goddess. It's amazing. Oh, I'm glad you fucking love it. I'm glad you love it. Pattern recognized. DG armor recognized. Ian Brune, thank you. What the fuck is hard to grasp about unaliving and self-defense? I don't know, man. The 18-year-old, upon seeing that his friend was stabbed and on the ground, tried to render aid, tried to pack the wound and keep the pressure on it, District Attorney Jim O'Neill said, adding that the 18-year-old cried and cried upon learning that Graham was dead. There's not a shred of evidence to suggest this was anything more than an accident. And now that woman's response makes a lot more sense. She can't really be angry at this if her nephew? I can't remember. But if he was the instigator, like, you can't really be mad. Can't really be mad. You know? You don't think that guy's ever gonna vape? I would not if I was involved in this. I'd be like, oh, no vaping, dude. The fact that you can accidentally cut yourself if you practice poor cutting practice, confounding factors like two people struggling and moving the sharp object, it's no wonder he accidentally stabbed himself. I don't think he accidentally stabbed himself. I mean, who knows whose knife was where, but like, I don't know where the hands were. Nephew played stupid games and won stupid prizes. Yeah, the kid was even like fucking upset. That's crazy. Like, they were friends, I guess. We have no enemy to punish here. We have no friend to reward, O'Neill said. Kimbrough emphasized that more must be done to prevent a tragedy like this in the future. And you know, that also makes a lot of sense why in that other article there was zero information about the other kid in this attack, because they were just painting the perpetrator as the victim. God damn, journalists, why are you like this? Either we're going to be our brother's keepers or our brother's pallbearers, Kimbrough said. Metal detectors were not being used in the school that day due to staffing issues. You can't just throw money at problems and buy things and then not utilize them. Among other issues, according to Kimbrough, he stated firmly that he believed that active metal detectors would have detected the knife the student was carrying. The district, however, expressed that this wasn't something that could have been known due to how open gate detection systems are calibrated. Superintendent Don Phipps said the school will use metal detectors every day from this day forward and that conversations on school safety are ongoing and will continue. The thing that we paid money for that we weren't using, we totally swear we're gonna use it now. Pinky promise. What's the brand of nail polish and cuticle balm I recommended last Tuesday? You're looking for stocking stuffers for your girlfriend? The cuticle balm is... I never remember the name of the nail company. It's like a desert thing. Maybe someone in chat remembers the name. Or maybe they remember the name with like the copper tops on the bottles. I always forget the name. But the other nail polish company is Mooncat. That one's Mooncat. last name Phipps is whimsical somehow. It reminds me of Crime Boss, because the roided up lesbian was being hunted by a Detective Phipps. He was in the PvP zone. Death Valley, thank you, Insolent. Yeah, Death Valley Nails is the one that has the cuticle bomb that I like. And Death Valley Nails also has really good nail polish. I've bought from Mooncat a lot more bottles and for a lot longer than Death Valley. Ian Brune, thank you. The winner of a knife fight goes to the ICU. Jesus Christ. His friend wouldn't have been trying to push the knife towards his friend. Cameron 100% was pulling the knife towards his own body and caused the force to stab himself. Vosh, I think you might be intensely confused about what's happening here. Cameron is the one that died, and Cameron is the one that pulled the knife on the 18-year-old, and the 18-year-old was trying to wrestle the knife away from Cameron. And in the scuffle, which the 18-year-old got defensive wounds from said scuffle, Cameron was then accidentally stabbed during the scuffle. He committed honorable seppuku over the vape. That's what Vosh is saying? Okay, maybe I misunderstood what he was saying. Because it said his friend wouldn't have been trying to push the knife towards his friend. Cameron 100% was pulling the knife towards his own body. No, I read it right. Vosh is wrong. Cameron 100% was pulling the knife towards his own body. That's completely false. Why would he say that? Cameron was the one that pulled the knife and attacked his friend. So why would you say Cameron 100% would be pulling the knife towards his own body? That is just patently false. Mod war. You want to correct the mod, but you don't want to get banned? That's every crime show ending with a stabbing or a gunshot? No, as in the scuffle, Cameron would be pulling it back so his friend wouldn't take it. I mean, yeah, maybe pulling it back so his friend wouldn't take it. The friend was trying to remove it from him so his friend wouldn't get stabbed again. I think people are just used to the law lying to us. They might be confused when it's actually real. If you're fighting over possession of something, you pull it towards yourself. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because they were wrestling and you wouldn't be trying to take the knife away from someone by pushing it at Cameron. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay. Okay, so we're going with like... That would be really weird if Cameron accidentally managed to stab himself with no input from the other person he was fighting. That would be crazy. Okay, so maybe, thank you for explaining a bit better. You're too used to the deception. It happens. That's profoundly, yeah, that would be profoundly fucking goofy. If he was willing to stab someone over a vape, was he really a friend? True. They were having a knife tug of war. How did he get the knife turned towards himself is a great question. Stories make you glad you kept to yourself in school. You'll take being a loner over being stabbed by a random student. I got stabbed on accident, not by anything like super violent, but I went to like raise my hand in physics class, and my friend went to go hand me my machonkical pencil back at the same time. And the force of me raising my hand and him giving the pencil back at the same time stabbed the pencil deep into my ring finger, and I still have graphite stuck deep in my finger because the school nurse couldn't dig enough of it out of my hand. Argument is there was a tug of war that led to the kid stabbing himself in a way. Oh, good lord. Thank you for explaining further. I was very confused. I was like, what the fuck do you mean here? What the fuck is happening? It was me. I was the confused one. Chrome up, choom. Most people who own pocket knives rarely learn safety. You still see people cut towards themselves. I cut towards myself in the kitchen because I like to live life on the edge. You got the drift scent. It smells great. Your mom will love it. What is the drift scent? 1% pencil. True. Feel we're all sort of on the same page anyway. It's just different ways of explaining it. Yeah, it seems like it. I guess I was just confused by the wording. So, you know, all ends well that ends well. Whatever the fuck that phrase is. It's a dog-eat-dog world, chat. He said that in order to meet the needs of the district with open gate system, the financially embattled school district would need $2 million. I feel like every time any teacher says we need more funding, you should cut that school's funding by however much they're asking for. Fuck these people. Absolutely fuck these disingenuous, cuntish, disgusting people Oh, your child died? You want us to use the fucking metal detectors that we should have been using in the first place, but we weren't because we're severely understaffed. Maybe if you give us another 2 million, we might think about not letting this happen again. Fuck you. The last time you got stabbed at a school, a girl in your high school class kept grabbing asses. You grabbed back once and she stabbed you in the hand with her pen. What the fuck? You can't just sexually assault dudes and then get angry if they do it back, man. Like, what the fuck?
Spicy cat
raid. What the fuck is wrong with that?
Spicy cat raid.
Helen Razor, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. In all honesty, it didn't matter to you who or how. You just hate to see potential life ended because of the stupidity that wrought it. No, I fucking agree. Like, fighting over a vape should never end up in a loss of life. That's insanity, dude. Literal fucking insanity. Ian Brune, thank you. We shoveled infinite money into the schools. No. Yeah, infinite money has not solved the problems, man. The ass grabber lady fell for the manufactured gender war psyop. Steam-powered geekery, thank you. It actually tracks. If you're trying to take a weapon, you pull it towards yourself. Once you're wrestling for it, you pull it to yourself to take control of it. If you're trying to take a weapon, you pull it towards yourself. Once you are wrestling for it, you pull to yourself to take control of it. I'm sorry, I cannot rotate the knife in my head. Battleizer, thank you. Pattern notice. Tragedy happens, leads to Gibbs money. So tired, boss. I'm incredibly tired. The discussion will not die. I am too retarded to comprehend knife fight logistics, chat. Clearly you just assumed that maybe he was the victim because you're also a good kid being raised by your grandparents and the light of your community, and you never stabbed anyone over a vape. Yeah, I mean, like, if I hadn't looked up another article, I would have went away from this believing that that kid was the victim. That article was fucking crazy for how propagandistic it is, not giving you enough of the information to know what actually fucking happened. You're not a victim if you bust out a knife in a vape fight, dude. It's not just about a metal detector, it's about all the other pieces that are involved in that, including the mental health well-being of our faculty and staff, and the things you've heard today that extend out into the community that we need to work on, Phipps said. Phipps said, my thoughts and prayers continue for all those involved. I want to be part of the solution. When asked about staff well-being, Phipps responded, teachers are struggling. Every educator in this field struggles when a child hurts. And the death of a child and violence in schools, it shakes us to our core. That's not something you raise the shade on the next morning and you've got over what happened yesterday. Yeah, well, you know what could have prevented that? I don't know, if you maybe had people using those metal detectors. Not 100% surefire that it would have worked, but it would have been a better thing to do if you had people fucking on them, dude. What the hell? What the hell? Chief William Penn Jr. spoke as well, stating that 6 teenagers have been killed in Winston-Salem this year. You know, not for nothing, but when my mom temporarily moved to North Carolina, she moved to Winston-Salem. We were seeing some real fucking redneck trash behavior down there. Let's see, if I turned 16 that summer, my brother would have been like 12 to 13. So when I was down there, he was probably turning 13. And my brother was dating a girl at the time who I'm pretty sure was 14, if I remember correctly. She was 13 or 14, but I'm pretty sure she was 14. And she had already had 2 abortions, and she was pregnant at the time my brother was dating her. Not with my brother's kid, mind you, but like coming from New England and going down into like deep trash south of North Carolina and finding out that there was a 14-year-old that had already had 2 abortions and was pregnant with another child was just incomprehensible to my brain. Like, I don't know what. DJ Panda Milk, thank you for the 30 fucking months of tier 2. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bro was on that hag maxing before it was cool. Carlac, my dude, thank you for those 5 gift blankets on cake. Thank you for the gift blankets, dude. Thank you, thank you. That's not normal there either. They're garbage and we call them that? It's just like, I did not know that that was something that could be possible. It's fucking crazy, dude. Black Jackal, thank you for the 2-month resub on Kick. Thank you, thank you. And you keep hearing the Northerners moving here. The problem, yeah. No. But I did get to see my first, like, front yard redneck lawnmower barbecue while I was there. That was fascinating behavior. That was truly, truly fascinating. Your family on your dad's side is unapologetically Hispanic. Your cousin kept the baby and then had another at 16. Mexicans, I swear to God. Jesus Christ, Lord. Let's see. Okay, actually, I forgot. I had another article open. I just got so fucking flabbergasted at that one article. I forgot I opened a second one that said, family of North Forsyth student killed in stabbing to seek legal counsel after no charges filed. Well, after getting more of the background, yeah, there shouldn't be charges filed. I don't know what you mean by this. Winston-Salem is well known for its white trashiness. True and real. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Once again, here's proving that truth is stranger than fiction because holy shit! No VTuber lore is this wild. The family of a 16-year-old student who died in a stabbing at North Forsyth High School said Thursday they plan to seek legal counsel after Forsyth County District Attorney Jim O'Neill announced no charges would be filed against the surviving 18-year-old student. Investigators said Cameron Graham died Tuesday after a struggle with the older student over a THC vape pen in a school bathroom. Investigators said Graham brought a 3-inch knife, and the 18-year-old sustained defensive wounds while trying to wrestle the knife away and later attempted to save Graham's life. There's not a shred of evidence to suggest this was anything more than an accident, O'Neill said during a news conference Thursday. He added that the two students were friends and knew each other well. Which I think them being friends and knowing each other well makes this, like, even more tragic, right? Because, like, this kid who was friends with the now dead student is going to have a guilty conscience for fucking ever because the 16-year-old decided to bring a knife to school and then also bring it out in a fight over a vape. And now he has lost his life due to his own actions. But when you're the friend who was trying to wrestle it away from him to protect your own life and now he's gone, you're going to feel that survivor's guilt. You're going to feel like crushing all the time, especially if the family is trying to blame you for things that weren't your fault. This is a nightmare? Yeah, it absolutely is. That guy was 18 years old and my nephew was not the aggressor, said Jacqueline Harrell, Graham's aunt, in a phone interview with WFMY News 2. We can't release all the details, but they should have investigated further. We know for a fact that the knife was not brought to school by any of our family members, and we won't let this go. We will not rest until he gets justice. If the video evidence shows your kid had that knife, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say. We do not agree with the claims of self-defense or that this was an accident, Harrell continued. As a family, we're still seeking legal counsel to help with the investigation. We have received no justice so far, and at this point, our family deserves justice. These are not accidents, and this is not self-defense. In a press briefing on Thursday, O'Neill said interviews and evidence indicated that two students had a normal relationship and even shared a bus ride the morning of the stabbing. He cried and cried when he found out his friend was dead, O'Neill said. Superintendent Dr. Don Phipps said the district will review safety protocols and announced that metal detectors will now be active daily in all Winston-Salem and Forsyth County schools. They should have been active before this. Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough said that if metal detectors had been active Tuesday, the knife would have likely been detected before entering the school. North Forsyth will also have enhanced campus security going forward, potentially lasting until the end of the school year. Well, we didn't get too much more information from that, but it's still very interesting. Still very interesting how much a story can change when you actually go and look up more articles to figure out the full scope of the details. I can't believe that first article we read. I can't believe. I should have noticed from the red flags. They didn't mention anything about the so-called perpetrator, who we now know is not the perpetrator, but the guy that acted in self-defense. They said nothing about him, no name, no nothing. And they called him a good boy. I should have picked up the pattern recognition. Their claim that Cameron didn't bring the knife is a wild accusation. Yeah, Yeah, it's crazy. Baja Cat, thank you. So what's the point of the metal detectors if you don't turn them on? By claiming that you're understaffed, and so if only we had more money, we could turn them on. First mistake was trusting journalists. I'm so tired, man. Let's see. We have a small update on Somali fraud. We love Somali fraud updates. A Somali refugee exposes that there's much deeper fraud and abuse in Minnesota than the public even knows about. They told him to refuse to assimilate and get on Section 8 housing.
For having me. There are much deeper issues. I've moved into the U.S. And in Maine about 11 years ago. And basically the first question that members of my community asked me which tribe, I belong to, and when I mentioned, so I fell into that category. So there's a deeper tribal rivalry going on in the community, much larger than anybody can actually imagine.
Is this part of the tribal rivalry? Is he just like, I know I can get the enemy tribe taken down for fraud? Synac 8, thank you. It's fine. You only had a white woman moment by ignoring the red flags. I was like, I try to give fucking benefit of the doubt sometimes when I read this shit, and it just kicks me in the ass.
And then interestingly enough, even though I spoke very good English, one of the things that I was told to do is go find a discounted housing Section 8, which I didn't know what actually it was, and sign up for all the other.
Chad, his mustache is like a perfect M. I can't stop staring at it.
Community benefits within the government or the state, and my response was, I'm actually here to work and build, basic and become part of the American fabric, which is pretty much what I've been working on for a while.
I'm incredibly fascinated by what you're having to say, so much so that I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify. So when you felt that pressure and you were told to go join, public welfare programs once you moved here, where was that pressure coming from? Are you saying it's like cultural, like neighborhood, like neighbors telling you this is what you should do? How were you pushed in that direction?
Well, it was coming from the community that actually thought that was just a way of life, right? I instead of being asked.
This guy also said he was in Maine. Maine is where they started putting bounties on people's heads for talking about the fraud that they're committing. I'm kind of worried for this guy's safety now, actually. Because if he came out on the news, and if he's still living in Maine, he might have some safety issues. That's actually kind of scary.
About what kind of school I want to go to, what subjects I would love to study, and those interesting conversations weren't there at all. And my response was, can we do better things? Can we as a community actually integrate? And let's listen to that word, interestingly, because that had got me a huge backlash. This is many, many years ago that many people thought, no, let's not talk about integration. And I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for a pushback against this idea of sort of melting into America, becoming part of America. And let's just be very clear that I haven't arrived here as a young man. I mean, I came here at age 29, so I was well informed about my culture and my community growing up in the civil war in Somalia.
Incredibly, you're telling me you not only were discouraged from integrating into America, but you were also encouraged to stick to your tribal allegiances from back in Somalia, and those tribal allegiances and divisions remain here in America. That stat I showed, I'm curious, Abdi, about the percentage of the Somali population on some form of welfare, 80%, and stays that way.
Shit.
Stays that way over a 10-year period. Does that surprise you?
In some ways, it does not. Let me give you one example here. When I was in Somalia, a huge part of the population in Somalia.
It says welfare use rates in Minnesota by household. Any welfare, native households are 21%. Somali immigrant households, any welfare, 81%. And Somali immigrant households greater than 10 years in the U.S., 78% any welfare. That's crazy. That's crazy. Being here after 10 years, there's still 78% of Somalian immigrant households in Minnesota on any kind of welfare. Hot take. If you're an immigrant from anywhere, you should not qualify for welfare. Do you know the average? You wish all immigrants were like this guy, right? Jesus Christ.
Talking about 20 million people in Somalia, a huge number of that depended on $100 that family members in the U.S. sent back home. So there was not a lot of work to rebuild the country or get to work or, you know, just basically building things. So this whole idea of receiving things the easy way has unfortunately actually evolved and became part of our way of life.
He's just saying, like, yeah, you guys are really retarded and you give away so much free shit. It's just become a way of life. And he's not wrong. We are very retarded for just giving away so much free shit to immigrant households. Like, if you're coming here from another country, why would you be immediately entitled to American taxpayer money? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Have welfare for American citizens because if for whatever reason they cannot make ends meet, they don't have anywhere else to go. So we take care of our people. If you come here from another country and you can't make ends meet, then you go home. You do not leech off the system designed for citizens. I agree. And no other country would let you go there if you were going to be getting on welfare. Like, no other country would allow that shit. Matt Larson, thank you. Your state mentioned again. What a shock. Baja Cat, thank you. Bro's out here flaming the entire Somali community. He's like, I recognize this is a job only for me. Your country, Germany, does. It's a Western nation, so you kind of have the same problem we do, to be fair. Marxist playbook to bring down nations, yeah. Canada, the UK, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, France. You're naming all of the countries that have the same problem, to be fair. No real functioning country would allow that. Video gamer, thank you. Giving benefit of the doubt until evidence otherwise is presented is just a sign that you have a good heart, Kier. Never change. Thanks for the cursed knowledge today, even if it is unpleasant to hear at times. Yeah, we've had a fucking roller coaster today, man. God damn. Goddamn roller coaster. Oh, speaking of, hold on. Let me add one more roller coaster to it. Let me add one more roller coaster because I thought this was really funny. We had breaking Kenyon Dobby, the man stabbed by a criminal illegal on the North Carolina train, was reportedly trying to protect passengers when he was brutally attacked. Dobby was stabbed in the chest by Oscar Solorzano, a twice-deported illegal alien with criminal convictions, and is currently in critical condition, getting blood pumped out of his lungs in the hospital. This man is a hero. Pray for him. This was December 10th at 2:50 p.m. All right? December 10th at 2:50 p.m. And then, December 11th at 10 a.m., Kenyon Dobby, the man who was stabbed by an illegal on the Charlotte train, has now been placed under arrest. He is charged with punching a pregnant woman in the face so hard that he fractured it and then threatened to murder all of her children in October. Kenyon also has a previous assault charge, so due to Irina's law, he is being held on a $2 million bond. What the fuck is happening? It just feels like everyone willing to go outside is someone with a criminal record at this point. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? Would this be considered a chaotic neutral? Yeah, Irina's law doing work though. Let's fucking go. A literal fell for it. I just thought it was fucking crazy. From like 3 p.m. almost on December 10th to 10 a.m. the next day, he went from like hero to, oh, this guy shattered a pregnant woman's face and threatened to murder her kids. What the fuck is happening? We literally live in an asylum. Homie's out here playing GTA in real life. What the fuck is happening? You went outside once and you got 37 separate charges for tail huffing while under the influence of a controlled substance. You can't just non-consensually fluff tails, Proctor. That's illegal. You can't make this stuff up. Baja Cat, thank you. Kenyon got back to business quickly. That's so, like, I just lost my mind. What do you even do with this? What do you even do when someone who was, like, defending other people, apparently, you know, from, like, an illegal stabbing on the train, what do you even do when you're like, yay, I like that, he protected people. That's the next day you find out he shattered a pregnant woman's face. What the fuck? How is this real? If they didn't want to be huffed, then why were they out in public? I didn't know you lived in Germany, sir. He was just letting the illegal know that this is his hood. It was actually just a turf war. They misinterpreted it. Everyone who goes outside stabs someone. So glad you live in a small town in a red state. Yeah, I'm very glad I'm not across from my cursed apartment, honestly. I don't want to see what manner of shit's going on there. Ah, fuck. Before this gets out of the cycle, I'm gonna do this really quick, because I know we're at the end of stream here, but I have all these, like, streamer tabs. I have all these, like, streamer tabs, so... Before this is out of the cycle, let's just really quickly hit on all the streamer shit going on. Just really quickly. Rakai, I have no idea who this is, finally goes live and says the streamer awards were rigged and he should have won Breakout Streamer Award. I have no idea who this person is.
That's why I didn't even spark stream yesterday, because yesterday I probably said some shit that I probably regretted, and I'm gonna keep the buck, bro. You feel me? But nah, chat, I wouldn't say the shit is rigged, but
I'm gonna pause this because, you know, I've had incidents where, like, if I don't pause and talk in between, you know, someone like iShowSpeed might copyright strike. I don't wanna get copyright striked by another iShowMeet, you know? I had the volume up. Ow. Yeah, I turned it down. I was like, so many streamers will just, like, issue copyright strikes for watching their clips, and I just don't fucking get it. I just don't fucking get. Why not be like Asmongold, right? Like, the more people watch your shit, the more it's gonna advertise you. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You're deaf now? Well, I turned the volume down. Wasn't Rakai the guy who got in trouble stealing in a store? I don't know. I don't follow flesh people aside from, like, Asmongold.
feel me, bro? It's just like, bro, it's fucking rigged, bitch. It's fucking rigged. How the fuck I didn't win? I don't give a fuck. It's rigged. How the fuck I ain't winning that shit? But now, look though, W a debt, because W debt, I had to look at myself like. That's why.
Well, that seems like a bit of an overreaction for the LA Click show. I don't know. That seems like a bit of an overreaction. Maybe he should have won. I don't know. I don't even know who was nominated for that category because I didn't watch them. But I was like, damn. Throw a tantrum, that'll help. I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe that's how you get the awards at the Click Awards. You just eventually cry enough and they'll give it to you. I don't know, man. Babies be throwing tantrums. How big of a room do you have to have inflatable Christmas decor in your house? I don't know. Inflatable Christmas decor sounds like fun, though. It sounds like fun. We have Maximilian Dude, who won the Legacy Award in 2023, chimes in on his disappointment of the Streamer Awards.
I have deep respect for QT and the show she put on.
I haven't had time to bring it up, but QT actually did some kind of an interview where she said, like, she regrets being a streamer or some shit, and it's just like, bro, man, it is fucking exhausting to have to, like, watch what you say, otherwise people will try to fucking kneecap your entire career. I could agree with you there, but also, I feel like coming out and saying something like, you know, if you would do this all again, you just wouldn't. It's kind of insulting to the people that elevated you to the point that you are at, able to live off of streaming. Like, it just comes off as a little fucking weird to say to me.
Bro, she does not deserve fuckers. Albeit, this is not to me. I'll say what I'll have to say, but most of the people that went to that show don't deserve it. I'm gonna be honest. Like, most of the people that are a part of those events and things like that, they don't deserve a big award show that she puts on and all the effort she puts into it. I really don't think so. I don't think what a lot of people go through is necessarily deserved either. I just think we're not in a space where we can really appreciate this kind of thing at all. Granted, I'm a little biased. I did get the fucking Legacy Award a couple years ago.
I'm a little biased.
At the same point, in what point did it make any sense for me to get that shit into that audience? It didn't. So she didn't need to. I didn't need to be chosen for that.
Interesting.
Anybody else could have gotten that. Still, yeah.
Streamer awards are cancer. You do
deeply
agree?
feel that if that
You're
shit
getting
didn't
a
continue,
vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Cataclystia, thank you. He's a 17-year-old nuisance streamer who steals things and then makes innocent people unwitting accomplices. Sounds like a Kick streamer. What's he doing on Twitch?
I'm like, yeah, y'all don't deserve this. Y'all can't treat this with an ounce of respectability in any way at all. Y'all can't be professional in any way at all. I just think that this should probably stop, you know?
I feel like I agree with him, but for different reasons. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Rakai reminds me of the wisdom
I have
of
deep
Proverbs.
respect for
Why did this autoplay?
QT.
Proverbs 13:24. He that spares the rod hates his son, but he that loves him chastens him at times. True. True. You animated one of his most popular emotes. Generally like him as a streamer, even though he's got a bit of leftism brain. Oh, you animated an emote for Maximilian, dude? That's pretty fucking cool. QT posted in one of their chats, and he'll always be invited back. What the heck? All Kick streamers come from Twitch. Better money here. Yeah, you get better discoverability on Twitch than Kick, at least for now. But I think Kick definitely is better money, because Kick has both a higher split from like everything your audience gives you, as well as it has the partner income, where I just get paid American penny dollars for you existing in my Kick chat. The Game Awards proved one thing this year. The industry had to acknowledge our opinion this year. True. True and real. And then we kind of brought this up on Side Scrollers, where Mugen said exactly what we needed to hear at a time like this. He, Peanut, destroyed any goodwill anyone might have had for him, made Iron Mouse's life worse, plus VTubers that congratulated him, and has indirectly given his community the pass to continue harassment. Worst case scenario. And this was Peanut basically just saying, you know, it's the 40-year-old men cosplaying as 15-year-old anime girls who are upset about this. And it's the 40-year-old men cosplaying as 15-year-old anime girls who are doing the harassing. You know, it's he feels bad for the good ones like Iron Mouse, and I was like, that's a really fucking weird thing to say. That's a really weird thing to say. Battleizer, thank you. Award shows like this seem to you at least to be the last gasps of mainstream older media trying for relevance. Interesting. Mugen backtrack is insane though. What do you mean? What I'm reading right now is a backtrack, or there's a backtrack to this? The good ones, the red flag, right? Iron Mouse's mistake was trying to relate to normies who don't respect her or what VTubers do to begin with. And, yeah, there was like a video of her talking to 2 other streamers. Yeah, this one right here. Hold on, let's see if this one will play. Is this a screenshot or a video? I can't tell. My browser's so fucked. I think this is a screenshot, but this is a video of her interacting with 2 other streamers, and one of them asked, it, like, you know, he was like, oh, I have a question. Oh, never mind, I probably shouldn't. And then the other guy was like, yeah, you shouldn't be asking any questions. You know, you're not, you know, like making fun of the guy. And then Iron Mouse was like, you can ask me whatever you want. And he asked, what do you look like in real life? I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but he asked what she looked like behind the avatar. And then, oh, here's the video.
Oh, is that, oh, that's Iron Mouse. Oh, what's the word?
Thank God we had
Iron Mouse. How you doing? Post me. Oh, wait, where you at?
What?
Where you at?
I'm at my house.
Oh, okay. Iron Mouse, you are a legend.
Yeah! Is that Kai?
What's up?
Lysonette? I recognize.
Wait, quick question. Never mind, I don't feel me.
Yeah, no questions out of you today.
Yeah.
No questions out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he was like, no questions out of you. He's like, you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
Okay, babe,
okay, I got a question.
How you look in real life?
Whoa.
I look in real life?
Yeah.
I love how this guy backs up and he's like, I told you not to ask any questions, you dumbass.
Ugly, that's why I'm a VTuber, duh.
You're right.
I got
Are you black or white?
I'm Latino, I'm Puerto Rican.
Whoa! Caloque!
Is
not Kai, fuck.
Is Peanut technically a VTuber or not?
Am I technically a
No,
VTuber?
Peanut.
Oh, man, he's a fucking VTuber. What the fuck?
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay.
Kai doesn't want them to mess with Iron Mouse. He and her community got into a clash and he apologized for it. Yeah, no, I brought that up on Side Scrollers as well. Like when Kai Cenat and Mouse did a collab together and people in his community started like, you know, giving her and just VTubers in general shit. He stood up for them. He was like, don't do that. You know, don't harass these people. Don't do these things to these people. He handled it incredibly fucking well. This is the guy who sounds like an Asian XQC, but was saying he can't understand XQC himself. What the heck? What the heck? Guy reminds you of Captain Hook. What the heck? But that was the video that kicked this all off. And then Iron Mouse said this. As long as my browser decides it wants to respond and exist.
I also saw a tweet about me talking to Rakai and Ray. And a lot of people
so that was the other guy we watched who said he should have won the Breakout Award.
A lot of people are saying that I'm basically trying to appeal to people, appease people, fit in with people, that I'm trying to, I'm bending over backwards for people, which that is so untrue. You have no idea. You have no idea what I went through in that moment. So let me explain to you. And I'm here with Rob, and we're walking, getting ready to go to our seats, and I get rushed by Rakai and Ray. I will tell you 100%, I was very uncomfortable to the point where I was shaking because I already knew that I was going to get asked something terrible. I knew that they were going to say something rude to me because...
Well, their friend tried to stop them. Props to their friend. But also, like, you did say, you can ask me anything? Like, I can understand the social pressure in that where, like, you don't want to be disappointing to someone. But especially if you have somewhere to be, you could have just been like, oh, hey, guys, it's great you stopped by. I'm so sorry we're late. We got to get our seats at this whatever the fuck she said she was going to, you know?
I just know. I know it. I know it. Because I'm used to it. Because I already know what people think, and I already know how people treat VTubers.
Well, I mean, yeah.
When a person asks me a stupid question, I give them a stupid answer. That's what I have to say. They asked me what I look like, so I gave them the dumbest answer that I could give them. I was incredibly uncomfortable. I wanted to get out of there. I did not want to talk to them because I knew they were going to ask me very invasive questions. They asked me the dumbest question, so I gave them the dumbest answer. And I was trying to be cordial.
That's a little weird that she opened this with, like, talking about how people said that she's trying to appease people that don't like VTubers, and then goes on to say that she was exactly doing that while she personally felt uncomfortable. A little odd.
I was trying to be nice. It wasn't me trying to appease anybody. It was just me answering in a stupid fashion to get them to leave me alone. After that exchange and we left, I was visibly shaken, and I was with Rob, and I had multiple people come up to me and be like, wow, Mouse, you handled that so well. You handled that so well, Mouse.
I feel like it's just par for the course of, like, they could have asked way more invasive questions, and yeah, it's a taboo, like, inside the VTuber community to ask that, but when I've gone on, like, other podcasts with, like, fleshy streamers, there's inevitably somebody that, like, asks that question. It's just something you deal with, and then you give them some kind of, like, well, I'm a VTuber, like, we don't talk about it, it's a secret, I'm part of the FBI Witness Protection Program, you know, like, you tell them in a comedic way that, like, hey, man, ain't no way you're getting that answer. Craig and Blabs do a good answer when people ask. Yeah, like, it's... I feel like it's a little weird to be like, I was shaking from that, maybe. And then Ray, the Asian guy who asked the question, made a response here.
Yo, my Iron Mouse, I still apologize for making you uncomfortable. At the end of the day, I hope you're doing good at your home, and I hope you getting better, okay? Everything is straight positive. Iron Mouth, we
we like you. You're cool. You're a cool person. And I just hope next time you stream, just be. Yeah, let me calm down. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, bro. At the end of the day, it's still love, bro. The streaming world is still love, bro.
You like seeing Asmund translate for Ray. It's giving like a little bit of deaf accent, but I can understand. Do you guys need me to translate? Who watches? I don't know who these people are. I don't watch many Flesh streamers, man. Stick to your lane.
Next time, I don't want to see you, okay? I don't want to see you again. This is all I gotta say, bro. Whoever clip, please send no more clips of Iron Mouse in my chat. And I will not react to anything Iron Mouse, and I will not watch an Iron Mouse stream. I will not react to anything clip.
It's like a valid crash out, in my opinion. Because, like, if he doesn't know that, like, you shouldn't ask VTubers this question, and he's asking it like I've been asked by many Flesh streamers before, right? Like, you just give him a funny answer. I could understand why he's just like, I just asked a simple question. I wasn't, like, maybe he wasn't trying to be malicious. Maybe he was. But if somebody had that reaction to me and they were just like, oh, Kirsche made me so terrified that I was shaking, I'd be like, yeah, don't send me their clips anymore. Why would I ever want to, like, present this person to my audience? You know? He later talked about suing her in Okay, that's kind of silly. That's kind of silly. Zoomer IRL streamers and VTuber high school drama shit collide. It's just, I feel like this entire thing is just so silly. And, like, everyone at every turn picks the incorrect choice to further snowball it into further silliness. For whatever reason you agree that he should probably avoid interacting with Iron Mouse in the future, for his sake and hers, 100%. 100%.
Any Iron Mouse clip, I just did. But after the whole shitload, I will not react to any clip of Iron Mouse. And I'll be, shout out to you, Iron Mouse. You're a very cool person, bro. And I apologize for making you uncomfortable. Okay?
Has anyone seen this stuff about Asmongold's fans wanting Kirsche to save him from hoes that are going after him? Okay, first of all, what hoes are going after Asmongold? And where are these people asking for me to save him? What the fuck? He seems very apologetic. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Trying to judge, like, creator apologies, it's kind of like a coin toss unless you know the creator, right? I don't know. You're a cool person, but I would never, ever, ever watch or support her. Who would claim this as one of their own? I don't know, man. The guy from the Whatever podcast was talking about want to hook Asmund up. Oh, no. Mildly OCD, thank you. Normies and VTubers are fundamentally incompatible, and Mouse needs to stop trying to appeal to them. It's just like, the times that I've tried to reach out to, like, more normie sphere places, like, like with Sargon and whatnot, it boggles my brain that they're just like, I never talked to a VTuber. And it's like, that's cool and all, and I don't want to make you like something you don't like. Oh, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't, like, listen to some of the research that I've done. I don't want to, like, cross-pollinate people who don't like VTubers or anime into being in a VTuber community. Cause like, why, why would you watch me if you were, like, an anime racist, right? Iron Mouse is not above criticism, and both her community and circle need to stop glazing her as a blameless victim. Oh, it's just silly. Like, I don't think there's like a necessary victim here. It's just like everyone is being really silly, and sometimes it's hard to tell, like, are you actually being really dumb right now, or are you doing this for content? Because I've lost the ability to tell when something is manufactured or whether it's just actual genuine idiocy. As messed up as all the Iron Mouse drama's been, it's hard to care when she and Connor regularly engage with the Hassan clique. I have no idea how much interaction she has with the Hassan clique, I'm gonna be real with you. Everyone's being retarded. I'm so sick of it. Matt Larson, thank you. Maybe it's you getting older, but you don't remember the internet being this full of dumb people 20 plus years ago? The internet was much smaller back then. Punished, Opie, thank you. You don't trust streamed public apologies. They come across as performative. Yeah, they do come across as performative, but I 100% understand this guy's perspective where he's just like, you know what? You're cool. We respect you, whatever. Whether that's true or not, it's just like, you know what? You're cool, whatever. We don't want any more drama. We don't want any more talking about this. Don't send me your clips. Don't send me your shit. I don't want to put her on my stream. And I think he's more than well within his right to say that after what happened. And I also think that, like someone else in the chat said, for both her sake and his, it's a good thing to not interact. I think he was just young and dumb, to be honest. You didn't think it was malicious? Most people aren't going to know VTuber rules by default. That's what I was saying.
Yo, my mouse.
Why did you autoplay?
I still apologize.
Why did you autoplay, you shit? I hate autoplay. That's what I said as well. And it's like, I get asked that occasionally as well. And I'm just like, you know what? Like, sometimes I can tell people ahead of time, like, you know, there's certain things in VTuber community you just don't talk about. It's like, hush, hush. But like, some people don't know. Internet was still full of idiots back then. There just weren't that many. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. You're so tired of the situation. Yeah, but had the best idea. She put everyone involved on the no mention list on Twitter. I like trying to figure out what the fuck's going on now. You know, I like a little bit of what the fuck's going on. But it's just like, I think that this is just rocketing into really silly territory, and I wish people would just fucking relax. Again, it's the LA Click Awards. They don't really matter. None of this matters. And like, if somebody asks you like a VTuber taboo question, you gotta be prepared for that. Like, that's gonna happen if you're going into more like normie flesh spaces. That's just what happens. I'm not even going into like super normie spaces, and there are still people that ask those questions because they're just not in the VTuber sphere. I'm like, idiots get bullied into not idiots, so we stopped bullying, and now we have even more idiots. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Iron Mouse's response these days is so mind-numbing. At first it was, oh, let's invite Peanut in from earlier this week, and now this, oh, they made her uncomfortable stuff. Mouse, please stop. Mildly OCD, thank you. You will say, as someone who's dated a disabled person, the people around them have a habit of not calling them out when they mess up. Even if it's unrelated to the disability, you're seeing that with Mouse. I don't wanna give someone like oh, you're just using this as a crutch, and maybe people around her do. I don't know. I wouldn't want to say that without like knowing though, right? Because it feels like that would be really disingenuous to say. Massive Doge, thank you. Know the etiquette, do your reps. Yeah, but you can't expect like regular streamers to do their reps, especially when they're at like some sort of event thing, it looked like. I don't know if that was a convention or if that was at the Streamer Awards or where that was. But you can't expect people who aren't in the VTuber sphere to just know all of the etiquette. And you, like, in person, maybe that could be your response, right? They're just like, oh, what do you look like in real life? And it's like, oh, do your reps, new friend. And then they'll just be further confused. And then you can go on to something else. Internet used to have a bit of barrier to entry. It wasn't as easy to navigate as well, so it kept a lot of retards out. That was the Streamer Awards. Yeah, I didn't watch them, so I didn't even know what it looked like. They're just VTuber phobic. I prefer anime racist. You wish streamers would stop wanting to be celebrities. Unfortunately for you, brothers, streaming and content creation is the new Hollywood. A cult of personality, thank you. The sad thing is the award shows are the cheapest form of validation and emboldens the most base form of tribalism possible. Everyone in this sucks. Yeah. I just think that everybody should cool the fuck down. Literal click awards, they don't matter. They don't matter. Just fucking have a good time with your community and your bros and the other streamers you normally interact with, you know? You don't gotta try all of this like, oh, let's reach out to people who probably dislike me. That seems weird. One VTuber you watch on a regular basis just claims to be a 35-year-old fat balding man with a voice changer. Nobody fucked with her after that. Mildly OCD, thank you. What you mean is that they're babying her because she's disabled? You handle that so well is what's telling. I mean, it kind of gave me like Wicked interview vibes, you know? It's just like that's a weird thing to say, but I mean, I guess they're trying to be encouraging because they knew she felt uncomfortable, which is a normal thing to do when you are a friend of somebody. You like some normies? Rampage Jackson, the UFC fighter, is now streaming. His chat gave him the nickname Diddy Booty Jackson, and he hates it but still allows it because they all have fun. Senator Bigglesworth. Isn't Rampage Jackson the guy that got arrested finally after not being arrested for months after he beat someone severely in the ring when he wasn't supposed to? Isn't that guy? That was his son? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, that name was familiar. That was his son. Okay, it was his son that beat someone in the ring. Thank you, chat. We did watch an interview with Rampage saying that no matter what his son does, he's always gonna bail him out. So hopefully that doesn't happen. That was Raja. Legacy. Etherean.ai, thank you. Segregation is necessary for weeb and normie spaces. You made me read the whole thing before I started reading that out loud. Holy shit, way to scare me, dude. Yeah, keep the normies out, man. Battleizer, thank you. Slaying into the uninitiated is worse than useless, and both sides forget this. Yes. Master Prick, thank you for that gift member, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm on you. She's not perfect, no one is. You don't think either person was too much in the wrong? It ain't that deep? Yeah, that's how I feel. I was like, obviously she's entitled to feeling uncomfortable if she did. Right? Like, nobody can take that away from her, but it's like, you have to expect those questions if you're gonna interact with normies who don't know VTuber etiquette. You just gotta expect that and have a witty answer fucking lined up for him, man. It's unfortunate, and that's just how it be sometimes. When Thing Japan is unironically better. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You handled that so well. Is anyone else getting flashbacks to Jill Biden saying that to Joe after the Trump-Biden debate last year? Did she actually? That's crazy. That's crazy. Keep moving, normie. This is a weeb neighborhood. You gotta break out the version that I had made of that. Where it says, Glowies keep moving. This is a schizo neighborhood. Is an aspect of the ongoing war in every entertainment space. Gatekeeper have what one enjoys destroyed. Yup. Yup, unfortunately. Remember, gatekeeping is based. Gotta gatekeep a little bit. You can have freedom of association, do that with whoever the fuck you wish, but if you're ushering them into someplace, teach them the ways. Speaking of, let's see whomstead is online. Let's see whomstead is online. We went a bit over tonight because I wanted to finish some of the stuff we were looking at. I'm tired. Can we get a white pill? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, man. Ooh, is Ashes of Creation available to play already? Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm gonna raid into Asmongold. I want to see Ashes of Creation. I'm very interested on how this game turns out, considering I dislike their monetization practices, but MMOs are such a dead fucking genre right now. I need to see where this game goes. I must know it is, but it's in a very bad state. Yeah, his stream just loaded up, and it looks very New Worldy to me, which is not a good sign, as New World was a hot, steaming pile of shit that suffered from some of the same issues in large-scale battle as Terra did in 2012. So clearly, MMO devs are in a struggle situation. Evil Mandrake, thank you. There's a new Mega Man game, and you're black pilling. Imagine. I don't know anything about Mega Man though. So we're gonna go raid into my husbando, and I'm sure I'm gonna be reminded that he also streams on Kick. How do I do Kick raids? I don't remember how to do Kick raids. Oh my god, I can only imagine the amount of American penny dollars he makes, dude. I know it's like /host, but I don't remember what his name is on Kick. Fuck me. Fuck me, brother. She's thinking of us. I'm waiting for a mod to help. He's just Asmongold on Kick? Okay. I don't pay attention to other streamers on Kick, I'm sorry. I just recognize the ones who raid into me. I don't go looking for streamers on Kick. Wait, no, there's no raid in Kick. It's /host. Host? That fucking guy? Alright. Alright, I don't know if it goes immediately or if it waits for when I fucking end stream. I don't know what's happening! Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I will see you tomorrow for some more yapping and hopefully some more fucking French game finally. Have a great rest of your nights. Enjoy whatever Ashes of Creation is going on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye.
Found it.
I don't know what to do.